Article 17 calls for non-discriminatory treatment on the part of government enterprises. This article recalls the original U.S. proposal for the ITO, which urged that nations engaged in state trading should base their purchases from abroad solely on commercial considerations of price, quality, and marketability. The United States at that time requested that the centrally planned economies, with their state monopolies over foreign trade, agree to buy a stipulated amount of foreign goods each year. This was in striking contrast to the Buy American policies employed by the United States at the federal, state and local levels. California, for instance, has long engaged in practices that have drawn vigorous complaints from Canada. And at the height of the protectionist flurry centering on the Mills Bill in November 1970, the Washington, D.C. Transit Authority announced that it would give a 15% preference to U.S. suppliers in the competitive bids it was inviting for the projected expansion of its transport system. Other countries also employ domestic favoritism, of course, but have not loudly demanded that it be relinquished by their trading partners. Article 18 is the GATT's Infant Industry Clause, and recognizes the need for less developed countries to develop industries that otherwise might be restricted by the free trade policies called for in the other articles of agreement. However, prior approval of the other contracting parties to the GATT is required for such tariffs and other trade restrictions to be imposed. Article 19 is an import injury clause permitting countries to take emergency action on imports of particular products if injury to home producers results from unforeseen developments attributed to negotiated tariff concessions. Here again there must be consultation with the affected parties. This clause has considerably reduced the value of the tariff concessions the United States has offered its trading partners, especially under the broader interpretations given in the language of repeated congressional amendments of the U.S. Foreign Trade Act. Despite the fact that these escape clauses taken together have favored the United States in most areas, they have paved the way for such tariff reduction negotiations as the Dillon Round of 1960-62 and the Kennedy Round of 1964-67. All this ground was lost in 1971 when the U.S. government demanded of the world at large a guaranteed annual $13 billion improvement in the U.S. balance of payments. There was to be no more nonsense about free trade. The world was to accept, as though by natural law, that the United States be in a permanent state of balance of payments surplus, and that ipso facto the rest of the world must hold itself in perpetual dependency upon the United States. The first step was to embargo gold payments by the United States. The dollar was made unconvertible, which meant that more than $50 billion of short-term liabilities to foreigners owed by the United States on public and private account could not be used as claims on America's gold stock. They could be used to buy U.S. exports, to pay current obligations to U.S. public and private creditors, to invest in government and corporate securities, or even to buy control of American businesses in sectors where this was not proscribed by law. The cloudy legal status of America's huge foreign indebtedness had obvious Buy American implications. Excluding outright repudiation of its foreign debt, but including its possible amalgamation into a new world monetary base, there is an automatic creation of effective demand for U.S. goods abroad, circuitously or not. The alternative was to swap $1 obligation for another ad infinitum, an economically meaningless exercise. Taking the long view, the gold embargo created an export potential for the United States capable of overriding tariff barriers anywhere. The alternative was for foreigners to accept a total loss on their holdings of U.S. obligations, including their bank deposits held in the United States. The GATT's Articles of Agreement constrained it from ruling on such non-tariff hindrances to free trade and indeed on trade matters of broad conceptual importance. But America's actions were illegal under the IMF's rules. Even if they were not, they created effective trading preferences in favor of the United States as opposed to the commercial interests of other nations, at variance with the spirit and intent of the GATT and of the concepts inherent in the original EU.S proposed ITO. Even this was not the full extent of moves in 1971 to protect U.S. foreign trade. The United States insisted that foreign currencies be revalued upward, by 10% for the Deutschmark, 12 to 15% for Japan's yen, and varying rates for all other currencies significant in world trade and finance. Properly interpreted, this amounted to a 10% tariff on German imports to the United States, a 12 to 15% tariff on Japanese imports, and so on, while simultaneously granting an equivalent subsidy for U.S. exports. It had the additional effect, if not the outright intent, of bringing the trade of other nations into great confusion. Contracted sales prices among them, unless accompanied by fixed parity agreements, became largely incalculable as foreign exchange rates moved in unpredictable amounts and directions. Barter deals accordingly began to proliferate, such as initially had been developed for trade between the West and the Soviet Union and its satellites. In addition, a temporary 10% tariff surcharge was levied on all dutiable imports not already subject to agreed import quotas. Special tariff agreements, such as the pact between the United States and Canada over the importation of Canadian-built automobiles in exchange for Canada's permission for U.S. auto companies to expand their investments in Canada, were simply disregarded. The surcharge was applied to imports from Canada in spite of the agreements that had been reached by such intensive negotiation between the two governments. GATT did not die, it was smashed. The U.S. government extended wage and price controls over most of the economy, violating agreements between management and labor over wages, pensions, working conditions, cost of living clauses and other matters affecting employee compensation and product pricing. The purpose was to foster the export potential of the United States by keeping the rate of cost and price increases, already below those of most industrialized nations, still further below them. The United States declared that this set of policies would be maintained until such time as other countries collectively guaranteed a $13 billion improvement in the annual U.S. balance of payments. This was 2.5 times the annual excess of U.S. exports and re-exports over general imports in 1946-50, excluding capital movements. 16 On trade account, the United States in 1971 thus demanded not only that the surplus it had enjoyed in the early post-war years be restored, but that the rest of the world should give its exporters something approximating what this world trading power might have become by 1971 if other nations had not developed into powerful economies in their own right. Stated another way, the rest of the world was supposed to enable America to export enough of its food and manufactures to generate the foreign exchange needed by its industrialists and financiers to buy controlling shares in the major industries in Europe, Asia, and elsewhere. The clock was to be turned back. Other countries were once more to become, and to remain indefinitely, markets for U.S. products but not suppliers. They were to serve as hosts for U.S. private investors, but with no counterpart in the form of U.S. imports of the products of the foreign subsidiaries of American firms. To make matters worse, these foreign investments were to be given free of charge to America under its demand for a perpetually guaranteed balance of payments surplus. Economic imperialism has produced some weird and almost incomprehensible results in its history, but never before has a bankrupt nation dared insist that its bankruptcy become the foundation of world economic policy. But U.S. officials now insisted that because of their nation's bankruptcy on international account, all other nations must warp their economies toward transferring its bankruptcy to themselves, stultifying their industries and paying tribute to the beggar. Like the ITO before it, the GATT no longer served the interests of the United States. As ITO was aborted, so the GATT was destroyed, whatever the legal pretense of its status. The world body whose functions had coincided with political and economic realities in 1951 became a contradiction with the American reality of 1971. The United States did not hesitate to reject it and to reassert its right to act unilaterally at all times. $10 domination through the International Monetary Fund, 1945-46. What occurred after World War II was nothing less than an inversion of the law of nations as it had been evolving for centuries, at least on the part of Europe if not that of the United States. The most basic principle of international law is that nations are equals with regard to their rights and policy-making autonomy. In addition to this legal principle is a basic behavioral law of diplomacy. In a world of nation-states it is unnatural for any nation to abrogate its international position voluntarily. Treaties and agreements are arrived at by a process of negotiation and trade-offs among governments that are politically if not economically equal, and seek to maintain the right to manage their own economies. Liability therefore lies with Europe, and with Britain in particular, for acquiescing so passively to American designs for the post-war world. Europe demurred from pressing its self-interest at any point where this conflicted with that of the United States. Exhausted by war, it voluntarily abrogated what had been more than 4 centuries of imperial ambitions. To American diplomats, the United States simply was living up to its historic destiny as world leader when they formulated their plans for the post-war world at Bretton Woods. In their idealism, they anticipated that the breakup of nationhood, at least on the part of foreign countries, would inaugurate a world economy of peaceful interdependence and perhaps even altruism. They did not ponder how alien this concept was to the basic principle of nationhood, that no nation can be expected to relinquish its independence with regard to economic policy making. Nonetheless, America now asked, and received, European capitulation on every major point of post-war relations. In an important sense, Europe had begun to relinquish its independence when it agreed to repay America's war loans after World War I. To be sure, a debt was a debt, or so it seemed necessary to claim in order to preserve the sanctity of Europe's property relations in general. Still, Europe had the option to renounce the world debtor-creditor system to the extent that it encroached on their options to manage their own economies. It could have bargained with the United States as follows: "It is in your own interest to retain us as a market for your exports and as a source of profits on your international investments. But we cannot remain so if you insist that we repay our debts while, at the same time, you deny us the opportunity to raise the requisite dollars by exporting goods to you. If you do not change either your tariff or your financial policy, we will be forced to withdraw from the system as it now stands." Europe did not draw this line, and it was left for the United States itself to do so in the 1930s, in an attempt to salvage at least the most creditor-worthy of its loans, e.g., that to Finland. Britain, the nation most able to lead a non-American world at that time, instead led Europe's capitulation to American inter-ally debt demands. It was the first nation to reach an agreement to repay the debts, and this seemed to oblige its European allies to reach similar agreements, although most of them were able to obtain better terms. Why did Britain do this? The main reason seems to be that it put its domestic class and property bias over international considerations, as did other European nations. Previously, foreign policy had tended to take the lead in shaping domestic policy. This was how Europe's central governments usurped the rights of parliamentary democracy during the period of colonial empire building, 1870–1914. But now the reverse was true. Europe placed its notions of the sanctity of debt, in this case its own debts, behind which lay ultimately the idea of property itself, above the goal of maintaining its own national economic independence and viability. The result fragmented the European continent, forcing its nations to act selfishly, one by one, as a penalty for not having acted in concert vis-à-vis the United States. The events that had followed World War I seemed to be repeating themselves after World War II. Britain once again led its sterling bloc into the dollar sphere instead of taking the lead in building an independent united Europe. It could have confronted the United States with the following dilemma: if you insist in breaking up our empire as a condition for lending us the dollars necessary to keep us afloat under laissez-faire conditions, we must choose to withdraw from the open-door commercial system you are proposing. We prefer to remain on terms of equality of power with you. We are sure you would prefer to make us a gift instead of a loan, in order to prevent our reverting to economic autarky. We will not join an integrated world system on your terms, for these terms conflict with the most vital principles of our own economic independence. We will maintain our Commonwealth tariff preferences, and we will raise the funds necessary to balance our international payments by devaluing our currency. Britain did not say this. Instead, it acquiesced to American pressure. Having used free trade policies for 2 centuries to break down foreign tariff barriers to its own manufactures, Britain now permitted this same rhetoric and strategy to be exercised on itself by U.S. diplomats. Run largely by academics, the British Labour Party ended up believing the free trade doctrines that the nation's economists had used to convince less industrialized economies not to go to the expense of protecting the economic potential of their own populations. Believing this mythology, British negotiators acted almost as if America's gain was a gain for own economy. British thinking perhaps had become enslaved by its own slogans, etched into the minds of its college students over 2 centuries. Perhaps its leaders had, at this critical juncture in history, come to abhor the violent results of national drives and rivalries, e.g., 2 world wars. Perhaps Britain felt that US power was at one remove, or at least ensured the re-establishment of English-speaking domination over the world's surface. Whatever its reasons, Britain once again led Europe's march into the American economic orbit, leaving US diplomats to set the terms of entry for better or worse. It was only natural for American diplomats to start by putting forth a strategy for the world to be impelled mainly by US economic drives. That is the nature of national diplomacy. But it also seemed to be the essence of nationhood for other countries to translate their own self-interest into national policy, perhaps making quid pro quo trade-offs with the United States to achieve some fair balance of benefits. This was not done. One hardly can find an American conspiracy to defraud Europe, any more than its earlier request for its inter-ally loans to be repaid at 100 cents on the dollar. Europe simply did not attempt to bargain, in a situation where hard bargaining was called for. Perhaps it believed that a new world state was at hand, to be conceived under US leadership and purging the particular national rivalries that had torn asunder earlier periods of world history. Perhaps this is why Britain opened its sterling area to US exports and relinquished its historical trade position in Latin America. It even transformed its $14 billion in sterling balances from advance payments on post-war exports, which could have been restricted by blocking the balances, into a generalized debt which could be used to finance sterling area purchases of US exports. The British Labour Party boycotted the cause of continental European integration in order to integrate its economy and diplomacy with that of the United States, all under no threat of physical duress. Here was something unique in the experience of nations, a shift in the momentum of world relations undreamed of by pre-war theorists of international diplomacy. It was left for the United States merely to pick up the pieces and arrange them in its preferred order. The U.S. government extended some $8.8 billion in new foreign loans during the 18 months ending December 31, 1946. Export-import bank loans and surplus property credits provided over $3.3 billion. Lend-lease credits came to approximately $1.4 billion and the British loan added $3.75 billion. In addition, the United States subscribed $3 billion to the IMF and World Bank. To the American public, these credits represented an investment in securing a final and permanent peace, by making possible an era of world economic cooperation upon which political and military peace could be firmly based. However, in the diplomatic meeting rooms, the American negotiators made it clear that cooperation among the world's central banks would start from the financial status quo as it existed upon the return to peace. This status quo found the U.S. Treasury holding 60% of the world's monetary gold, making the dollar the world currency most in demand. Congress exploited this opportunity to its utmost, urging that the advantages afforded by United States loans and other settlements are our best bargaining asset in securing political and economic concessions in the interest of world stability. What was desired in particular was the breakup of the sterling area. More and more, multilateralism for the United States had come to connote the end of the British Empire and the forging of a concentric dollar area revolving around American gold, American economic power and American full employment levels. The U.S. concept of multilateralism as expressed in Lend-Lease, the British loan of 1946 and the Bretton Woods agreements called for the dollar to supplant sterling as the world's reserve currency. In effect, the sterling area was to be absorbed into the dollar area, which would be extended throughout the world. Britain was to remain in the weakened position in which it found itself at the end of World War II, with barely any free monetary reserves and dependent on dollar borrowings to meet its current obligations. The United States would gain access to Britain's pre-war markets in Latin America, Africa, the Middle East and Far East. How Britain was ruined. The first loan on the post-war agenda was the British loan which, as President Truman announced in forwarding it to Congress, would set the course of American and British economic relations for many years to come. He was right, for the Anglo-American loan agreement spelled the end of Britain as a great power. American politicians took the hardest line toward Britain, not private businessmen. Leon Fraser of First National City Bank, Winthrop Aldrich of the Chase National Bank, John H. Williams of the New York Federal Reserve Bank, and Joseph Kennedy, former U.S. ambassador to Britain, urged that an outright gift be made to Britain on the ground that Britain was in no position to service a loan. The intention of Congress and the President, however, was similar to that which had underlain Lend-Lease, to keep Britain dependent upon the U.S. Treasury so that it would be obliged to follow policies desired by the U.S. government. The Bretton Woods institutions had not yet been established, and Britain was virtually devoid of liquid international reserves. It was into this virtual economic vacuum that the United States moved to secure subjugation of sterling by the dollar. The loan negotiations were difficult, lasting 3 months. During this time Britain found itself floundering as its foreign exchange position deteriorated steadily. During 1945-46 it sold half the foreign investments it had sequestered during the war. 4 Finally, the U.S. government agreed to extend it a line of credit amounting to $3.75 billion, drawable to the end of 1951. Repayment was to be in 50 equal annual installments beginning December 31, 1951, with interest at 2% and special considerations that would waive interest payments in the early years of the loan if Britain's balance of payments continued to falter. The $650 million that the United States had levied on Britain for Lend-Lease was lent on the same terms. Simultaneously, Canada lent Britain $1.25 billion, bringing the total post-war North American loans to support sterling to $5 billion. What proved so troublesome to the British loan negotiators were the conditions the U.S. government attached to the loan. Historically speaking, these represent the genesis of the infamous IMF conditionalities that have been imposed on debtor countries ever since. It was these negotiations that cast the die. British negotiators gave way on every point critical to its post-war self-interest, each time in exchange for additional U.S. financial assistance. Not many people in this country, The Economist concluded in 1947 when the totality of British capitulation had become clear, believe the communist thesis that it is the deliberate and conscious aim of American policy to ruin Britain and everything that Britain stands for in the world. But the evidence can certainly be read that way. And if every time that aid is extended, conditions are attached which make it impossible for Britain ever to escape the necessity of going back for still more aid, to be obtained with still more self-abasement and on still more crippling terms, then the result will certainly be what the communists predict. 5. To the Americans, Britain's sterling area represented a potential threat. Indeed, it was the sterling area much more than Russia that triggered America's fear of state-controlled economies following World War II, for it was Britain, not Russia, that represented the most immediate threat to post-war U.S. penetration of markets in Latin America and Asia. For example, describes Phase, in the agreements negotiated between the United Kingdom and Argentina since 1933, there are specifications as to the uses to which the sterling proceeds acquired by the sale of Argentine goods in the British market are to be put. It is specified that after a reasonable deduction required by the Argentine government to meet the service of its foreign debt outside of the United Kingdom, the rest of the sterling should be set aside to pay for Argentine purchases of British goods, or for the shipping services of British vessels, or for the payment of interest and dividends on Argentine securities in British possession. 6. The $14 billion in sterling balances represented an opportunity for Britain to create domestic prosperity on the wave of a post-war export boom. Transforming these balances into blocked exchange would force its foreign trade into bilateral balance in cases where it would otherwise be in deficit, e.g. as occurred in fact when sterling area countries converted their sterling balances into dollars to spend in the United States. If the sterling debts to countries that had exported raw materials during the war to fuel Allied war effort had not been made convertible to become general claims on Britain's international reserves, they would have represented a store of value that could be used only to purchase British exports. This would have given Britain a strong head start in appropriating post-war world markets. Britain's share of the world market for manufactured exports, amounting to 19% in 1937, far exceeded America's and certainly would not diminish if the sterling bloc remained intact after the war, reflected Joyce and Gabriel Calco on this period. Even the dollar earnings of bloc members were not convertible to other currencies, leaving India, Argentina, and other large creditors fully integrated in the British trade system. England's indebtedness, therefore, in its wartime form represented a very great threat to America's post-war plans and to the Bretton Woods Agreement, which England had yet to ratify. 7. Paramount among these policies was opening Britain's domestic and imperial markets to U.S. economic penetration. If we fail to make this loan, asserted Secretary of State James Burns, Britain will be forced to do business by barter with a bloc of nations. These nations will be forced to do business with Britain in preference to other nations, which means dividing the world into economic blocs, thereby endangering the peace of the world. 8. Without the loan, Britain would join neither the Bretton Woods institutions nor the proposed International Trade Organization. Devaluation of sterling would have been necessary, reducing the market price of English exports and displacing many U.S. exports in the process. A devalued sterling might well have continued to be the world's major trading currency. Even maintenance of bloc sterling represented a threat to dollar supremacy, because the sterling balances could be sold at a discount, achieving the equivalent of devaluation. This explains U.S. insistence that Britain make all sterling freely convertible into any currency starting 1 year from the date of the loan. 9. Yet the U.S. government was tying Ex-Im Bank lending to purchases in the United States at the same time that it objected strongly to the prospect of Britain putting Argentina in possession of pounds by purchase of goods and stipulating that these pounds shall be spent in Britain. 10. Britain also gave up its rather important right to impose exchange controls without the consent of the International Monetary Fund during the post-war transition period. The safety valve of devaluation to cure payments disequilibrium thus was closed to Britain. As Representative Frederick Smith summarized the loan conditions to his fellow congressman, this loan was negotiated by our old friend Fred Vinson. He never sold the United States down the river. You can be sure that he drove as good a bargain as could be had. If we're going to help our foreign trade, we're going to have to break that sterling bloc. And that's what Fred Vinson did. 11. Still, the loan took 7 months to clear Congress, and instead of being granted to Britain in March was held back until July, although Britain's position was deteriorating rapidly. It took only 2 weeks of debate for Parliament to authorise the borrowing, along with British adherence to the IMF. At Churchill's direction many Conservatives abstained from the voting, and the Labour left also opposed the loan conditions. There was widespread comparison between the loan and the debt that had followed World War I. Robert Boothby, MP, declared that Lord Baldwin has been much criticised for the 1923 debt settlement, but the terms he obtained then were princely by comparison with these terms. H. Norman Smith stated that Britain was now being treated like a defeated nation, in the way Germany was treated under the Dawes and Young loans. It is aggravating, wrote The Economist, to find that our reward for losing a quarter of our national wealth in the common cause is to pay tribute for half a century to those who have been enriched by the war. 12. The United States reverted to its interwar policy of aiding the defeated powers more than its wartime allies. The costs of occupying Germany continued to drain Britain's balance of payments, while Germany's internal debt was cancelled and its economy was free to start anew, unburdened by indebtedness, the basis for the German miracle of the next quarter century. Britain was permitted no such miracle. Its foreign exchange cost of occupying Germany totaled £363 million in 1946 and £230 million in 1947, pushing its balance of payments into deficit on current account to £344 million and £545 million in those 2 years. The whole of Britain's 1946 deficit resulted from its military expenditures in Germany. Britain asked that the United States bear some portion of these costs in view of their war-related nature and the equality of sacrifice principle. However, Burns reminisced later, I thought it unwise for Britain to be in the position of a poor relative or a junior partner by contributing less than 50%. They are a proud people. It would be apt to cause irritation. It seemed much better to aid Britain in some other way. 13. Equality for Britain on the spending side of the ledger sheet, second-rate status on the income side. This was to become the US strategy toward Britain, which now owed more than all the rest of Western Europe combined. British exports to Latin America fell from 40% of that region's imports in 1938 to only 8% in 1948.14. Similar declines occurred in Britain's trade with other countries. Throughout the Near East it had to yield some of its exclusive oil rights. America's strategy was threefold. First, Britain would bear the cost of paying sterling area countries for the material support they had given during the war. Second, these funds would be made generally available to buy U.S. exports. And third, Britain's currency, the pound sterling, would remain overvalued rather than set at the level to which it was allowed to decline only in 1949. This strategy succeeded only as a result of British war weariness and the special love of its political leaders for the United States, even at the cost of sacrificing Britain's own world position. In exchange, the United States provided loans, not gifts, or a clean slate. In retrospect, one can see that the loans did not serve to put Britain back on its feet. Rather, they subsidized Britain in a condition where its economic viability, that is, its ability to compete with the United States, was not restored. The first condition was that Britain would be obliged to join the International Monetary Fund, but to relinquish the right, given to all other IMF members, to avail itself of the 5-year transition period during which currencies could remain inconvertible. Within 1 year of the loan agreement's ratification, by July 1947, the pound sterling was to be made convertible, so that no sterling funds could trade below the $4.20 parity that Britain still retained from the pre-war period. This condition meant that despite Britain's exhausted economic conditions, it could not devalue sterling to rebuild its reserves. Nor could it resort to special sterling area trade agreements, but was obliged to endorse the free trade principles of the International Trade Organization. It was not to discriminate against dollar area imports in any way, and would have to abandon imperial preference, the very condition that Roosevelt had assured Churchill was not the purpose of the Lend-Lease Agreement signed by Britain on February 23, 1942. This was the economic setting for introducing the IMF and its program for stabilizing world currency parities. At the Bretton Woods meetings there had been general agreement on 2 points: competitive devaluations of national currencies must not occur in the post-war world, and all major trading currencies must be tied to gold. In a sense these two principles were almost identical. To prevent competitive devaluations, the value of each leading currency must be defined by international agreement as to the quantity of gold it represented. This meant that it must be freely convertible into gold in international settlements at a fixed rate, or convertible into some other currency universally accepted as good or better than gold, to use President Johnson's famous phrase of 1968. Because the United States was already principal holder of the world's monetary gold, and because the national currencies of Germany, Italy, Japan, and their allies would be of doubtful and in some cases zero value in the post-war world, the IMF as a world system could not be brought into universal and automatic operation with the ending of the war. Time must elapse before definition could be reached on feasible exchange rates for the new currencies of the defeated nations. Stabilizing currencies to protect against competitive devaluations. The ostensible reasoning that underlay the IMF's design was as follows. Currency stability required international reserves sufficient to sustain the needs of the system. A build-up of such reserves, apart from gold itself, required a high degree of currency stability and minimization of central bank risk. This could be assured only by international cooperation and consultation through the funds so that countries would not suffer major foreign exchange losses or be left holding such inconvertible currencies as the blocked Reichsmarks of the 1930s. However, devaluation could not be absolutely prohibited, as excessive rigidity of parities was as undesirable as floating exchanges. It is extremely difficult, the League of Nations had observed, to ascertain and establish the correct equilibrium rates of exchange when economic relations are resumed after a global war. But as long as foreign central banks could minimize their foreign exchange risk and reject the currency dumping that had characterized the 1930s, they would find their interest to lie in the mutual support of each other's currencies. So long as exchange adjustments are confined to the correction of a fundamental and persistent disequilibrium of this kind, the League of Nations study continued. They cannot be any more objectionable to other countries than wage reductions or unemployment in the country suffering from an overvalued currency. On the contrary, exchange adjustment in such circumstances is likely to prove beneficial all round, since the country in question is enabled to restore not only its exports but also its imports along with its domestic income, production, and employment, so that a balance is achieved at a higher level of trade. What actually happened during the 20s was that one country after another established its gold parity by its own independent choice without much regard to the resulting interrelationship of currency values. Had the stabilization problem been attacked by concerted international action, there might have been a better chance of securing a set of workable exchange ratios from the start and less need for subsequent readjustments. The important case of exchange dumping which arose from the undervaluation of the French franc in the years leading up to the Depression came about by mistake rather than by deliberate design. Point 15. This logic became the basis for permitting exchange rate adjustments under IMF rules. Devaluations even were encouraged to the extent that they re-established long-term equilibrium, but they were discouraged as means of securing short-term balance. Above the 10% devaluation permitted by Article 4, parity changes could be multilaterally negotiated. A margin of 1% on each side of parity was permitted as leeway for day-to-day fluctuations. It was critical that the IMF members agreed to stabilize their currencies in terms of gold as the common denominator or in terms of the United States dollar of the weight and fineness in effect on July 1, 1944, that is, at $35 an ounce. However arbitrarily this price had been fixed in 1934, it now became the essence of the IMF's stable parity system. Had foreign currencies been priced higher relative to gold and to the US dollar, they would have experienced a gold outflow to the United States. This was universally undesirable, as the United States already held nearly 3/4 of the world's monetary gold. Further additions to its gold stock could only have threatened the continued use of gold as the world's monetary metal. On the other hand, had Britain and other countries been permitted to lower the value of their currencies relative to gold, there would have been a gold outflow from the United States. Devaluation of sterling and other currencies against gold at the outset of IMF operations in 1946 would have reduced foreign export prices on world markets, and raised gold prices as expressed in their domestic currencies. It would also have attracted international capital flows to the devaluing countries and prevented much of the gold loss of Europe and Latin America in the early post-war years. The argument made to Britain and other countries against such a policy was that it would thwart the spirit of international cooperation that was the bulwark of the IMF. What went under the name of international cooperation thus connoted, in practical terms, foreign submission to the United States on this critical issue. The $35 an ounce price of gold protected the U.S. gold stock from being drained to Britain or to any other country that might have devalued its currency against gold. In practice this meant that the United States would keep the more than $10 billion in gold that had fled Europe and Asia in the years leading up to World War II. This gold stock had not been earned through normal economic activities but represented flight capital. After the Axis powers declared war on the United States in December 1941, it had been added to the nation's monetary base, enabling America to finance much of its war effort with other countries' gold instead of by increasing domestic taxes in the degree required. The long-term result was to blind the United States to the realities of the gold stock. What was technically a U.S. asset was practically the property of anyone who accumulated dollars abroad and, under the IMF rules, cashed these in for gold. As early as 1943 the Department of Commerce expressed the U.S. logic, or at least the cover story, regarding post-war exchange rates, price levels, labor standards, and other basic conditions influencing exports of foreign countries may be subject to flux for some time after the war and may afford temporary advantages to foreign producers that could not be maintained in the long run. To expose domestic producers to sharp disturbances emanating from short-run situations of this character would be undesirable. 16. In practice, this meant that exchange rates would be pegged so as to prevent any sudden increase in exports by foreign countries, but not to prevent expansion of U.S. exports toward the $10 billion annual rate aimed at by U.S. trade strategists as necessary to full employment in the United States. U.S. imports could rise only as long as U.S. exports rose even more. That was the U.S. concept of expanding world trade under the aegis of the IMF. This only aggravated the problem, already apparent at Bretton Woods, that there were not enough gold and dollars to go round. International reserves of most countries were depleted to minimum working levels. The U.S. government did not wish to give up its gold or to supply dollars generally beyond its $2.75 billion IMF subscription. Under the world realities of 1944-45, an increased dollar supply would have involved essentially a giveaway. It therefore was desirable to establish the pound sterling, the French franc and the Canadian, New Zealand and Australian currencies as recognized central bank assets. This required their legal and practical convertibility into gold or US dollars. This obviously required time, as recognized in the IMF's Article 14, which dealt with the fund's proposed transition period of at least 5 years. But Britain had signed away its rights to make use of this period when it agreed to the loan conditions imposed by the United States in 1946. The question thus arises as to the much-claimed necessity for the IMF to insist on relatively fixed parities during the transition period. The IMF was to operate universally and in no respect as a punitive weapon against recent aggressors. It was in fact to be the principal instrument to secure a peaceful and stable world economic order embracing victor and vanquished alike. But it was to do so on terms that would promote U.S. exports above all. At least this was a tacit calculation made by America's negotiators at Bretton Woods over every detail of the negotiations. To begin with, establishing a fixed gold value for currencies benefited the United States as the world's major gold holder. The objective was to prevent post-war trade patterns from being disrupted by the competitive devaluations and currency wars of the 1930s. A basis for limiting such destructive national acts already was at hand in the form of the Tripartite Agreement of 1936, in which the United States, Britain, and France agreed to economize on the world's supply of monetary gold and avoid sudden, unmanageable runs on national currencies. Unlike the International Monetary Fund, this agreement was not based on fixed gold parities for currencies, but accepted flexible parities as a fact of life. It was a means whereby the exchange funds of countries with fixed and flexible gold prices could have access to each other's markets and could cooperate in the management of gold shipments in both directions. The prices governing official transactions in the countries with flexible gold prices were held stable for a period of time, 24 hours, long enough to enable the authorities of countries with fixed gold prices to complete the conversion operation without risk. The importance of this agreement was in the antecedent understandings concerning the exchange rates on which the gold prices were based, and its effect was to allow the various exchange funds, central banks, and treasuries to operate an international gold settlement system that was an amalgam of conflicting techniques and principles. 17. A not dissimilar proposal had been rejected by the United States at the 1933 World Economic Conference in London. The U.S. motive at that time was to permit the dollar to be devalued relative to all other currencies. The result was a massive inflow of gold into the United States, enlarged by the flight of refugee capital to America as World War II loomed. But U.S. motivation at Bretton Woods was quite different. America already held most of the world's gold, and intended to hold on to it, or at least to enough of it to make the dollar the de facto world currency, whatever the de jure position of sterling or other currencies. The United States insisted that the IMF establish fixed gold parities for all convertible currencies so as to prevent others, above all sterling, from being devalued so as to promote foreign export trade in competition with that of the United States. The corollary was that Britain's export trade would have to be sacrificed. This was the unstated theme of the 1945-46 negotiations between America and Britain. In most other respects, the IMF embraced the tripartite agreement's thinking as to a system of international settlements through gold or gold equivalents. To assure that central banks and the IMF itself would not be left holding depreciating foreign exchange assets, a 3-day warning period was chosen, Article 4, S5, to enable the world's central banks to move out of currencies about to be devalued. This was 3 times the period called for in the 1936 agreements. The IMF rule explains why devaluations almost always are announced over the weekend. An alternative would have been simply to give a gold guarantee on official currency holdings, such as was provided to the IMF itself by Article 4, S8. Rather than endorsing IMF policy, the key currency approach endorsed by Williams, Aldrich, and Fraser took this line, based on the tripartite agreement. The post-war system was seen as an extension of the 1936 agreements that had left room for flexible limits within which currencies could vary marginally as normalcy was restored. Williams in particular warned of the imminent weakness of sterling under the IMF rules, for Article 4 of the IMF Charter forbidding member nations from devaluing their currencies by more than 10% or without express permission by the IMF. Britain signed the IMF agreement without insisting upon special exemption from this article for a period of 2 years or so. How fixed currency parities led to sterling's overvaluation. It was obvious to many economists that the post-war dollar price of sterling was an overvaluation. Britain was almost hopelessly indebted on sterling account at the going rate for the pound, despite the fact that it was in dire need of reviving the export industries that had languished during the war. Devaluation no later than the end of 1946 was the obvious answer to this problem, a solution long noted by international trade theory. Instead, the pound was supported artificially by US dollar loans until 1949. What should have been the 1945 year-end dollar price for sterling was not initiated until 4 years later, by which time it occurred under crisis conditions. America's multi-billion-dollar loan was persuasive. Maintenance of sterling's 1945 parity, subsidized by the massive British loan, ended up providing the United States with a net equivalent value in the form of a large share of what otherwise might have been an expansion of British export trade. Stated another way, Britain itself might have obtained a trade benefit equal in magnitude to its dollar borrowings from the United States, if it had set sterling's exchange rate at its 1949 level. The ability of the Commonwealth countries' sterling balances to buy U.S. exports would have been halved, for instance, favoring British suppliers accordingly. But Britain was convinced to keep its high pre-war and wartime value of sterling, on the logic that a high parity would hold down the price of imports, minimizing food and raw materials costs and stemming whatever post-war inflation Britain might suffer. The arguments against this logic were more persuasive in principle, and indeed have been borne out by subsequent events, but they were brushed aside. Devaluation of sterling in 1945 would have provoked an inflow of gold, partly out of the refugee dollar hoard in the United States. Also, reduced British export prices would have drawn enough gold to Britain, from the United States gold hoard and from newly mined gold, to lay a firm foundation for sterling as a truly convertible currency. The argument that import prices would have risen can be given no great weight because, even without devaluation, Britain continued a system of rationing for years following the war, i.e., there was no effectively free market price for staples even with an artificially high parity for sterling. In the negotiations with Washington over the British loan that paved the way for Britain's acquiescence in the IMF system, Britain's Board of Trade recognized that its sterling obligations might be treated as blocked balances to induce foreign countries to use for the purchase of British exports. To be sure, this would have reduced domestic living standards, as goods produced by British labour were shipped and consumed abroad rather than retained within Britain. But as matters turned out, rationing was worse after the war than during the war. In 1947 bread was rationed for the first time. The meat ration was reduced and many Britons learned to eat whale. And despite the enormous effort made during the war to raise the self-sufficiency in food above the pre-war 30%, British agriculture still fell short of what was needed. The nation's diet and cuisine had become adapted to North American hard wheat and Virginia tobacco, as well as Argentine beef and linseed oil. Britain could have retained the right to devalue through more skillful negotiation. Indeed, notes Skidelsky, expectation of a British devaluation was one reason Harry White gave to the Senate Banking Committee in the summer of 1945 for denying that Britain would need extensive transitional assistance. 18 But Keynes opposed devaluation, on the ground that devaluation would reduce the price of British exports to a greater degree than it would have increased their volume, given Britain's productivity and supply constraints. But its fatal promise to maintain the value of sterling prevented it from devaluing until 1949, by which time holders of sterling had spent their money at a high creditor-oriented rate. Cultural attitudes played a role. It was as if Britain continued to think of herself as a creditor, not as a debtor. Fixing sterling's parity at its overstated wartime value set it at a level that made exports denominated in that currency uncompetitive with the exports of Germany, Italy, and Japan, although membership by these countries in the IMF lay some years in the future. Italy was admitted to the IMF in 1947, and Germany and Japan in 1952. As with Britain, these three countries were committed under Article 4 to maintain fixed parities for their currencies in relation to the dollar. However, these parities represented the realities of events at the time, 2 years and 7 years after World War II respectively. In this sense, the IMF favored the defeated countries at the expense of Britain as the United States returned to its interwar stance of veiled aggression against Britain and open support of the erstwhile aggressors. Sterling, with its parity fixed at the wartime rate, was disadvantaged when the defeated powers were admitted to the IMF with their parities reflecting the new realities. Britain's loss proved to be America's gain as world trade expanded rapidly, especially of U.S. merchandise exports, helped by a monetary system that counted world reserves as consisting mainly of the U.S. gold stock plus dollar equivalents located abroad based on this gold stock. Use of the dollar as the preferred means of settlement followed from its status as a proxy for gold. The IMF's rules encouraged an accelerated velocity of the dollar in the world economy, but no corresponding acceleration in the velocity of sterling. The latter's overvaluation, written into the IMF Articles of Agreement and confirmed by America's British loan, had the effect of dislodging sterling and enthroning the dollar. No other result could have ensued from establishing the IMF on the basis of fixed parities. Exchange rates were set beyond the point of tolerability for individual currencies. Sterling, devalued in 1949, 4 years too late for Britain to catch up in the race for expansion into world markets, had to be devalued again in 1967, once more too late to undo the damage that the IMF, reflecting its domination by the United States, had inflicted upon Britain. America's main objective was attained by reducing Britain to the status of a second-rate industrial power and the penetration by the United States into markets once specifically British. How the United States set the quotas. American dominance over the IMF lay directly in its veto power over IMF decision-making, based on the subscribed quotas that each member nation was required to contribute to the fund. Of the $7.3 billion in subscribed quotas as of year-end 1945, the 5 largest IMF member nations controlled $5.5 billion. The $2.75 billion United States quota was more than twice that of Britain, $1.3 billion, followed by China, $550 million, France, $450 million, and India, $400 million. One reason for India's rather large quota was the intention to provide the British Empire as a unit with voting power approximating that of the United States. Britain's $1,300 million quota and India's $400 million quota were to be supplemented by quotas for Canada, New Zealand, and Australia of $300 million, $275 million and $200 million, respectively, for an empire total of $2,475 million. This would have been enough to provide the British Empire collectively with veto power, that is, with more than 20% of IMF voting rights. However, Australia and New Zealand did not join the fund until 1947 and 1961, respectively, while Canada was more a member of the dollar area than the sterling area. As a result, Britain could not mobilize veto power in the IMF without raising the most serious of political questions between the Commonwealth countries and the United States. Bilateral exercise of veto power by Britain and, say, India, with joint voting power of over 23% in the fund, would have been interpreted as political aggression against the United States, unless it should occur at hidden U.S. initiative. The United States already had veto power and of course, gold. The original IMF quotas were based on a composite index representing national income as of 1940, foreign trade volume during 1934-38, gold and foreign exchange reserves as of 1943, and some factor for political weighting. Professor Moss of the French delegation to Bretton Woods reflected that in the end, quotas were established more or less arbitrarily by the United States in a series of deals. 19 Skidelsky notes that India wanted equality with China. France would accept a smaller quota than China for political reasons, but insisted on a larger quota than India. The Americans, with an eye on voting strength in the fund, took up the demand for larger quotas for the Latin Americans. 20 countries wanted as large quotas as possible so as to maximize their borrowing power in the fund, as well as to reflect national prestige. France's request for a larger quota was granted in 1947. Other countries, and particularly Britain, acquiesced to U.S. wishes, although the United States could not have revalued in retaliation against foreign devaluations, as this would have prompted recurrence of the beggar-my-neighbor devaluations of the 1930s. The United States' only alternative to seeing some of its gold return to Europe would have been to embargo official gold sales, which would have undercut the IMF's currency convertibility provision and broken the world then and there into national currency and trading blocs. This in turn would have thwarted the recovery and expansion of U.S. exports. As matters worked out, it was other countries' gold that flowed into the United States. Latin America lost more than one-third, more than $1 billion, of its gold during 1945-46, most of it from Argentina and Mexico, the two most developed Latin American economies. Europe also found its international reserves draining to the United States, forcing France to devalue by 44% in 1948 and Britain by 30% in 1949. Thus, by failing to devalue against the dollar at the end of the war, which would have conserved their international reserves, Europe and Latin America saw the remnants of their gold resources drained to the United States during the transition period, which was supposedly to have strengthened their financial position. Let us pause a moment to contrast Britain's response to its insolvent but potentially strong position in 1945 with U.S. actions as it moved into a similar position a quarter century later. Britain, although having fallen to the status of world debtor, continued to abide by a strategy much more suited to its pre-war creditor status. It acquiesced in a system of international laissez-faire that favored U.S. exporters, and it relinquished its block sterling accounts which could have guaranteed it a $14 billion market within its Commonwealth. 25 years later the United States was to make a virtue out of just such a status, by discovering the inherent advantage of being a world debtor. Foreign holders of any nation's promissory notes are obliged to become a market for its exports as the means of obtaining satisfaction of their debts. This fact is what enabled the United States to ask Europe to let it amortize its $75 billion in official intergovernmental debt by improving its balance of payments by an annual $13 billion, to be achieved largely by growth in exports. Britain could have taken a similar position in 1945. It could have said that the degree to which foreign holders of sterling balances accepted British exports represented the degree to which they wished to be repaid. It could have refused to free these balances for conversion into dollars, could have turned down the Anglo-American loan, could have devalued its currency, and thereby would have moved to regain its position in Latin American and other world markets, much as the United States did in the 1970s. Instead, Britain adhered to an overvalued sterling and dissipated the leverage inherent in its debtor status. At a meeting on February 12, 1946 at the U.S. Treasury, reports Skidelsky, Keynes claimed that with their overvalued exchange rates India, Egypt, and some colonies would be a sink for imports and would be able to export little or nothing, thus causing a drain of their balances from London. He wanted to bring these countries brutally up against the need for them either to devalue or to restrict imports by simply blocking a large part of their balances. These were tough words, but in the end even Keynes's resolve failed before the complexity of the problem. 21. It was of course not the complexity that was the problem, but U.S. intransigence wearing down Keynes and his fellow negotiators. Britain also dissipated its scarce international reserves by financing the cost of an obsolete world empire. It was rearmament, reviews Kalko, that caused the most serious structural shift in the British economy, dealing the final blow from which it never fully recovered. The industries that the English most relied on for export were those that were diverted to arms. England made a greater effort at rearmament than any other Western European nation and paid a cost not only in terms of current economic austerity but also in the loss of markets, permanently affecting its future trade. 22. It had hoped that rearmament might stabilize its economy. Instead, it diverted resources from Britain's export sector. Yet Britain was obliged by force of circumstances to put balance of payments objectives above that of promoting domestic economic growth. This was the beginning of the so-called stop-go policy that would lead its government to stifle every business upswing, as recovery generally is accompanied by a worsening international payments position. Currency stability thus ended up being enshrined above the goal of national prosperity. Britain's problems were not made easier by the fact that the United States demanded that 25% of its quota be paid in dollars and/or gold, a sum amounting to about $300 million. That Britain could not afford this was evidenced by her withdrawal of this sum, her maximum drawing privilege for any 1 year in 1947. Because quotas had to be paid in gold or dollars, and because permission to withdraw funds was limited under the IMF rules, the fund was not able to help countries during the 1947 world currency crisis. The marginal character of early IMF loan operations. The International Monetary Fund had been created merely as a pool of national currencies and gold, not as a bank that could create generalized credits. It permitted the conversion of some portion of its currency deposits into other currencies, but only to the extent of its holdings on a currency-by-currency basis. It was a financial intermediary that could lend out only what was put into it. Its stated purpose was not to provide a solution to the major long-term problems as they existed in 1945, not to provide the liquidity required to finance the growth of world trade, and not to act as an aid-lending institution, but only marginally to supplement the exchange stabilization funds of its member countries and, specifically, to stabilize foreign currencies vis-a-vis the dollar at existing parities. This was reflected in the relatively modest size of its quotas, which were sufficient only to meet the less vexatious problems which were expected to remain once the transition to a peacetime economy had been completed. By the deadline date of December 31, 1945, 35 countries had subscribed to the IMF Charter, to the extent of $7.3 billion in quotas. This was $1.5 billion less than the originally scheduled $8.8 billion, the difference mainly representing Russia's scheduled $1.2 billion quota. In proportion to total world trade and payments, the IMF's hard currency holdings did not represent a large sum. To quote the IMF's official historian, J. Keith Horsfield, the original plan for the fund was more heavily influenced by the caution proper to the United States, whose resources would be chiefly in demand, than by the expansionist hopes of the United Kingdom and some other powers. It therefore took the form of a fixed subscription, rather than of an open-ended commitment to permit overdrafts, for which Keynes had hoped. And the total of quotas, $8.8 billion, while appreciably larger than the $5 billion originally mentioned by White, was only about one-third the size of the resources which Keynes wished to make available. 23. Keynes' plan for a $33 billion clearing union had been for generalized credit to be made available, not limited on any currency-by-currency basis to the original national currency subscriptions, but only by the borrowing members' quotas. Under the U.S. plan ultimately adopted, the maximum amount of dollars that could be drawn from the IMF was little more than $2 billion. It was apparent that the IMF was not to be primarily a provider of world liquidity but mainly a system for facilitating settlements at the margin. The British wanted an automatic source of credit, the Americans a financial policeman, reports Skittlesky. Keynes's main purpose was to protect the fund from preponderant U.S. political control. Toward that end, he believed, the main function of the executive directors was not to manage the fund, but to be the link between the fund and the national treasuries and central banks from which they were seconded. By contrast, American conception of the fund was hegemonic. Clayton insisted that it needed a strong, full-time executive board and a large specialist bureaucracy to police the policies of its members. 24. The Fund's Article V established rules for member countries' borrowings from the Fund and the extent of any country's liability under the rules. Countries were permitted to borrow 25% of their quota annually, up to the point at which IMF holdings equaled 200% of their quota. This was not a particularly generous allotment. Furthermore, to ensure that countries made only short-term use of IMF resources, they were permitted to be debtors for only 5 years. This was the ground on which Cuba was expelled from the Fund in 1964. As shown by the case of Czechoslovakia, failure to supply monetary and balance of payments data was also grounds for expulsion. For this reason, the Fund was permitted to make loans for brief periods only, to ensure that its resources would not be used to finance Europe's reconstruction needs. Nor could its resources be drawn upon to finance capital transfers of any other kind. Its purpose was initially to foster balance of payments stability on current account, leaving its members to maintain capital controls until such time as their overall balance of payments positions could sustain their removal. Toward this end, Article 6, dealing with capital transfers, specified that members borrowing from the Fund at the same time that they ran substantial capital outflows might be declared ineligible to use IMF resources. But the technical difficulty of segregating capital transactions from other payments transactions led to this article never being enforced. It was relaxed fully in 1961 when a legal ruling of the IMF permitted its resources to be used to finance overall payments deficits, not merely deficits on current account. This ruling was on the ground that most of the major nations had abolished their capital controls and their currencies had become fully convertible. As the next chapter will describe, this article hardly could stem America's practice of running deficits while its investors were buying up Europe's leading companies from 1964 onward. The first borrowings from the IMF were made by France and the Netherlands in May 1947, for a total of only $25 million and $12 million, respectively. Borrowings remained at low levels throughout the early years of Fund operations, and the Fund's official history adjudges that the reconstitution of the economic viability of Europe proceeded without the Fund's participation. 25 For it indeed was not a bank, and was not intended to function as such. Despite the troubled condition of world finance in the early post-war years, not a dollar was drawn from the IMF in 1950, and only moderate drawings were made in 1951. In part this was because the Korean War was transferring US dollars abroad, initiating the U.S. move into a position of almost chronic payments deficit. A contributing reason for the very small use of Fund resources was formation of the European Payments Union, which largely supplanted IMF activities among the European countries, emphasizing that the Fund indeed was designed to operate at the margin and not in the body of the international economy. The Netherlands and Australia protested the impracticality of the Fund operating as a merely marginal lender in a world of major economic distortions. By 1951, the year in which capital controls by major member nations were scheduled to have been removed and full external convertibility established, capital controls remained in effect, including block sterling. Multiple currency practices were still widespread, and currency floating by the less developed countries was on the increase. The avowed purposes of the IMF had not been fulfilled. Yet there was one net gainer, the United States. By international law, the US dollar and gold were made virtual identities. What then did the world have to fear from US deficits on international account? The build-up of dollar assets abroad, declared by the IMF to be the equivalent of gold, allowed the United States to finance its deficits with the printing press. And, because of the IMF, the world's central banks were led to accept this dollar paper. That is what the IMF was for, and that is all it has accomplished. Looking back 50 years to evaluate Keynes's contribution to British diplomacy in 1945-46, his biographer Skidelsky notes his basic failure. Most tangible of his economic bequests was the American loan of $3.75 billion he had negotiated in 1945 to see Britain through the immediate post-war years. This proved the least durable of his legacies, quickly dissipated though. Without its false promise, the British welfare state might never have taken root. However, Skidelsky adds, the convertibility of the pound into dollars, started on July 15, 1947, had to be suspended 6 weeks later, as Britain's and the world's hunger for dollars caused a flight of sterling from London. The IMF was put in cold storage, its co-founder Harry White dying in 1948 under suspicion of being a Russian spy. The Cold War had started. 26. The IMF's effect was felt not so much as a maker of loans but as a setter of policy. It was in this sphere that the IMF exerted its control functions over the international financial system. This control reflected U.S. policy at one remove, for the IMF's adopted a deflationary monetarist philosophy of operations with regard to all countries except for the United States. Thus, however idealistic some aspects of the IMF's philosophy initially appeared, their international effects in the 1950s strongly served exclusive U.S. national interests on every major point. Only the United States then possessed sufficient gold reserves to persist for any length of time in deficit status, so that it alone could place the goal of rising incomes, full employment, and growth of productive powers above the goal of international payments stability. Moreover, the dollar meant gold in IMF law. Other countries at that time could accelerate their growth only to the extent permitted by their modest and shrinking stock of foreign exchange reserves, IMF drawings, World Bank borrowings and bilateral loans from the U.S. government. Both Europe's growth and the growth of the less developed countries were thus constrained by the need for payments equilibrium, second by World Bank lending policies which reinforced the IMF's emphasis on investment in export-oriented sectors, and finally by U.S. government aid strategy toward this same end. The turning point, however, was at hand. Events began to move away from U.S. dominance and toward new power relations antithetical to the monolith which the United States had created. But in response to these events the United States was to pursue just the opposite policy after 1964 to that which Britain pursued after World War II. It gave priority to domestic expansion, treating its balance of payments problem and the dollar's value with a policy of benign neglect, refusing to act responsibly on international account, and benefited from the ensuing devaluation of its currency and its spur to domestic exports. In short, the United States showed what debtor economies could achieve when they applied a flexible policy to their world position, pursuing a creditor-oriented policy only toward countries with which they enjoyed a payments surplus, while pursuing debtor-oriented policies in all cases suggested by their payments deficit position. Part 3. Monetary Imperialism and the U.S. Treasury Bill Standard. 11. Financing America's Wars with Other Nations' Resources, 1964-68. As the case stands, as it would ruin England to lose her empire in India, it is stretching our own finances with ruin, to be obliged to keep it. J. Dickinson, The Government of India Under a Bureaucracy, London, 1853, p. 50. Since 1914 the world has been no stranger to the financing of one nation's war with other nations' funds. War debts among the allies of World War I were of this character. There is therefore nothing basically surprising in U.S. military actions in Korea, South Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos having been financed by borrowings from other foreign countries. Nonetheless, there are novel aspects to this transfer of the costs of U.S. aggression to other peoples. The fundamental difference between the American method of financing its wars out of other nations' treasuries and the ways in which other countries financed their wars in earlier years lay in the structure of the world monetary system. The United States did not run into debt in the conventional sense of the term. It did not borrow abroad under the kind of contractual conditions it had imposed upon the Allied powers in World War I, except in very limited instances. What it did primarily was to inject paper dollars into the world economy, creating debts that it did everything it could to avoid repaying. As early as 1963, what Robert McNamara termed the Columbia University Group cautioned that U.S. overseas military spending, even in the absence of overt aggressive action, had become so massive as to threaten the gold cover of the US dollar. 1. This group perceived that overseas military spending by the United States and maintenance of the gold cover were incompatible. The gold stock itself was threatened as the legal limits upon money creation under the gold cover clause of U.S. domestic law raised fears abroad that America might sooner or later embargo gold payments. This apprehension caused drawdowns by foreign central banks on the U.S. gold stock. The possibility of an embargo almost universally was denied in the United States, but lurked among the fears of Europeans. Foreign governments, particularly those of common market members, began to re-emphasize the role of gold as the soundest of international monetary assets. They urged the United States to take steps to curtail its overseas spending, especially since the major factors in the U.S. payments deficits were overseas military operations and U.S. private capital investments in Europe. Although no serious trouble had yet developed, it began to appear that the United States must slow its rate of monetary expansion in order to curb its payments deficits. American planners themselves were beginning to grow concerned about the deficits, and when IMF quotas were increased by 50% in 1959, the U.S. Treasury was not above arranging a window dressing stratagem that called for the IMF to redeposit some $300 million of its gold in the United States. This IMF gold became double-counted, appearing as an IMF asset even while it continued to be included in U.S. gold reserves. The rationale was that because all IMF quota increases had to be paid 25% in gold, the less developed debtor countries probably would elect to obtain this gold by cashing in some of their dollar holdings with the U.S. Treasury. The IMF agreed to close this triangular payments circle by redepositing the entire $300 million gold receipt from less developed countries back in the U.S. Treasury. A similar practice was employed when IMF quotas were increased again in 1966 and 1970. It may provide some perspective on the subsequent evolution of the U.S. payments deficit, i.e., the transfer of U.S. military costs to other nations, to observe that even the modest deficits that the nation was running toward the end of the 1950s were enough to excite speculation that the $35 per ounce price of gold could not long hold. European observers speculated that inflationary policies in the United States would accelerate under a Democratic Party administration. After John Kennedy won the 1960 presidential election, the price of gold was bid up to nearly $41 an ounce in the London gold market. This induced U.S. monetary authorities to take the lead in forming the gold pool to drive down the price of gold to the U.S. parity. One of President Kennedy's first official acts was to deliver a speech on the balance of payments, pledging to restore it to equilibrium, despite the expanded pace of military and welfare spending under his inflationary administration. His appointees moved rapidly to apply palliatives to the U.S. deficits. Robert Russa, international economist for the New York Federal Reserve Bank, negotiated a series of currency swap agreements with foreign central banks. These agreements established lines of reciprocal credit between the United States and other countries. Although the United States was a net lender of $116 million in 1961, it soon became a net borrower from the common market nations. Europe tried to help the United States resolve its payments problems. Led by France, which was just entering a period of payments surplus, it began to prepay its World War II reconstruction debts to the United States. Germany agreed to buy increasing amounts of U.S. military goods to help offset U.S. military spending within its borders. U.S. military exports negotiated by the Pentagon jumped some $700 million in 1962, to $1.1 billion, and contributed about $1 billion annually to U.S. exports for many years. U.S. authorities made broad attempts to reduce the payments deficit while maintaining existing programs, but their efforts were more in the nature of economizing on foreign exchange payments than of reorienting national policy. The Foreign Aid Program, for instance, introduced a balance of payments control device known as the gold budget accounting format to track and minimize the foreign exchange costs of military and aid activities. Foreign aid was tied to purchases of U.S. goods and services, as were the Pentagon's military support programs. Window dressing policies were devised to create the impression that the government was reducing the nation's payments deficit. Among these devices was issuance of ostensibly non-marketable, non-convertible, medium-term U.S. Treasury securities to foreign central banks in lieu of gold. Because the nominal maturity date of these securities was over 1 year, their purchase by foreign banks was recorded in the U.S. payments statistics as a long-term capital inflow rather than as a means of financing the deficit. In reality, these non-marketable and non-convertible treasury securities were potentially liquid debt instruments, their nominal illiquidity being a mere disguise. They required only from 2 to 9 days to be exchanged for fully marketable liquid securities that could, in turn, be converted into gold upon demand. A 3-day advance warning period was required for them to be converted into a convertible security, another 3-day period for them to be converted into a marketable security, and finally another 3 days for them to be marketed or exchanged for gold or short-term capital assets. Thus, foreign central banks were offered an interest-bearing instrument in place of gold, while the Treasury reduced the apparent, publicly reported size of the U.S. payments deficit by the euphemism of calling these instruments a capital inflow. It was widely recognized that such accounting techniques were mere deceptions, but American officials balked at taking more meaningful steps. In fact, they showed disdain at the thought that European governments might seek to impose their will upon the United States. It was soon recognized that in order for net military spending abroad to continue running at about $3 billion annually, the private sector would have to bear the brunt of financing it. Either the trade surplus or the investment and income balance would have to grow sufficiently to cover the payments deficit on military account, but military expenditures must not be reduced. At the 1962 hearings of the Joint Economic Committee of Congress, held some 3 years before the Vietnam buildup of May 1965, Professor Seymour Harris announced in his introductory speech that, given the need of large expenditures abroad for military purposes and for aid and also large capital exports, the United States must have a large volume of exports vis-a-vis imports. Insofar as the excess of exports is not adequate to finance those items in the balance of payments, a deficit emerges. 2. This was no tautology but a doctrine that the government sector was to remain outside balance of payments constraints. It implied that the balance of trade must and should be manipulated to finance the deficit on overseas military account, and also compensate for the foreign exchange costs of the takeover of European industry by U.S. companies. The burden of America's deteriorating balance of payments was to be borne by foreign central banks and, domestically, by the private commercial sector accumulating surplus dollars so as to finance military operations abroad. Restrictions were imposed on the private sector to reduce its investment outflows, particularly those which did not result in direct ownership of foreign firms and thus did not result in the possibility of transmitting the entire net cash flow back to the United States. In 1962, the Kennedy administration levied an interest equalization tax on foreign bonds, offsetting higher interest rates abroad by imposing a 15% tax on net interest receipts by U.S. residents. In February 1965, voluntary guidelines were announced to limit private overseas direct investment and commercial bank lending to foreigners, made retroactive to December 1964. These restrictions became compulsory in 1968. In addition, new quotas were announced on imports of oil, steel, textiles, and other commodities. The result was that while U.S. diplomats preached laissez-faire to the rest of the world, U.S. government foreign operations obliged the United States to practice increasingly restrictive policies at home. Yet the private sector's balance on basic long-term transactions, foreign trade, services, and direct investment continued to deteriorate. This required that the burden of U.S. deficits be shifted increasingly to foreign central banks. Valéry Giscard d'Estaing of France expressed the unease of his common market compatriots in observing, at the IMF's 1963 meetings, the present situation, whereby central banks accumulate holdings of the currencies of other countries, does not include any automatic machinery for a prompt return to equilibrium. The creditor country which accumulates foreign exchange congratulates itself on the increase in its holdings, while overlooking some of the unsound aspects of these gains. The deficit country tends to attach insufficient importance to the increase in foreign holdings of its currency, all the more so since, at the outset, losses of gold represent only a small part of its deficit. 3. Furthermore, he noted, the persistent U.S. deficit was causing monetary imbalance by exporting America's inflation to Europe. This damaged Europe's internal financial stability and, in the process, enabled the United States to avoid paying the price of its economic and military policies. The inflationary effect resulting in the creditor country from a lasting surplus in the balance of payments is matched in the debtor country by that which comes from the use that foreign central banks make of their holdings in its currency. Without overrating the size of this phenomenon in relation to the evolution of the money supply, one must admit that it tends to offset one of the automatic corrective mechanisms. 4. European central bankers warned that expanding IMF quotas for the purpose of helping the United States sustain its payments deficits would violate Article 13 of the IMF Charter, which prohibited IMF credits from being used for more than temporary stabilization purposes. Germany's representative to the 1963 IMF meetings stated, "I should like to warn against the illusion that, as if by some purely technical reform, one could solve in an automatic or painless way the adjustment problems which are due either to structural distortions or to policy discrepancies between the member countries of our international system. I want to stress that any improvements that might be thought out for our international monetary system should not be concentrated only on the question how best to finance balance of payments deficits, but also on the even more important question of how to provide sufficient incentives for curing them." 5. Article 6 of the IMF agreement forbade IMF resources to be used to finance deficits on capital account, something which the United States seemed to be using them for. Common market economists complained of America's growing investment in European industry, and correlated this investment outflow with the size of the overall U.S. payments deficit to demonstrate that the United States was, in effect, obtaining a cost-free takeover of Europe's economy. Private U.S. investors spent dollars to buy private European enterprises. The European recipients of these funds exchanged their dollar proceeds with their central banks to obtain local currency or other, non-dollar currencies. These central banks in turn were pressured by the U.S. Treasury to refrain from cashing in their dollars for U.S. gold, on the ground that this might disrupt world financial conditions. There seemed to be no effective limit on how far this process might go as long as the United States was not compelled to part with its monetary gold in payment for the increase in its private sector's net investment in Europe. U.S. Treasury bonds were being exchanged for higher-paying direct ownership of European assets. In an attempt to stop this nationalist U.S. monetary policy, the common market nations insisted that the IMF's 1963 annual report conclude that there was no overall shortage of world liquidity. They got the United States to agree that in the event an increase in world liquidity were to be enacted through an increase in IMF quotas, the United States would not be freed of its obligation to re-establish balance in its external accounts. But in 1964, foreign dollar holdings grew to exceed the U.S. gold stock. This threatened an embargo on U.S. gold sales, the very point the Columbia University Group had made. This was hardly an auspicious time for the Vietnam War to be accelerated. It imposed a new and immense strain on the dollar. The shift of U.S. military focus from Europe to Southeast Asia distressed Europe all the more as the United States began to shift troops from Germany to Vietnam. Some Europeans felt themselves left open to the threat of military aggression from the East. France announced her intention to withdraw from NATO, and pressed for an independent European nuclear deterrent. Britain opted to link her defense system with that of the United States, only to see the Pentagon abruptly cancel the Skybolt program, leaving Britain effectively disarmed as far as its missile delivery system was concerned. Because the military aspects of the U.S. payments deficit grew increasingly U.S. Asian in character and less European, the 1964 IMF meetings were dominated by discussions by the European representatives over whether any need existed for increasing IMF quotas. Very rightly, stated Germany's representative, Karl Blessing, the fund so far has held that balance of payments deficits, which are the self-inflicted consequences of inflationary policies, should not be financed indefinitely by means of the fund, but that the inflationary causes must be removed. This policy should be carried on without compromise. Blessing went on to emphasize that he would have preferred to see the annual report place greater emphasis on the need for stricter monetary discipline on the part of the deficit countries, i.e., the United States and Britain. I am entirely in agreement with those who think that supplies of gold and reserve currencies are fully adequate for the present, and are likely to be for the near future. I am glad that the review of the existing international monetary system has not led to any basic change. In my opinion, there is not so much need for an improvement of the system as for an improvement of national policies of adjustment. No system, however ingeniously conceived, can function satisfactorily without monetary discipline. Under the system of fixed exchange rates, even countries with sound monetary policies have to import inflation if other countries do not maintain sufficient monetary discipline. If we want to avoid further creeping inflation, deficit countries, too, must take corrective measures, however painful they may be. 6. Under an overly abundant provision of international liquidity, corrective internal policies may be delayed too long and the inflationary tendencies will tend to prevail, the Dutch representative Mr. Holtrop asserted. 7. There is agreement, he concluded, that it is both unlikely and undesirable that in the future the supply of international liquidity, originating from the balance of payments deficit of the United States, should continue to flow at the present rate. Italy endorsed the proposed multilateral surveillance of the means of financing balance of payments disequilibria. 8. While France added its voice to warn that excessive facilities may be granted which may lead to the spreading of international inflation. It may even lead to the strange paradox that, since the system in practice permits the deficits of the reserve currency countries to be financed without limit, the creditor countries are somehow invited to create a deficit in order to compensate for the outflow of reserve currencies, which is a phenomenon for which they have no responsibility. However, 9. France spoke for all 6 common market countries in urging that reference will have to be made in gold in financing future balance of payments deficits, as the only monetary element outside the scope of government action. Politically, Germany would do nothing to oppose the U.S. war in Asia regardless of its cost, a stance assumed also by Britain. France not only opposed the war, on grounds of historical stupidity as much as on the moral issues involved, but actively showed its opposition to it by drawing down the U.S. monetary gold stock. This was a positive act to counter America's striving for world hegemony. It was in fact the only act of opposition by any Western power. Its results, however, were to multiply the difficulties America experienced in financing the war without loss of U.S. domination over Europe. In fact, it is hardly too much to say that France effectively destroyed that hegemony, and contributed to the transformation of the United States from a dictator of the direction of Europe's evolution to a beggar at the doors of Europe's central banks. Such a change in the world position of the United States may have been implicit in the cost of its Asian war. It was made explicit, and was precipitated as active antagonism between Europe's and America's monetary and trading interests, by a shrewd and calculated move by France. At the 1964 meetings, the Anglo-American Axis proposed something akin to what subsequently would become special drawing rights or paper gold. The suggestion was that IMF quotas be increased and paid for entirely out of paper as a bookkeeping entry, not in gold. Europe squelched this plan, the Dutch representative insisting that in accordance with the precedent of the increase of the fund's resources in 1959, the obligation to pay 25% of the increase in quota in gold should be maintained. If the United States would not itself impose corrective measures, they would be imposed by the payments surplus economies. The problem was that the traditional balance of payments adjustment process was not sufficient to counteract the military disequilibrium in America's international payments. The normal deflationary policies applied in stabilization programs serve only to cure payments deficits resulting from adverse price movements and monetary inflation in private sectors with excess income and liquidity and excessively low interest rates. The appropriate response to a situation where the payments deficit results mainly from spending on government account for policy reasons that are not price responsive is to stop the spending at its source, by altering public policies. However, these policies generally are not responsive to price and liquidity movements in the marketplace. They are the results of strategy in which economic considerations tend to be subordinated to political objectives. Neither excessive wage payments nor excessive investment spending were in themselves the cause of the U.S. payments difficulties. The problem was excessive military spending, especially overseas. Because the costs of the Vietnam War were superimposed on an economy not far from effectively full employment, the U.S. domestic sector was severely destabilized. Instead of taxing the nation to pay for the war, the government engaged in the more politically acceptable practice of deficit financing. The balance of payments thus deteriorated not only from the Pentagon's direct foreign exchange expenditures associated with its war in Asia, but from that portion of the private sector's surplus liquidity that expressed itself via the foreign investment and import accounts as a demand for European assets and industrial goods. So great was the net infusion of funds into the economy that what did not result in pushing up price levels through demand inflation expressed itself as a demand for imports, worsening the trade balance. Part of the problem was simply that the United States did not want to pay for its war in Vietnam. The Korean War had been financed essentially by the Federal Reserve's monetizing the federal deficit, an effort that transferred the war's cost onto some future generation, or more accurately from future taxpayers to future bondholders. But in 1964, as the United States once again committed itself to military involvement, the likelihood of its settling its payments deficit in the foreseeable future declined. Foreign central banks would have to bear at least the foreign exchange costs of the war. Toward this end, U.S. financial strategists sought to restructure the International Monetary Fund, regardless of Europe's wishes. If the U.S. payments deficit were to persist indefinitely, the IMF would have to be transformed to accommodate it. This posed with utmost clarity the question of the degree to which Europe could be induced to absorb the costs of an aggressive American war over which Europe had no control and in whose outcome it had no real interest. Since 1914, war had been the major factor in European U.S. balance of payments relations. World War I and its aftermath had transferred the world's financial power from Europe to the United States, and World War II pushed this balance even further to U.S. advantage. Now the war in Southeast Asia threatened to reverse the flow of financial power, despite the buildup of long-term assets abroad by U.S. private investors. This danger to U.S. hegemony prompted U.S. monetary officials to take the lead in restructuring the world monetary system. That the direction of change would be away from gold was apparent. With the world's gold threatening to return to Europe, the United States saw its financial power dwindling. Gold, American strategists recognized, was indeed power. If U.S. gold were flowing out, the basis of world financial power must be changed in order that U.S. diplomatic and financial hegemony be maintained. U.S. monetary strategists therefore attempted to shift the basis of financial power away from gold toward debt, and more specifically away from the creditor-oriented rules of international finance that the United States had voiced at Bretton Woods to the debtor-oriented proposals it had repudiated when they had been put forth by Keynes in 1943. The pretext for reforming the IMF was of course not America's need to finance the war in Southeast Asia and its purchase of European industry with Europe's funds, but the politically less touchy thesis that, for world trade to continue to grow at historic rates, a proportional increase in world liquidity was necessary. Because of private hoarding, this increase was not being supplied by newly mined gold. The balance therefore would have to come either through increased use of the dollar as the key currency or through special drawing rights. Under the new U.S. plan, the fund would cease to be a mere pool of national currencies, but would develop overdraft facilities for use by deficit countries, headed by the United States. To this suggestion, Europeans replied that the function of international liquidity was not so much to finance trade as such, but imbalances in world trade and payments. Exports and imports could perhaps multiply tenfold, but if they remained in balance there would be no increase in deficits needing financing. The solution to the U.S. balance of payments problem was thus a U.S. economic policy aimed at financing its own international payments, not really to finance the deficits of other countries. Still, Europe permitted the IMF to increase its quotas by 25% in 1966, and allowed it once more to redeposit most of its increased gold holdings in the U.S. Treasury. The limiting factor on how long this global inflationary policy could persist was the ability of the world's gold markets to withstand its growing pressures. In the background was the fact that the domestic U.S. currency, that is, its Federal Reserve notes in circulation, was legally backed 25% by gold. As the U.S. domestic money supply increased and as U.S. gold flowed out, the intercept of these trends visibly approached. The 25% legal gold backing Indiana effect froze a corresponding volume of gold from being used by the United States to settle its payments deficits. Less and less would be available for this purpose as more and more money was created, even if U.S. gold holdings were to remain stable. As noted above, one step to help conserve its gold was taken by the Treasury in organizing the gold pool early in 1961, following the sharp increase in gold prices during the Kennedy-Nixon presidential campaign. To alleviate future gold speculation, U.S. monetary authorities took the lead in getting Britain, the 6 common market nations and Switzerland to pledge their gold reserves to support the price of gold. These 8 European countries accepted the burden of meeting 50% of the pool's net sales or, alternatively, of purchasing half the gold offered to the pool so as to maintain a stable price by supplying or buying the metal at $35 an ounce. The magnitude of America's defeat when the gold pool was disbanded on Sunday, March 17, 1968 may be indicated by the intensity with which the United States had fought to preserve it intact. Through the gold pool, the U.S. government had given visible evidence to the world that the dollar was as good as gold by being worth of a troy ounce of the metal. By supporting the value of the dollar at this price, the pool encouraged individuals and governments to hold on to their dollars, which they could invest in income-earning assets that at any time, they were led to believe, they could convert into gold. Despite the pool's activities, gold speculation accelerated in 1964 when foreign official short-term dollar claims grew to exceed the stated value of the U.S. gold stock. Nor were fears mitigated as the United States exerted conspicuous pressure on Europe's governments not to cash in their dollars for gold. It became clear that some political solution to the disparity between the value of foreign dollar holdings and the U.S. gold stock would have to be found. This solution ultimately would have to entail a revaluation of gold. Despite this long-term inevitability, the gold pool succeeded for nearly 7 years in holding the price of gold at $35 an ounce on London markets, although prices in other markets frequently jumped above this level. Gradually, as the position of the dollar deteriorated under the burden of America's continued balance of payments deficits, it became impossible to maintain the orderly market that the pool was formed to ensure. The pool's collapse came at the end of a series of crises dating from June 1967, when France withdrew from the pooling agreement, although at U.S. request it remained a nominal member for public relations purposes. By withdrawing, France took the lead among its European neighbors in refusing to suffer any further gold losses as the penalty that it, not the United States, was obliged to suffer as a result of America's overseas military involvement and expanding U.S. foreign investment. To preserve the pool intact, the U.S. Treasury picked up France's 9% share, increasing its gold subscription to 59% of net pool sales. Gold losses by the pool's active members proceeded for years at a moderate rate, but havoc ensued after the pound sterling was forced to devalue on November 18, 1967. Gold pool sales amounted to nearly $800 million during the rest of November alone, with the United States putting up some $475 million of this sum. Nor was the furor mitigated when France, in order to prevent a run on the franc, felt itself obliged to reveal publicly that in June it had terminated active membership in the gold pool. Only by so doing could France assure foreign exchange dealers that the reserves of the Bank of France itself were not being drained by the massive gold speculation. The announcement, however, was construed with somewhat more sinister overtones in some quarters, which speculated that France had joined Russia and South Africa in pressing for a higher gold price out of motives unrelated to the realities of the world monetary situation. In an attempt to stem the movement out of paper into gold, the remaining gold pool nations met in Frankfurt on November 27, 1967. At the conclusion of this conference, they announced their joint determination to continue meeting any and all demands for gold at $35 an ounce. This statement temporarily squelched speculative activity. News soon leaked out that U.S. officials had set forth a number of proposals at this meeting. First, pressure was brought to bear upon Canada and Australia, among other nations, to join the pool to demonstrate international solidarity vis-à-vis the world's gold speculators. This met with a cold response in view of the clear likelihood of further gold losses during 1968 by gold-holding countries. Canada nevertheless agreed to sell or lend the United States some $100 million of its gold stock. Another American proposal, adopted without publicity, was for gold pool members to be billed only at the end of each month for their sales commitments, instead of being required to meet these commitments on a current basis. The balance apparently was to be met out of Bank of England reserves. This proved a boon to the United States, for even though the gold pool lost approximately $1 billion in the month of December, following upon November's $1 billion loss, the 59% U.S. contribution was not reflected until January 1968. By that time some reflux probably had occurred in speculative activity and, of greater importance, after the Federal Reserve's currency in circulation had been seasonally reduced following the Christmas holidays. Thanks to this postponement, and also because of the roughly $1.2 billion double counting of IMF gold as part of U.S. gold holdings, the gold cover was maintained at over 28% of Federal Reserve notes outstanding. More timely and meaningful accounting would have reduced the American gold cover by over $1.7 billion, moving it below the legal 25% backing for the nation's currency. That would have set off a panic, as the United States would have been left with no gold with which to settle foreign claims. American representatives at the November 1967 meeting also suggested a three-tiered price of gold. The idea was to divide the London gold market into three distinct markets, each with its own price of gold set by its own set of buyers and sellers. One market would be for official sales among governments at $35 an ounce. A second was to be restricted to bona fide industrial users at a floating price, comparable to the system that governed prices for copper, zinc, and other metals traded on the London Metal Exchange. Prices in this market would reflect demand forces within the gold-consuming countries, and might exceed $35 an ounce. Admission to this market, which was limited to pre-existing gold, would require specific authorization from the central bank of the nation of which the prospective purchaser was a citizen or legal resident. The third market would be for newly mined gold. All speculative demand among non-industrial gold users would be limited to this market. It would have been here, therefore, that prices presumably would have been highest, effectively revaluing the price of gold so far as the mining industry was concerned. This multi-tiered system was designed to enable the United States to maintain its commitment to buy and sell gold at $35 an ounce to settle official intergovernmental transactions, but for no other purpose. It was summarily rejected by the other gold pool members, largely because of its inherent uncertainties. For instance, with gold hoarders being able to sell their accumulated gold only to industrial users, presumably at relatively low prices compared with newly mined gold, some illegal market was bound to develop elsewhere to bridge the widening price gap. The most radical of U.S. proposals, which also was rejected, called for creation of gold deposit certificates, a kind of fractional reserve double counting of gold that would help phase out the metal as the major international reserve asset. Bank books would be created for the gold pool members. Each member would be credited with an amount equal to its sale of gold, despite the fact that this gold had been sold through the pool and therefore had ceased to be available either to the pool or to its member nations. Thus, if the gold pool were to sell $1 billion of gold in any given month, the United States, with its 59% share, would turn over $590 million in gold at the end of the month and would receive a bank book credit for this amount. According to this U.S. plan, the $590 million would be treated not merely as a simple receipt for the gold sold, but as a bona fide asset of the United States, continuing to be counted among its international reserves. Consequently, despite speculation against the dollar that could take the form of a flight out of paper into gold, reported U.S. international financial reserves would not be diminished, nor would those of other nations adhering to this plan. However, America's arguments for this proposal were ill-timed. Its representatives cited as a precedent for such double counting the fact that the Federal Reserve already was counting over $1 billion of the IMF's gold kept in the United States as belonging to U.S. gold holdings. This sum even served as part of the legal gold backing for the dollar. It was treated not only as part of the IMF's total $3.8 billion net gold subscriptions, but at the time of removal of the 25% gold cover for Federal Reserve currency in circulation, on March 18, 1968, was contributing some 2.7 percentage points to the currency's legal gold backing. The U.S. plan would have transformed the gold pool into an international gold bank operating on the fractional reserve principle, with credits for member nations' sales continuing to be counted as officially held reserves. France's monetary representatives responded to this suggestion by requesting that a prorated portion of the IMF's imminent $1.4 billion stabilization loan to Britain following its sterling devaluation be taken out of the proposed special IMF gold deposit. This French proposal was rejected by the gold pool members, but so was the American gold certificate device. The U.S. proposals were leaked by Paul Fabre, financial editor of Le Monde, in that newspaper's issue of December 8, 1967. It was revealed that the United States proposed to establish bank books for the gold pool members, each member to be credited with an amount equal to its sales of gold. Gold pool members would thereby treat their contributions as they count gold now, summarized the Wall Street Journal, noting that this certificate plan would keep contributions from statistically shrinking their reserves. 10 On the day following the Le Monde story, the New York Times reported that officials ridiculed the suggestion as silly and stupid. "I've never heard of such a silly thing," said one well-informed central banking source. "I would hope that Mr. Hayes and Mr. Coombs would have more brains than to propose such a stupid thing." 11 Another source commented, "This is a ridiculous proposition. Nobody would ever accept it." U.S. government spokesman flatly denied that any such proposals had ever been made. It must have been with some twinge of embarrassment, therefore, that 2 days later the U.S. government made public the fact that it had indeed made these proposals. As could be expected, the awkward and belated handling of the situation by the United States served only to accelerate speculation that changes were underway in the gold markets. Renewed gold buying, this time feverish, struck London, Paris and Zurich. This was met by near panic in Congress. On December 12, Senators Jacob Javits of New York and Vance Hartke of Indiana proposed that the United States amend its Gold Reserve Act of 1934 so as to suspend all further sale of gold to France until that nation had redeemed in full its World War I debt. 12 These two senators also anticipated the events of August 1971 by suggesting that the United States simply embargo gold so as to oblige Europe to float its currencies upward relative to the dollar. The gold pool was maintained in its previous form, although continuing pressures on the dollar undermined its activities. The United States was unwilling to take corrective measures to reduce its payments deficit, whether by increasing taxes, reducing the budget deficit or slowing its rate of monetary inflation. Increasing talk of a further build-up of forces in Vietnam implied an even more rapid deterioration in the U.S. balance of payments. The Tet Offensive of February 1968, followed by North Korea's seizure of the U.S. naval vessel Pueblo, strengthened this speculation. U.S. military strategy in Asia had not envisaged an upper limit on how much foreign exchange could be spent on war without weakening the U.S. position in all other areas of the world. So strong had the U.S. economy seemed in the early post-war years that U.S. diplomats did not foresee that U.S. military overheads might become so costly at some point as to negate the general aims of U.S. diplomacy. By 1968, however, the direct foreign exchange cost of U.S. military activity abroad was running at about $4.5 billion annually, of which about $2.5 billion was the direct result of the war in Vietnam. The indirect overseas costs of the Vietnam War amounted to another $2 billion, including the adverse effect of intensified war production and high defense spending on the balance of trade. The Vietnam War resulted in a shortage of domestic capital and skilled labor, an increased rate of domestic inflation, special and enlarged import needs, and diversion of facilities from production of export items. To put it bluntly, asserted Senator Hartke, Vietnam has ruined any chance we might have had for attaining equilibrium in our balance of payments. Until recently there was curiously little official acknowledgement that after all Vietnam is the real culprit. 13. Such recognition was by no means universal, especially among Johnson appointees. Under-Secretary of State Nicholas Katzenbach gave it little acknowledgement as late as January 1968. Even if Vietnam did not exist, he asserted, the U.S. payments deficit would be about equal to what it then was. Regardless of official blindness on the part of U.S. spokesmen, however, Europeans insisted on relating the question of further extension of credits to the United States to that of the Vietnam War. The Italian foreign minister's reply to Mr. Katzenbach, for example, was that a prompt end to the Vietnam War would help solve the U.S. balance of payments problem. 14. Italy in fact took the lead among Europe's central banks in balking at further financing of the U.S. deficit. In January 1968 the Bank of Italy proposed that all future swap transactions between the U.S. and European central banks be channeled through the IMF, obliging the United States to assure Europe of serious policies being taken to end U.S. payments deficit. In other words, the United States would have to subject its domestic policies to the scrutiny of foreign creditors as the price for maintaining its financial solvency. IMF surveillance mechanisms, it was proposed, would be brought to bear. However, the United States had it in its power to provoke a world monetary breakdown by repudiating its overseas obligations. Recognizing this fact, Europe capitulated. On March 18, 1968, the day the gold pool was officially disbanded, the swap agreements were increased by $9 billion, raising the total U.S. swap network to $20 billion. Of this sum, foreign central banks agreed to accept $10.5 billion of U.S. currency without cashing it in for gold. 15. By early March 1968 the death of the gold pool seemed imminent. In effect its members were quietly withdrawing. The Bank of Italy, for example, was using the currencies it received for the gold it provided to the pool to go out and buy more gold elsewhere so as to replenish its gold stock. Belgium, seeing Italy's gold holdings rise rather than decline, was balking at future contributions. The Bank of England's ability to meet further gold sales out of its own reserves was virtually exhausted. On March 12, 1968, a bare 2 days before all the U.S. gold not tied up in the 25% legal backing for Federal Reserve currency was depleted, the connection between war and the gold drain was clearly made in Congress. Senate doves joined to oppose a waiver of the 25% gold cover on the dollar, recognizing that if they could effectively prevent the release of any more gold to settle the U.S. payments deficits, the Johnson administration would be forced to ask Congress for an official declaration of war in order to continue financing military activity in Southeast Asia. The Senate narrowly voted, by 39 to 37, to remove the gold cover, with Senators Aiken, Church, Gruening, Hatfield, McGovern, and Young in dissent, joined by numerous hawks who had their own reasons for wanting to exert congressional restraint over President Johnson. Nonetheless, the gold pool, the fixed link between the dollar and gold, was not to survive the coming weekend. By the close of trading on Thursday, March 14, 1968, the United States, because of the necessity to maintain a 25% legal gold cover for its Federal Reserve notes, was unable to supply the pool with enough gold to meet another day's sales. The Hartke-Javits proposal to suspend future gold sales to France until such time as it began to repay its World War I debt was reintroduced into the Senate. It was supported by anti-war Senators Hatfield, Church, McGovern, and Scott. This was at best a desperation move as well as political failure by these opponents of the Vietnam War to perceive that France was their sole de facto ally in the West in that opposition. In response to the growing panic, the London gold market closed down. 3 days later the 7 remaining active gold pool nations, meeting in Washington, announced that the gold pool had been dissolved. Collapse of the gold pool gave way to a 2-tiered pricing system for gold based on the U.S. proposals made the preceding November. The only modification was that bona fide industrial users were lumped together with all other gold consumers and hoarders, as there was no practical way to determine the extent to which jewelry represented a form of hoarding. The price of gold immediately moved against the dollar, to approximately $38 an ounce. One response to this de facto devaluation of the dollar vis-a-vis gold was that the oil-producing countries demanded, through their cartel OPEC, an immediate increase in royalties and taxes from US and British petroleum companies in proportion to the declines of the dollar and sterling relative to gold. If the price of gold were to remain at, say, $38 an ounce, the existing contractual dollar or sterling royalty and tax payments would have to be increased by to maintain a constant gold value of these payments as measured on the open market. Through this policy, the OPEC nations tried to conserve the purchasing power of their income flows in terms of gold. They later backed down, pressing their attack in more direct areas by simply demanding higher royalty payments outright. On March 31, 1968, millions of Americans heard Lyndon Johnson announce on television that he would not run again for the presidency, and that he would not substantially escalate the Vietnam War despite the Tet Offensive. Unperceived by the public at large, the point finally had been reached at which depletion of U.S. gold holdings abruptly altered the country's military policy. As one expert noted, the European financiers are forcing peace on us. For the first time in American history, our European creditors have forced the resignation of an American president. 16. The tide, it seemed, had turned against the United States. Its position of preeminence in the world had required total success in the functioning of the world monetary system it had created. That system was now basically jeopardized. Oddly, this was not because gold had drained from the system, but because it had become translocated within the system. The international monetary order had not really been an international order, but a national system that managed to extend itself over the entire globe. As it grew more international in character with the redistribution of gold reserves, it grew more fragile, for the US dollar and gold had become synonymous, in law as well as in fact. When factually they ceased to be synonymous, when the gold cover of other currencies began to exceed that of the dollar, the legal equivalence between gold and the dollar became dubious. Yet it remained a legal fiction. In 1971, the United States formally repudiated gold claims on its monetary reserves. But the world was not yet ready to repudiate in turn the IMF and the rest of the American creations that had grown to represent the world order. Yet all constraints were removed on U.S. economic profligacy. The U.S. budget deficit for the fiscal year ending June 30, 1972 was calmly forecast by the Treasury at close to $39 billion. By September 1971, U.S. liquid liabilities to foreign official institutions had grown to about $43 billion, an increase of about $25 billion in less than a year. Liquid liabilities to all foreigners, public and private, had risen to almost $61 billion, an increase of $33 billion or so since the Vietnam War build-up had begun in early 1965. Effectively speaking, not only had the United States compelled the other nations of the West to pay for the overseas costs of the U.S. war in Asia, it had accomplished something of far greater significance. Those overseas military costs were now the central banking assets of the non-U.S. members of the IMF. Whatever they might desire, the central banks of Europe had no choice but to continue to accept the paper dollar equivalents annually created as the domestic and overseas deficits of the United States increased. Otherwise, the whole shaky structure of the world monetary system would collapse into rubble. America had succeeded in forcing other countries to pay for its wars regardless of their choice in the matter. This was something never before accomplished by any nation in history. 12. Power through bankruptcy, 1968-70. Considering the present state of Europe, France and Spain being masters of the mines, the other nations seem to be under a necessity of setting up another money. The only reason can be given why it has not yet been done, is, that the nature of money has not been rightly understood. John Law, Money and Trade Considered, with the proposal for supplying the nation with money, Edinburgh, 1705, p. 77. 3 courses were open to the U.S. government upon the collapse of the gold pool in 1968, immediately to pull out of the war in Southeast Asia and cut back overseas and domestic military expenditures to allow the dollar to firm again on world markets, to continue the war, paying for its foreign exchange costs with further losses of gold, or to induce Europe and other payments surplus areas to continue to accumulate dollars and dollar equivalents exchangeable only for other dollar equivalents, not convertible into gold. The first option would have involved acceptance of defeat of the world's superpower by a handful of half-armed peasants, and hence an impertinent destruction of the American myth of world military supremacy. 1968 was an election year, and the Democratic Party dared not approach the electorate with military defeat as the outcome of its policies. Political fear thus foreclosed the first option. The second option open to the administration in 1968 was highly limited, for the gold cover had shrunk while the nation's money supply was expanding rapidly in the Johnson administration's guns and butter economy. The U.S. gold stock had fallen to $10 billion by year-end 1968, a decline of $6.9 billion since 1960 and $2.9 billion since 1965. Meanwhile, the narrowly defined money supply in December 1968 had grown to $195 billion, about 18 times the gold reserve. This ratio compared to $166.7 billion in 1965, 12 times that year's gold stock. The narrowly defined money supply currency in circulation outside banks, plus demand deposits had grown in excess of $28 billion in 3 years, while the more broadly defined money supply currency in circulation outside banks, plus demand deposits, plus time deposits grew by $86.3 billion from 1965 to 1968. During these 3 years the federal government debt had risen by $31.3 billion, to $344.4 billion. Rolling over of this public debt became increasingly difficult as the amount due within 1 year rose from $88 billion in 1965 to $106 billion in 1968. Obviously the second option, paying for the war by a continued drain on gold, could be sustained only briefly. This left the United States with only one practical option: to induce the central banks and treasuries of foreign countries to refrain from cashing in any more dollars for gold, but to accumulate dollar assets in growing amounts, whatever their fears regarding the stability of the dollar. By its nature, this option could not be a wholly autonomous decision of the United States. In the last analysis the decision had to be made by the IMF, the Group of 10 and political leaders in the payments surplus nations of Europe and Asia. It had to be secured by at least a token reflux of gold to America, i.e., a halt to the hemorrhage of gold, at least temporarily. It was to achieve this objective that U.S. monetary officials developed plans for international financial reform immediately following dissolution of the gold pool. The pool had been designed to tap other nations' gold reserves to support the U.S. balance of payments. Now, the U.S. government wished to move away from gold altogether and supplant it with some new monetary instrument based mainly on the U.S. payments deficit. If possible, the United States should receive credits from Europe, Japan, and other payments surplus nations automatically. This idea was to become the plan for special drawing rights, SDRs, within the IMF, or paper gold as it was widely called. To transform central bank arrangements along these lines, it was first necessary to terminate Europe's gold purchases from the U.S. Treasury. In the aftermath of the collapse of the gold pool, the major industrial nations, with the notable exception of France, agreed not to cash in their gold holdings of U.S. Treasury instruments for gold. France, the danger point in this system because of its insistence on accumulating gold, was taken out of the picture in May 1968 by its student riots and the attendant flight of gold from France, which continued to deplete that nation's monetary reserves until early 1971. Various arrangements were made by U.S. Treasury officials to ensure that foreign countries would relend their dollar accumulations to the U.S. Treasury. Not only would this not drain away the nation's remaining gold supply, it would help finance the federal debt, which by 1968 was exerting major pressures on the New York capital market. Also, foreign private hoarders of gold found it increasingly difficult to secure U.S. gold via their national central banks. American political pressures along these lines produced an increase in U.S. gold reserves of $967 million in 1969. One country that was accumulating surplus dollars was Canada, in part because of the average $1 billion annual borrowings by her municipalities and corporations in U.S. markets during the late 1960s. The interest equalization tax had closed off this market, producing financial stringency in Canada. The U.S. Treasury agreed to exempt Canadian borrowers from this tax only if its Treasury took steps to offset the adverse balance of payments effect of this borrowing on the United States. Since July 21, 1963, Canada had been investing its foreign exchange reserves, over and above the usual operating levels, in special U.S. Treasury securities instead of cashing them in for U.S. gold or holding them in negotiable or marketable claims on the United States. In particular, wrote Canada's Minister of Finance E.J. Benson to U.S. Secretary of the Treasury Henry Fowler on December 16, 1968. We have taken steps to prevent Canada from becoming a pass-through channel for the flow of funds from the United States. We have also found various appropriate means of supporting the payments position of the United States. Thus the Canadian government has invested its United States dollar reserves, in excess of working balances, in special non-marketable issues of the United States Treasury. It also turned to the expanding capital markets of Europe to find funds with which to rebuild Canada's foreign exchange reserves. In the course of this year, substantial sums have been added to our reserves as a result of borrowings of the Government of Canada and other Canadians outside the United States, and the investment of these sums has provided support to the payments position of the United States. In the light of all these considerations, I can reiterate to you that it is not an objective of Canadian policy to achieve permanent increases in our exchange reserves through unnecessary borrowing in the United States. The U.S. Canadian Agreement was a model for subsequent agreements, both formal and informal. Much as Britain had asked the United States in 1945 to reinvest the proceeds of its foreign investments abroad so as to help stabilize the economies of dollar-deficit countries, the United States now asked Europe, Japan, and Canada to reinvest their central bank dollar holdings in the U.S. economy, specifically in U.S. Treasury securities, in order to recycle the funds thrown off by the U.S. deficit. America thus joined the ranks of the world's dollar deficit economies. In one respect, Europe and Japan had little choice. Europe's official dollar balances were in effect frozen, as sterling balances had been in 1945. These balances could not be cashed in for American gold because of their very size, $12.5 billion by the end of 1968, a sum that exceeded total U.S. gold holdings. Most of these dollars therefore were invested in illiquid U.S. Treasury securities. A dollar block financed by blocked dollar deposits had been created. The central banks of major powers that did wish to add to their gold holdings did so from sources other than the U.S. Treasury. Japan's $366 million in gold holdings in 1966, for instance, rose only to $737 million in 1971, a modest increase achieved by way of the International Monetary Fund. Most nations that ended up with the dollars being thrown off by America's payments deficits continued to recycle their funds back to the United States. Thus, the more the U.S. deficit persisted, the larger became the volume of intergovernmental claims on the U.S. government. The interwar position of the United States as the world's great intergovernmental creditor was reversed. The United States was now the single largest intergovernmental debtor. This fact meant that the constraints implicit in the gold exchange standard were nullified. It became possible for a single nation, the United States, to export its inflation by settling its payments deficit with paper instead of with gold. There was no limit to ability of the United States to print paper or create new credit, despite the fact that there was a visible limit to its gold stock. To be sure, in accepting U.S. paper instead of gold, foreign central banks were accepting paper that was still the world's reserve currency. Consequently, each new injection of U.S. paper into the monetary reserves of foreign countries inflated their monetary base. Whatever the realities, the dollar was still, at least in legal fiction, a gold equivalent for the world's central banks. America's payments deficits therefore worked to inflate the currencies of other nations, becoming the engine of global inflation in the late 1960s. A rising world price level thus became, in effect, a derivative function of U.S. monetary policy. The United States gave notice that it henceforth would act vis-a-vis the world without economic constraints, and the world would have to accommodate itself to this fact. It was in this setting that U.S. monetary officials proposed creation of special drawing rights, a variant of the common reserve units, Cruz, that had been discussed but not created in 1964. They were an intellectual counterpart to Keynes's original proposals for paper gold. At Bretton Woods he had proposed that the IMF should create an international unit of account, which would be distributed to deficit countries to settle their payments deficits with the United States and with other payments surplus nations in the post-war period. This paper credit, he proposed, was to be accepted by the United States and all surplus nations as equivalent to gold. At the end of the reconstruction process, according to Keynes's plan, the United States would be left with international reserves comprising paper credits and gold. Europe and Asia for their part would suffer no loss in net reserves, but instead would have a massive accumulation of real capital. This stratagem would have enabled Europe to retain what meager gold stocks it still possessed. The continent would have been able to finance its reconstruction with imported capital goods from the United States, and to pay in time out of the real net proceeds of future production rather than in gold, which was needed to back the growth in credit that would fuel the required new direct investment. U.S. representatives to Bretton Woods dismissed this proposal. One reason was that if this paper credit were to count among U.S. international reserves, it would be equivalent in inflationary potential to a vast inflow of gold itself. The United States would wind up importing Europe's inflation. On the other hand, not to count this paper gold as bona fide monetary reserves would mean that America would have to make outright gifts of its output. U.S. diplomats did not foresee that someday it would be the United States that would beg for such credit. They therefore demanded that the IMF be created as a literal fund of gold and foreign currencies. Their ideas ultimately became the fund's Articles of Agreement. IMF resources would be lent to deficit countries to help them tide over temporary balance of payments deficits, but would neither create international credit nor finance payments deficits. By 1968 all this had changed. Acting in concert, the United States and Britain urged a new debt instrument to be accepted by payments surplus nations, to be given free of charge to payments deficit countries in proportion to their IMF quotas. Instead of accumulating more gold, dollars, or pounds, which would represent potential claims on US and British gold stocks, payments surplus nations would be offered special drawing rights on the IMF. These credits eventually would be repaid by the deficit countries, but they would be permitted automatically to draw on the resources of payments surplus nations without drawing down their existing international reserves. These special drawing rights would be created and distributed by the IMF in keeping with its members' gold tranches, that is, in proportion to their original subscriptions to the IMF, which also determined their voting power in the fund. This meant that the United States would receive more than one-fifth of the $5 billion in SDRs proposed to be created over a 5-year period, starting in 1970. Britain and the United States would be given a painless means by which to incur more deficits, avoiding the adjustment process and loss of gold they otherwise would suffer. Creation of special drawing rights was a fundamental departure from the fund's creditor-oriented philosophy. The use of SDRs to sustain long-term payments imbalance made it necessary to drop Article I.S. of the IMF Charter, which stated the fund's purpose as being to shorten the duration and lessen the degree of disequilibrium in the international balances of payments of members. The idea indeed was to permit the United States, Britain, and other payments deficit countries to afford a higher and longer degree of disequilibrium without having to submit to the classical financial adjustment process. The SDR proposal also was in violation of Article 13, which stated that IMF credit must not be used to serve to compensate large or protracted outflows of capital on the part of member states. Europeans were quick to point out that acceleration of American capital investment in Europe was a major factor in the U.S. payments deficit, and that SDRs would accelerate this outflow. The SDR proposal also contradicted Europe's insistence that there was no need to supplement existing international reserve assets, and that what was required was rather some means of imposing constraints on the payments deficits and inflationary policies of the United States and Britain. The common market nations were emphatic about this, but they controlled only 17% of the IMF's voting power, 3% or less than the votes required to veto IMF proposals. The United States, with its 22% of the voting power, was alone in its unilateral ability to veto any proposal that it found to run counter to its national interests. To the EEC's objections, U.S. negotiators retorted that the common market could increase its proportional voting power in the IMF by raising its gold tranche subscription to the IMF, i.e., by surrendering gold to the IMF. This would have swelled the fund's loanable resources further, aggravating the liquidity plethora to which the central banks of common market countries were objecting. Ultimately, the common market won the concession that although a 20% vote would remain necessary to veto the establishment of SDRs, a 15% veto would suffice to block the SDRs from being activated. This meant that the common market nations could use their 17% vote to postpone activation of SDRs until such time as they deemed them necessary and desirable. The remaining problem to be settled was when and indeed, even whether the SDRs would have to be repaid. U.S. representatives were obliged to relinquish their early stance for non-repayment of the SDRs with foreign exchange or gold, and for the IMF simply to liquidate them at some point, as Keynes had wished to do with his Bancor credits in his 1943 draft for the IMF. A 5-year repayment period was settled upon, so that the SDR credits would represent medium-term rather than short or long-term financing. But just what was to happen at the end of the 5 years if the SDR credits were not repaid was not spelled out. There was a provision specifying that a member's average use of SDRs over a basic period is not to exceed 70% of its average allocation. However, the reconstitution provision does not prevent a country from using all its SDRs when its balance of payments difficulties are temporary in nature. One IMF members subscribing to the SDR plan were obliged to accept SDRs up to an amount equal to twice their own original allocation, in addition to this initial allocation itself. Although the New York Federal Reserve Bank claimed that this new facility to some extent represents a logical extension of the fund's current operations, its economists proceeded to demonstrate how the SDR proposal in fact reversed the IMF's operating philosophy. First, SDRs will be more readily available than the credit that the IMF now provides through drawings in the credit tranches. At the time, a country was able to draw on its credit tranche, that is, sums in excess of its gold subscription, only after it has agreed to take measures to correct its balance of payments. But there were no such constraints on a country's use of automatic SDR credits. That was the essence of their being automatic. Its exercise of this right will not be subject to consultation or prior challenge nor contingent on the adoption of prescribed policies designed to restore balance of payments equilibrium, the New York Fed continued. Second, the SDRs are intended to provide a permanent addition to international reserves, whereas most current IMF transactions give rise to only a temporary increase. Third, the SDRs will be distributed to all participants in proportion to their IMF quotas. On the other hand, reserves that arise as a byproduct of the fund's credit operations normally add, in the first instance, to the total reserves of the borrowing country alone and only indirectly to the reserves of other countries. Finally, the use of SDRs does not entail repayment according to a fixed schedule, as does the use of the fund's ordinary resources, although SDR balances must be partially reconstituted following large and prolonged use. Automatic paper credit without the famous IMF conditionalities thus was to replace gold and hard money as the new basis of world liquidity. If the United States were to lose its gold to other nations, no such nation could use that gold as the basis for autonomous economic power. The United States would draw on other nations' funds to continue financing its payments deficit, institutionalizing not only this deficit itself but also the disequilibrating government spending policies, particularly in the military sector, which were the major cause of this deficit. The spirit of the U.S. proposals for special drawing rights had been anticipated as long ago as 1682 by an anonymous British advocate of paper money who perceived that whatsoever quantity of credit shall be raised in this office, will be as good, and of as much use, as if there were so much money in specie added to the present stock of the nation. 'Tis more prudent and advantageous to a nation, to have the common standard or medium of their trade within their power, and to arise from their native product, than to be at the mercy of a foreign prince for his gold and silver, which he may at pleasure behold. Credit can neither be hoarded up, nor transported to the nation's disadvantage, which consequently frees us from the care and necessity of making laws to prevent exportation of bullion or coin, being always able to command a credit of our own. As useful, and as much as shall be necessary. Point 2. Under such conditions in the modern world, the proposed structural reform of the IMF was akin to a tax levied upon payments surplus nations by the United States to pay the foreign exchange costs of the American departure from classical economic drives to a drive toward classical military imperialism. It was a tax because it represented a transfer of goods and resources from the civilian and government sectors of payments surplus nations to payments deficit countries, a transfer for which no tangible quid pro quo was to be received by the nations who had refrained from embarking upon the extravagance of war. In September 1969, the IMF nations voted to activate $825 million of SDRs on January 1, 1970, to be followed by equivalent distribution every 3 months for the next 3 years. Only 7 members elected not to subscribe to the SDR plan: the Arab oil-producing states of Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Libya, plus Lebanon, Ethiopia, Singapore and Portugal. These nations therefore did not have to accept SDRs in lieu of gold, dollars, or other more tangible assets. The new arrangements enabled the U.S. payments deficit to widen still further. In the first quarter of 1970 it amounted to $3.1 billion as measured on the official transactions basis, followed by $2 billion in the second quarter, another $2 billion in the third, and $3.5 billion in the final quarter. This prompted Europeans publicly to express regret that the SDRs had ever been issued in the first place. According to the Journal of Commerce, they proposed to undo some of what had been done by suggesting a formula for creating SDRs after 1972 that would link their creation to some index that will slow the increase in world reserves from other sources, such as dollar outflow and purchases of gold by IMF and South Africa. 3. The IMF also suggested, although it did not actually state it, that the new special drawing rights, SDR, might not have been activated if it had known that the U.S. would continue to run a very large deficit in its balance of payments. The continued outpouring of dollars plus the creation of $3.4 billion of SDR on January 1 increased world liquidity by about double the amount that the fund earlier had estimated. The SDR allocation proposal made an allowance for a possible rise in official holdings of U.S. dollars over the ensuing 3 to 5 years of some $0.5 billion to $1 billion on average, IMF noted. The fund stated that it regards the need to rectify the U.S. payments position as the most urgent task remaining in the field of international payments. Pierre-Paul Schweitzer, the fund's managing director, went so far as to suggest that foreign central banks cash in all new dollar accumulations for U.S. gold so as to begin laying down the law to U.S. authorities. Until the payments position of the United States is brought into balance, he stated, it is important that the deficit should be financed by the use of United States reserve assets to the extent necessary to avoid an excessive expansion of official holdings of dollars by other countries. A policy of this kind is indeed necessary if control over the issuance of special drawing rights is also to provide the means of regulating the aggregate volume of world reserves. 4. This statement gave the lie to the New York Federal Reserve Bank's assertion, popularly accepted in the United States, that France's position within the common market toward the U.S. payments deficit was unique. The position of the French government, Barrett and Green wrote, as stated by Michel Debré, Minister of Economy and Finance, is that the mechanism cannot come into play until the balance of payments deficits affecting the countries whose currencies are designated as reserve currency have disappeared. This is an extreme view which has not been taken by other countries. 5. Not only was this view not extreme and by no means unique to France, but it had become the majority view of the non-U.S. IMF leadership. Indeed, Mr. Schweitzer's statement of September 21, 1970 had been anticipated 2 weeks earlier when the IMF released its report for the year at its annual joint meeting with the World Bank. If the United States payments deficit on the official settlements basis continues, the New York Times summarized the IMF's position, it might be better to finance a substantial portion of it by running down United States monetary reserves and thus avoid an excessive expansion of official holdings of dollars of other countries and of international reserves in general. 6. The IMF itself set the pace by cashing in some $400 million of its dollar-denominated Treasury securities for U.S. gold, withdrawing part of the deposit that had been double-counted in world liquidity as belonging separately to the IMF and to the U.S. Treasury. The fund and its member countries also turned SDRs over to the U.S. government. It thus turned out to be the United States that was receiving paper gold, although most of it was coming from the less developed countries that could not have paid in gold anyway. Foreign central banks were holding their gold purchases in abeyance, pending the outcome of the protectionist Mills tariff bill and a political assessment of just how their governments might best respond politically and economically. U.S. monetary officials and economists embarked on a campaign to rationalize the U.S. payments deficit, hoping to deter Europe from calling the U.S. government to account and to persuade foreign central banks to acquiesce in further expanding world liquidity through continued U.S. deficits. Two main lines of apologetic were put forth: a structuralist rationale, which sought to justify the deficit on the grounds of inherent world forces that could not be manipulated to restore payments equilibrium for the United States, and a theory called the International Financial Intermediary Hypothesis, which sought to explain away the deficit as merely a statistical anomaly. The structuralist rationale held that the United States occupied a unique position in the world economy because, as Robert Russa said, the United States had undertaken external commitments, both military and economic. Given America's assertion of its position as Cold War leader, and the consequent requirements for payments outflows on military account and for related government transactions, how can the balance of payments of such a country be expected to conform to the same pattern, and correct its aberrations by resort to the same means, as those indicated by the traditional norms? 7. In other words, deflationary monetary policies at home would not affect the government's foreign policy, which was acknowledged to lie at the root of the deficit. The price non-communist countries had to pay in exchange for the U.S. protective umbrella was to absorb this deficit. America's foreign programs, Mr. Russa continued, by their nature and because of their critical importance for other prime objectives, cannot be left to vary purely as balancing residuals of trade accounts of leading countries. It followed that the U.S. government and its military agencies could not be expected or required to spend funds only in accordance with what the private sector might generate through its foreign transactions. The government deficit must be accepted as an unchallengeable category of expenditures, whose magnitude must not be constrained by balance of payments considerations. Foreign nations must either provide the U.S. Treasury with the requisite funds directly, by holding their international reserves in U.S. Treasury securities or Russa loans negotiated with the Federal Reserve System, or, by expanding their imports from the United States and limiting their exports, must permit the U.S. private sector to run a surplus of whatever magnitude was needed to balance the government outflow. In either case, the traditional adjustment process would not be appropriate for the United States. It was up to foreign countries to adjust their economies to the payments needs of the United States. Perhaps, Mr. Russa speculated, by conventional standards, the United States would have to become a habitual renegade, barely able to keep its trade accounts in balance, with a modest surplus on current account, with an entrepot role for vast flows of capital both in and out, with a more or less regular increase in the short-term dollar liabilities used for transactions purposes around the world. This structuralist rationale went a step further by recognizing that the payments outflow on government account could not be compensated by surpluses on private transactions, contrary to what had been believed possible in the early 1960s. A study made by Hendrik Houthakker of the Council of Economic Advisers and Stephen McGee indicated that U.S. economic growth tended to be accompanied by imports rising more rapidly than exports, so that continued economic growth implied a dwindling trade balance. Data covering the years 1953–66 suggested that as long as incomes rose, the United States economy, in its present form, would continue to draw in a more than proportional rise of imports, that the relevant elasticity determining purchases of goods abroad was income change in the United States, and that even if relative price stability could be attained, imports would go on rising at about the same pace. There seemed to be little America could do to alter these built-in structural relationships, the Haughter-McGee study concluded. Indeed, prospective deterioration in the United States trade balance will probably be especially marked vis-a-vis Japan and Canada, unless these countries maintain much higher rates of growth and inflation than the United States. 8. This study may have been partially responsible for the hardline U.S. position toward Japan regarding its widening trade surplus with the United States. At any rate, Mr. Rusa concluded from this study, since no economic policy for the United States could contemplate static incomes over time, the chances of regaining a trade surplus sufficient to carry most of the other United States overseas disbursements on capital and government account were beginning to seem remote indeed. The alternative would be for the U.S. economy to stop growing. On the other hand, an increase in domestic income, particularly one stemming from inflationary pressures, would tend to increase the U.S. payments surplus on capital account. Although inflation might slightly impair the U.S. trade balance, it was likely to spill over into the U.S. stock market, pushing up stock prices and attracting foreign speculative capital, while its upward impact on interest rates might attract foreign funds. This was after all what had happened during 1928-29. The resulting capital inflow might not have been desirable then, but it was desired now. Allied to this structuralist argument was the assertion that if the United States actually were to begin putting its house in order, Europe would protest just as vigorously as it did about the U.S. deficits. Our deficits have been continually criticized, argued Mr. Rusa, our efforts to correct them, particularly when the traditional formulae of deflation were being applied, have brought anguished complaints. U.S. deficits, it was implied, were the byproduct of America remaining a thriving market for foreign output, and hence were necessary for continued smooth functioning of the world economy and its credit system. The deficits seemed to be enriching all nations in their effects. However bad world inflation might be, it was more desirable than world deflation. Such reasoning led to what was termed the International Financial Intermediary (IFI) hypothesis, which asserted that the U.S. payments deficit was just a statistical illusion. 9 The U.S. economy, it was argued, functioned much like a savings bank or a savings and loan association, which are called financial intermediaries because they borrow short-term savings and reinvest them in long-term assets, mainly mortgages. Much like a savings bank, the United States borrowed, i.e., received short-term deposits from foreign dollar holders, and reinvested these funds long, e.g. in buying out European companies. Foreign investors elected to lend their dollar balances to foreign branches of U.S. banks instead of exchanging them for local currencies, partly in search for security against foreign currency devaluations, partly because Europe's credit markets were not as sophisticated as those in the United States and European stock markets likewise were not as open and active. Also, foreign central banks chose to invest their dollar surpluses in interest-bearing U.S. Treasury securities instead of in gold, as the latter earned no interest. U.S. international banks turned around and lent their eurodollars to U.S. international corporations wishing to finance their foreign investment activities, including the buyout of foreign companies. The U.S. Treasury used its inflow of foreign funds to finance U.S. government operations abroad. Everything was a matter of choice, which is how economists tended to define every kind of transaction. The implication was that foreign holders of liquid funds, including central banks, just happened to have an exactly matching reciprocity of investment preferences with U.S. long-term investors and spenders, including the U.S. government. In such a situation one could not measure U.S. international financial imbalance simply by the liquidity deficit, defined as gold sales to foreign countries plus net U.S. short-term borrowings from foreigners. Just as a savings bank was not really in deficit when it invested its deposits in long-term mortgages, neither was the U.S. economy in deficit in borrowing short and lending long. Its short-term borrowing simply indicated that foreigners had, and have, a positive demand for liquid dollar assets. 10 By definition, the theory stated, assets and liabilities must be willingly held. Willingness to purchase and sell the existing flow of goods and services and to hold the existing stock of assets at existing prices is the definition of equilibrium in other parts of economic theory. It should be in explanations of the balance of payments, too. The existence of a positive foreign net demand for liquid dollar assets and gold combined implies, in the absence of an increase in world monetary gold stocks, that a U.S. deficit on the liquidity definition is not only consistent with equilibrium in the foreign exchange market but is a necessary condition of it. This purported to explain the dollar's strength in foreign exchange markets at times when its payment deficits were widening. In such cases, the theory claimed, there was no real movement out of the dollar, no dissatisfaction abroad with the U.S. payments deficit, no monetary disequilibrium stemming from this deficit, but merely a preference by foreign residents and central banks to hold their balance of payments surpluses in short-term dollar assets. This preference found its complement in the equal but opposite preference of Americans to make the much higher returns available from buying out the commanding heights of foreign economies, seeking Cold War military supremacy, and going into debt to sustain rising living standards in excess of more prudent and less debt-happy foreign consumers. This theory was promulgated by semi-governmental economic research organizations in the United States such as Mr. Salance Brookings Institution, which sponsored a university's conference meeting of the National Bureau of Economic Research to discuss the new doctrine. But its depiction of the lines of causality at work was wholly imaginary. Throughout the 1960s it had been U.S. entities, both private and governmental, that had initiated the build-up of international liquid assets, or hot money as it was termed by the popular press. U.S. companies bought up foreign firms while the U.S. government spent funds abroad to finance military and related operations. These activities put dollars into the hands of foreigners in excess of their demand for U.S. goods and services. It was then up to foreigners to respond, headed by the central banks in which the surplus dollars built up. At this point, what the Americans represented as a matter of economic choice became a product of political and diplomatic coercion. Foreign dollar holders either could turn these dollars over to their central banks in exchange for local currencies, or they could deposit or otherwise relend them directly to other U.S. borrowers via the eurodollar market. As long as interest rates in the United States were higher than in foreign countries, partly as a result of the U.S. inflation, or as long as U.S. banks were prevented by the Federal Reserve's Regulation Q from borrowing via certificates of deposit from U.S. residents, these banks would find it in their interest to borrow back the dollars thrown off by the U.S. payments deficit by offering attractive interest rates to foreign dollar holders, including foreign affiliates of U.S. firms. The circle could continue unbroken. However, when interest rates began to fall in the United States, and when Regulation Q was relaxed following the Penn Central bankruptcy in May 1970, U.S. commercial banks stopped borrowing funds abroad and focused their attention on attracting deposits at a lower cost from U.S. residents. Between June 1970 and June 1971, foreign eurodollar deposits with U.S. banks, held mainly by foreign private sector residents, fell by more than $10 billion. These dollars, the accumulated proceeds of years of U.S. payment deficits during the late 1960s, ended up in foreign central banks. These central banks had little choice but to hold on to them, short of asking for U.S. gold. They were compelled to hold U.S. Treasury promissory notes, faute de mieux. This certainly was not quid pro quo lending, and in fact was the reverse of how financial intermediaries operate. A savings institution first receives funds from depositors, and then relends them long in the form of real estate mortgages. Matters would be different if it were to begin financing mortgages by printing its own banknotes and afterwards obliging the person to whom it lent this mortgage money or to whom that borrower in turn paid the money to redeposit the private savings bank's notes in the same institution that had issued them. Professor Triffin was one leading economist who criticized the analogy between savings bank operations and U.S. behavior during the 1960s, on the ground that the initiative certainly lies far more with the American investor than with the autonomous desire of Europeans to raise long-term funds in the United States, as assumed by R3 Anthers 11. Mr. Salant replied that it makes no difference to the validity of the analysis whether buyers or sellers take the initiative. 12 But it certainly does. Private dollar holders abroad, the foreign companies that are bought out, did indeed wish to divest themselves of these funds by turning them over to their central banks, and these banks wished to obtain something better than U.S. Treasury promissory notes, which was precisely why they complained about U.S. financial policy and did what they could to exchange their surplus dollars for U.S. gold. But the Washington economists pretended not to understand any of this. In a sense, the IFI hypothesis was an extension into the realm of international finance capital of Say's law of markets. All surplus funds thrown off by U.S. direct investment abroad and war-related spending created their own demand, which expressed itself in the form of increased foreign holdings of U.S. Treasury securities. This, however, was a forced demand, not exactly a voluntary one. It was irrelevant to assert that Europe wanted or chose to hold short-term claims on the U.S. Treasury, simply on the ground that it did in fact hold such claims. A more realistic interpretation would have been that Europe and Japan accepted this option reluctantly, partly out of sympathy with U.S. war aims to be sure, and partly to avert a world political showdown and monetary collapse. The important point was that foreign central banks held their liquid claims on the U.S. Treasury not because that was their first preference, but simply because they feared to do otherwise, because they feared bringing about a breakdown in international finance and trade. As Arthur Laffer summarized the issue, in their now classic article, Dupree, Kindleberger, and Salant set forth an altogether novel framework for analyzing the U.S. balance of payments. If correct, their analysis points out, that U.S. deficits, within some limits, do not represent a disequilibrium position, but, in fact, are necessary for a healthy world economy. 2. Any lack of confidence in the dollar is brought about by a failure to understand the role of the dollar, and 3. Unless there are a myriad of controls, the normal macroeconomic tools are likely to fail in controlling the deficit. 13. The three authors are quoted to the effect that banks and other financial intermediaries, unlike traders, are paid to give up liquidity. The United States is no more in deficit when it lends long and borrows short than is a bank when it makes a loan and enters a deposit on its books. 14. Thus, Laffer concluded, the unique role of the United States is as the major supplier of liquidity to the rest of the world. 15. Translated into political terms, this meant that, the Vietnam War and its associated payments deficits were necessary to provide international reserves to ensure a healthy world economy. 2. People who do not understand this fail to understand both the ineffable benefits of slaughter and the financial mechanisms at work, and 3. There is nothing to be done about the U.S. deficit short of transforming the nature of American and foreign political society, which is precisely what the American strategy was designed to prevent. Logically speaking, the IFI hypothesis applied only to the private sector's investment and payments transactions. It maintained the fictions that government finance capital played no role in the world economy, and that some investment alternative was always available to foreign dollar holders. However, because the parameters of international transactions in real life are manipulated by political policy and not by free market forces, any general equilibrium theory is inapplicable to modern balance of payments analysis. The hypothesized voluntariness of most private transactions therefore must be replaced by an analysis of economic behavior taking government diplomacy into account. The international financial intermediary hypothesis would have merit only if there were no official transactions deficit, that is, no build-up of U.S. official liabilities to foreign governments, but merely an offsetting exchange of private liabilities of differing maturities. Such an approach might, for example, help explain the U.S. payments surplus on capital account during the 1950s, when the dollar was much more secure than it later became in relation to European currencies. But the approach was inapplicable to the international financial transactions of the 1960s and 1970s, for in light of the substantial role played by government transactions and hence, of diplomatic arm-twisting, the critical assumption of mutuality became unrealistic. In the final analysis, the United States remained liquid only by imposing a de facto embargo on its gold sales, and in August 1971 an outright embargo. Foreign desires to purchase U.S. gold with their surplus dollars were denied, pending some resolution of the U.S. monetary dilemma. The most serious defect of the IFI hypothesis was its attempt to divert attention from analysis of how the world inflation actually was being transmitted and where its origins lay. It interpreted the politically inspired U.S. payments deficit, which stemmed from government actions and transactions designed to maintain U.S. hegemony, as an interest rate responsive exercise in liquidity preference between long and short-term investments. It did not ask what was responsible for creating the capital funds that comprised the reserve assets of the world's central banks. It was almost inevitable that the attempts by Sallant and his colleagues to explain away the U.S. payment deficits would inspire self-ing official statistical attempts to minimize these deficits. During the 1960s, the payments deficit was redefined from a measure of net economic imbalance in U.S. international transactions to a more nebulous category, which the Department of Commerce termed transactions in U.S. monetary assets. One effect of this was to treat foreign, mainly British, drawings on U.S. swap agreements as adding to U.S. reserves rather than as part of the deficit. Britain borrowed dollars, and gave the New York Federal Reserve Bank an equivalent amount of sterling. This swap was treated synthetically as reducing the statistical deficit by as much as $1 billion for a number of years. 16 Similarly, SDR creations were recorded below the line, as offsets to the sale of gold and the growth of official U.S. indebtedness abroad. Surplus nations such as France recorded their SDR allotment differently, as was discussed in various meetings of the IMF's Working Party 3. According to Robert Solomon of the Federal Reserve Board, the choice of how to treat SDR disbursements lies in the behavior of governments and their monetary authorities. Some governments have as an explicit objective an increasing level of reserves and are apt to take defensive actions when their reserves decrease substantially. These defensive actions can take the form of restrictions on trade, tourism, and capital movements, or of fiscal and monetary policies that are more restrictive than needed for domestic reasons. Unless there is room in the system for these aims to be satisfied, countries will take actions such as restricting their trade and payments or deflating excessively that are detrimental to themselves and to their trading partners. Thus, an increasing volume of world reserves is a way to reconcile the conflicting balance of payments objectives of countries and of doing so in a way that facilitates economic welfare. 17. By facilitating economic welfare, Solomon meant pursuing expansionary income and monetary policies, which might not facilitate monetary stability. Reporting SDRs as a growth in reserves as if they stemmed from a balance of payments surplus would tempt them to avoid imposing monetary deflation, which would have tended to cut back their imports from other countries, including the United States. It was officially suggested that the concept of economic equilibrium in the balance of payments be shifted away from actual commercial supply-demand conditions toward a measure of whether the deficit might in practice be continued over time, whatever its degree of involuntariness. Because SDRs would continue to be granted to the United States, so it was argued, they should be deemed part of the New World monetary equilibrium, not as part of the deficit. The point is that economic forces would not necessarily be automatically set into motion within the United States to shift the economy out of its presumed disequilibrium with the rest of the world, yet the operation of such forces is, as has been stated, part of the definition of disequilibrium. To be sure, an official reserve transactions deficit may indicate a political deficit for the United States, in that foreign governments may be unhappy with the accumulation of dollar balances by their central banks, and political deficits can hardly be ignored by U.S. officials. However, this kind of disequilibrium is most appropriately evaluated by politicians schooled in making such normative appraisals, not by economists or statisticians. 18. In other words, whatever situation might exist in the U.S. balance of payments, whether surplus or deficit, whether short-term or long-term, was to be defined as equilibrium ipso facto. To rational minds, economics itself was becoming incomprehensible and devoid of scientific analytic process. To be sure, the proposed measure is asymmetrical in the sense that foreign central banks properly count increases in their dollar balances held in this country as surpluses, other things being the same, while under the proposed measure the United States would not consider these increases to show a deficit. This asymmetry appears to be appropriate, for it corresponds to an asymmetry in the real world. It is a shortcoming of the currently published official measures that they fail to take account of this asymmetry. Henceforth, it was suggested, America's unique debtor position was to be recognized and institutionalized, not constrained or curtailed. 13. Perfecting empire through monetary crisis. 1970-72. The state incurs national debts for politics, wars, and other higher causes and progress. The assumption is that the future will honor this relationship in perpetuity. The state has learned from the merchants and industrialists how to exploit credit. It defies the nation ever to let it go into bankruptcy. Alongside all swindlers, the state now stands there as swindler-in-chief. Jacob Burckhardt, Judgments on History and Historians, T.R. Boston, 1958, p. 171. In May 1970, Secretary of the U.S. Treasury David Kennedy warned that if foreign countries did not make it feasible for the United States to increase its exports, Congress might restrict imports into the United States. Is it not the surplus countries, he asked, that have a special responsibility to take positive action towards their elimination? What Kennedy was asking was something wholly new in relations among peoples. In essence, he was stating that as U.S. private capital continued to take over the industries and companies of Europe and Asia, establishing a U.S. deficit in its balance of payments on capital account, the nations that were forced into a surplus position by receiving these dollars should increase their imports from the United States in amounts equivalent to the U.S. cost of seizing control of their industries and enterprises. If, in addition, the United States should continue to unbalance its payments position by military acts in any part of the globe, the nations forced into a surplus position must expose their domestic industries to artificially sponsored competition from the export sector of the U.S. economy. Stated succinctly, the monetary, investment and trading policies of the rest of the world were to be determined by whatever was happening in the domestic and international economic and political affairs of the United States. Shifting responsibility for the U.S. payments deficit from U.S. domestic and overseas policies onto Europe and Japan, Kennedy asserted that it was inconsistent for foreign countries to urge the United States to run a balance of payments surplus and then adopt policies that tend to thwart achievement of that very objective. 1. Just how this was to be brought about was not spelled out. Nor, for that matter, was it made absolutely plain to the peoples of the world at that time that the United States was in earnest. Kennedy's statement was not so much a plea for international cooperation as a direct threat that America would take whatever measures it thought necessary to compel Europe and Asia to accept the instructions that he imperiously had given to them. America's illegal textile quotas spur foreign retaliation. At the time this hardly was sensed abroad, much less at home. Affairs in fact seemed to be going in the opposite direction. Nations had begun to resist U.S. economic aggression, or so it appeared. Japan was a case in point. In winter 1970 the State Department had requested it to impose voluntary quotas on its textile exports to the United States. Japan rejected this as flatly as the United States would have rejected a suggestion that it impose export quotas on its farm products. Wilbur Mills of Arkansas, chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, thereupon prepared a bill calling for mandatory quotas on textile and footwear imports, along with other protectionist measures. Japanese trade officials threatened to enact trade legislation retaliating in kind against any U.S. impediments to its textile sales in the United States. By June, a half-hearted attempt at agreement was abandoned. On June 8, President Nixon met with textile industry leaders and indicated that he would not oppose congressional proposals for quotas to roll imports back some 40% or to their 1967-68 level. Harking back to Nixon's election pledge to the textile industry in 1968, this policy stance was the opening of a major U.S. trade aggression against other countries. On June 25, 1970, Secretary of Commerce Maurice Stans announced the administration's reluctant support of mandatory quotas on textiles as called for in the Mills Bill, which had now come before the House Ways and Means Committee. Stans concluded that despite the special escape clauses enjoyed by the United States under GATT agreement, in many respects we have been Uncle Sucker to the rest of the world. This set the stage for the posture of the abuse of the United States by its creditors that government spokesmen were henceforth to take. The Wall Street Journal found it ironic that on the same day that Stans was backing the Mills Bill, Federal Reserve Chairman Arthur F. Burns was in Seoul commending Korea for its amazing record in expanding total exports. In a text prepared before the administration took its position, Mr. Burns said it is gratifying to see that the practical statesmen of the world are rediscovering such classic economic concepts as freedom of trade, adding that we owe a great deal to countries like the Republic of Korea, nationalist China, Hong Kong, and Thailand that have most recently demonstrated how men operating in free markets can outperform totalitarianism too. The common market was outraged by the U.S. quota threats. Its proposed multilateral talks on world textile trade, however, were turned down by U.S. negotiators. In a divide-and-conquer strategy, they invited EEC spokesmen to Washington to discuss the problem bilaterally. On July 1, 1970, Edmund Wallenstein, the Common Markets Director of Foreign Trade, and Fernand Braun, Deputy Director of Industrial Affairs, arrived in Washington. They received assurances that the United States did not intend to protect its textile markets against European producers, but only against those of the Far East. No quotas would be imposed on woolen goods and man-made textiles or synthetic filament fibers, products more of European than of Japanese industries. Furthermore, the administration promised that it would press once again for removal of the American selling price tariff system, to which Europe objected vigorously. This offer failed to mollify the common market negotiators. If textile quotas were enacted, they argued, additional quotas probably would be imposed on shoes, steel, electronics goods, and other commodities, as textile interests in Congress sought legislative support from other protectionist-minded industries. Furthermore, the Asian textiles diverted from the U.S. market probably would be channeled toward Europe. U.S. import quotas thus would render the EEC a preferential trading area for exports from the Far East and the developing countries, unless the common market imposed import quotas of its own. Common market economists estimated that America's proposed textile and shoe quotas would cost the EEC some $500 million in annual sales to the United States. British economists computed that the U.S. trade legislation would cut their nation's sales by an equal amount. They spoke of retaliation against U.S. soybean and soy oil exports, which would make American farmers secondary victims of the U.S. textile quotas. The stage thus was set for the opening scenes of the drama of confrontation between the United States and the rest of the world. A Big Four GATT meeting of the United States, the Common Market, Japan, and Britain was convened in Geneva on July 31 and August 1. The Common Market again threatened to retaliate against the Mills Bill if it were enacted, and protested against any candidate for the U.S. presidency, or other office seeker, ever again promising to violate GATT rules in order to win an election. U.S. protectionists, however, surmised that European retaliation on the trade front would be somewhat futile. From where would Europe obtain her soybeans, they asked, if not from the United States? Europe's threats of financial and trade retaliation. The Common Market's spokesman explained that EEC retaliation might not come in the area of foreign trade at all, but in international finance and investment. For instance, on the last day of 1969, Germany had done the favor of selling $500 million in gold to the U.S. Treasury. It had now accumulated more than enough dollars to repurchase this gold. And France quietly informed U.S. bankers that it was prepared to begin cashing in its dollar surpluses for gold on a monthly basis, as it had been doing regularly before May 1968. Germany and France refrained from such actions as long as the Mills Bill did not pass, partly to maintain their liquid official dollar balances as bargaining power, partly in recognition of the rapid growth of nationalist protectionist sentiment in the U.S. Congress. What had been uttered, however, was the one unforgivable threat. Europe, no matter how gently and indirectly, had in fact, for the first time since World War II, threatened to use its unquestioned financial strength against the United States. This could not be tolerated. Europe was still in America's officialize a U.S. dependency. It could no more be permitted autonomous action than the American colonies were permitted such action by George III. The United States would not back down, and indeed its assertion of imperial power did not permit it to do so. The issue had expanded from pragmatic one of trade to the principled question of power and its exercise. On August 13, 1970, after 5 weeks of hearings, the House Ways and Means Committee approved the Mills Bill by a vote of 17 to 7. This was the first step toward its passage by the full House, but not a word of protest was heard from President Nixon or his cabinet. In addition to imposing quotas on textile and shoe imports, the bill proposed modification of the escape clause so as to facilitate additional import quotas, and also a special tax deferment for exporters in the form of DISCs, domestic international sales corporations. Industries seeking special tariff protection no longer would have to establish that imports were a major factor in their economic difficulties, but need only show that certain conditions were fulfilled. Imports must be rising rapidly, unit labor costs of the imported commodities must be below those in the United States, and imports either must represent 15% or more of U.S. consumption or else the domestic industry must be suffering from declining employment, hours worked and earnings. Under these conditions, the President would be obliged to impose import quotas, unless he gave Congress a detailed report on why it was not in the national interest to do so. The new legislation would put U.S. tariff policy in the hands of the nation's Protectionist Tariff Commission, and would permit quotas to be imposed on autos, radios, and electronic products, bicycles and other sports goods, as well as on many other commodities. It was thus the equivalent of a declaration of trade war. The United States had thrown down the gauntlet to Europe and Asia, either submit, or retaliate under conditions where the appropriate tactical maxim is don't hit the leader unless you can kill him. In effect, America was asking the rest of the world just what it was going to do in response. On November 6 the French political leader, Michel Poniatowski, Secretary-General of the Independent Republican Party and close associate of Finance Minister Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, suggested that common market retaliation be focused on European subsidiaries of American multinational firms. He believed that a monetary and tariff war is foreseeable, even probable, between now and 1973. First, the United States would impose quotas on textiles. Then the European Economic Community would retaliate by limiting American sales of soybeans in Europe. Next, Congress would be outraged by such insolence from Europe and in turn would retaliate by restricting European sales in the United States of shoes and carpets. The EEC would respond by hitting American aircraft and electronics exports to Europe. Then the United States would attack European glass and steel. Finally, the Europeans would be provoked into imposing curbs on American industrial activities in Europe, which he suggested as the ultimate weapon in the economic arsenal. This war is foreseeable, Mr. Poniatowski declared. We must therefore do everything to avoid it. But, if it breaks out, it will frankly not be the fault of Europe. 3. On November 19, 1970 the House of Representatives passed the Mills Bill by a vote of 215 to 165. President Nixon still said nothing, and his press secretary stated that he was keeping an open mind on matters. Even the usually docile British trade diplomats protested. Peter Tennant, Director General of the British National Export Council, announced, "We have been too damn polite for too damn long," for Spain talked of cutting back purchases by state-controlled concerns. A large part of American exports to Spain is heavy machinery and the bulk of this power stations, aircraft, and such is bought by state-run companies. 5. The bill would have threatened about $100 million of Spain's shoe exports to the United States, despite the fact that the military bases agreement signed earlier this year contained assurances that the United States would do whatever was possible to improve Spain's trade balance. Spain threatened to cut back its purchases of oil from U.S. affiliates abroad unless President Nixon provided special exemption for Spain from the quotas called for in the bill. The Mills Bill passed to the Senate Finance Committee headed by Senator Russell Long of Louisiana, who promised to attach it to the Social Security bill then pending. Supported by Senator Talmadge of Georgia, the trade bill received only one day of hearings, and these were called on only 24 hours' notice. As matters turned out, however, the trade bill was not attached to the Social Security measure, but was superseded by subsequent U.S. trade and financial legislation. In simplest terms, the official position of the United States was that it alone was exempt from and immune to multilateral agreements. As in the typical posture of imperialists, veiled and open threats to the American case must be countered, and even the Mills Bill was insufficient as a counter, for in economic terms far more was at issue than imports and exports. What lay at the root of matters was the persistence of American balance of payments deficits which, the United States demanded, must be financed by other countries. At stake was the very question of power in the world. If other countries could perpetually be bound by U.S. decisions, of whatever character and for whatever purpose, their autonomy would be negligible and their threats meaningless. What was needed therefore was a showdown between the United States and non-communist Europe and Asia, a confrontation that would make clear the location of power once and for all. The world was by no means certain where power actually lay. In terms of military capabilities vis-a-vis the United States, Europe counted for little and Japan for naught. Ultimate power therefore rested with the United States. It was not ultimate power that was at issue, however, but the more subtle and less definable relative strengths of national and regional economies. The widening disparity between European and American economic strength only recently had begun to command general attention. Europe had kept quiet about the matter for understandable reasons. The United States had blinded itself by its assumption that national economic health and size of gross national product were identities, not measures of distinct and separate dimensions. Even the overseas deficits of the United States had alarmed few observers. That blindness was passing, however, along with the blind spot of economic theory that had produced it. Within the United States, slowly at first but with increasing acceleration, the most serious disquiet began to be felt. It expressed itself in what was to grow into a concerted private speculation by U.S. citizens and companies against the dollar. Funds fled the country, led by speculative ventures of U.S. corporate treasurers against maintenance of the dollar's de facto parity. The summer 1971 dollar crisis forces up Europe's exchange rates. This currency and gold speculation reflected the growing doubts that the United States could continue to dictate fundamental economic decisions to the rest of the world. If it could not, its foreign debts might overwhelm it. These debts were euphemized throughout Europe and Asia by the expression surplus dollars. In March 1971 the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, published a study warning that surplus dollars would continue to plague Europe's monetary system at least throughout the year. A $6 billion U.S. payments deficit was projected for 1971, second only to 1970's all-time high of $11 billion. This quasi-official and inaccurately optimistic projection, issued with U.S. blessing, was a complement to President Nixon's simultaneous announcement that a tax reduction might be necessary to stimulate the economy if unemployment remained over 6% by June of that year. Europeans adamantly opposed this plan, recognizing that a tax reduction would spill even more dollars into their markets. And as matters turned out, the U.S. payments deficit amounted to $6 billion in the first quarter alone, followed by another $6 billion in the second quarter. In April the U.S. trade balance moved into deficit for the first month since 1969, and remained in deficit thereafter. Movement out of the dollar accelerated into gold held abroad and into other currencies, with the Swiss franc and German mark being favored havens. Germany's international reserves rose to $16.7 billion, a gain of $3 billion from year-end 1970 and $9.6 billion from year-end 1969. U.S. strategists did nothing to stem this flight out of the dollar. The central banks of the Netherlands, Belgium, and France retaliated by cashing in $422 million of dollars for U.S. gold. Of this sum France accounted for $282 million, which it paid to the IMF to liquidate the balance of its borrowings made during the May 1968 crisis. Still, the Nixon administration did not tighten controls over U.S. capital movements. On Tuesday, May 4, $1.2 billion in dollars flowed into Germany to be converted into marks, followed by another $1 billion in the first hour of trading on Wednesday, May 5. This brought German reserves to more than $19 billion, at which point the central bank closed its foreign exchange markets pending a decision on how to resolve its dilemma. Discussions were opened with the other common market countries and with the United States on how the situation might be handled without bringing about a total breakdown of the international financial system. On Friday, May 7, however, John Connally, newly appointed U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, indicated that the nation would emphatically not cooperate with Europeans by slowing the flow of dollars into foreign countries. He suggested, instead, that foreign countries step up their purchases of special U.S. Treasury securities and buy U.S. common stocks as a means of recycling their dollars to the United States. 6 The New York Times reported a few days later that Washington concedes that its balance of payments priorities are pretty low. Europeans term the policy one of benign neglect, and in the corridors of the international meetings that have been taking place in Paris and Brussels they say that President Nixon is guided by only one thing: to get re-elected in 1972. An editorial in the London Financial Times said that if the policy continues to be benign neglect, it will be up to the nations of Europe to take matters into their own hands. 7. A group of prominent U.S. economists including Paul Samuelson, Milton Friedman, and two former heads of the Council of Economic Advisers, Walter Heller and Arthur Okun, asked that Germany float the mark and that other countries follow suit. This was the exact opposite of the policy recommended by the Werner Commission, and would have impaired common market plans to align the currencies of the Inner Six more closely with each other. West Germany's economic minister Karl Schiller proposed a plan whereby all common market central banks would stop acquiring dollars for an interim period. But while floating against the dollar, the currencies of the six would maintain a fixed relationship with one another. 8 He offered to provide German marks for a common market reserve fund to tide the weaker currencies of France and Italy over the transition period, and suggested that such a fund could be the beginning of a federal reserve system for Europe. France, however, did not wish to see Germany dominate the proposed monetary union. It announced that it would boycott the monetary union discussions as long as the mark floated. Italy also opposed a floating common market currency, fearing that a more expensive lira would force Italy to borrow increasingly from its common market partners, especially from Germany. For the time being, proposals to establish an EEC monetary union, the equivalent of a central bank for common market Europe, had to be held in abeyance. This was at least a temporary victory for the United States, but it was no more than temporary. Moreover, a consistent U.S. objective since 1945 had been to open Europe's markets wide to U.S. farm exports. The Common Market's agricultural policy had prohibited this. But to continue to succeed, this policy depended on fixed exchange rates among the currencies of the Inner Six. The outflow of funds from the United States, especially into the German mark, made maintenance of parities between the mark and the French franc impossible. Thus, the Common Market's agricultural policy, the indispensable foundation for harmonizing trading interests between France and Germany, hence the foundation of the Common Market itself, was brought into peril, threatened by the deluge of funds, largely American funds, that flooded into Germany. Economic power in its reality was being demonstrated. The quiescence of U.S. officials at the flight out of the dollar was fully explained. Such flight was a necessary instrument of U.S. strategy, one of whose principal aims had been and would remain the rupture of the agricultural policy within the EEC. So far, American strategy against Europe had succeeded without direct intervention by the U.S. government. For the moment such open intervention was not necessary. So massive had been the flight from the dollar that Europe's currencies began to be floated even before the U.S. government demanded that their parities be adjusted upward. On Sunday, May 9, 1971, Germany and the Netherlands floated their currencies, Switzerland revalued its franc by 7% and Austria increased the value of its shilling by 5%. These moves were accompanied by plans for special capital controls to limit eurodollar borrowings by Americans as well as by European firms. On June 1, the Bundesbank increased reserve requirements on foreign bank deposits to twice those required for domestic deposits. On July 2, German firms were obliged to make cash deposits with the Bundesbank to compensate for foreign currency borrowings made by them in the eurodollar market. Thus it was not the United States that imposed capital controls to stop the flight from the dollar, but Germany, to stop the flight into the mark. These European revaluations were the quintessence of U.S. strategy. Their effect was to increase the prices of German, Dutch, Swiss, and Austrian goods in the U.S. and world markets, making U.S. exports correspondingly more competitive. The president's economists have privately hailed the floating of the mark as a victory for United States policy, which they dislike calling benign neglect because it upsets foreigners. If the mark finally settles at a higher exchange rate, this would help America's trade position by making our exports cheaper and imports dearer. 9. The fragmenting of parities was treated as Europe's problem, not that of the United States. On May 10, an official U.S. Treasury statement observed that foreign exchange markets appeared to be adjusting in orderly fashion, and reiterated that no immediate action by the United States is called for. 10. Europe was compelled to choose between absorbing more and more U.S. dollars or stopping the purchase of dollars and letting European currencies appreciate still further, bestowing even more price advantage on U.S. exports. Officials continued to maintain a polite silence about events that imposed difficult choices in Europe but no real problems, at least for the time being, for the United States. But there was no doubt that some officials were positively pleased by the weekend outcome. 11. Nobel Prize winner Paul Samuelson typified the attitude of nationalistic U.S. economists, telling United Press International that the outcome of the recent crisis was a very good thing. Not a defeat for the dollar. This is a step in the right direction of equilibrium, Mr. Samuelson said. It is good for the dollar because, in my judgment, the dollar is overvalued. He said he was especially pleased that the Netherlands had joined West Germany in letting its currency float and added that he wished France had done the same thing. He laughingly expressed the hope for a healthy little crisis in Japan leading to an upward floating of the yen. Paul McCracken, chairman of President Nixon's Council of Economic Advisers, was quick to reject a complaint by some European officials that United States policies were responsible for the dollar flows that have rocked the monetary system. This view, raised in the Economic Policy Committee of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, seemed lopsided. If two people are out of step, it is not automatically clear who is out of step, he said at a news conference later. Let's not look for villains. Each nation has to look out for its own economy. 12. Senator Javits teamed up with Wisconsin's Representative Royce to introduce a joint resolution asking President Nixon to consider calling for an international monetary conference. In a Senate speech, Mr. Javits proposed a formal end of convertibility of foreign-held dollars into gold and more flexibility of currency exchange rates. 13. The United States began its official intervention in the power struggle over currency values by demanding, on May 17, 1971, that Japan revalue the yen. 14 Pressure has been building up to revalue the yen. But as long as the yen stays pegged at 0.27777 United States cents, the administration's economists cannot regard the recent crisis as having been truly constructive. The United States Treasury has little liking for this policy of revaluation via crisis. Officials fear that it aggravates hostility between America and its trading partners and reveals the weakness of the dollar, thus exposing the dollar to attack. 15 U.S. officials went so far as to threaten Japan with a special unilateral tariff restricting certain categories of Japanese exports to the United States if Japan did not revalue the yen. It was reported that one very high official made known his belief that the yen is probably undervalued by as much as 20%. The imposition of a special duty on goods from only one country, through a unilateral determination by the United States as distinct from the International Monetary Fund that the country's currency is undervalued, could have grave repercussions for both the world trading rules and the monetary rules. 16. Japan at first refused to revalue the yen to a higher parity. Its officials pointed out that their country's trade surplus with the United States was not simply a problem of relative prices but of differing production structures that would be cured partially by a renewed upswing in the domestic Japanese economy. 17 In place of revaluation, it began to dismantle the capital controls that had been in effect since World War II, and undertook an 8-point program, including import liberalization, preferential tariffs to the developing nations, tariff cuts, capital liberalization, removal of non-tariff barriers, promotion of economic cooperation, normalization of exports and flexible manipulation of fiscal and monetary policies. Beginning July 1, 1971, Japanese citizens were permitted to buy foreign securities, and further capital liberalization moves were scheduled for August. In addition, Japan capitulated to U.S. interests by unilaterally restraining textile exports to the United States for a period of 3 years beginning July 1. Other Asian countries followed suit by reducing own textile sales, starting with Taiwan and South Korea announcing that voluntary export quotas were being imposed on their producers. The result was that although the Kennedy round seemed to be cutting tariff rates, a new protectionist device has been invented, which gets around all international prohibitions and domestic inhibitions and which is compatible with an official posture of unalterable opposition to quotas, e.g. the so-called voluntary quota, ostensibly imposed by the exporting nation itself on its domestic producers. Thus liberal consciences are assuaged while a particularly harmful form of restriction is spreading. That the exporter's restrictions are imposed under the threat that the exporter will otherwise use compulsion and that the voluntary character is a myth does not seem to matter. 18. To be sure, the new trade barrier was in violation of Article 11 of GATT, which laid down that no prohibitions and restrictions other than duties, taxes, or other charges, whether made effective through quotas, import or export licenses or other measures, shall be instituted or maintained by any contracting party on the importation of any product of the territory of any other contracting party or on the exportation or sale for export of any product destined for the territory of any contracting party, italics added. The formulators of the GATT agreements may well have had voluntary quotas in mind, inasmuch as they were first used by the Japanese in the late 1930s before being rediscovered and reimposed by the United States in the mid-1950s. As early as 1963 they covered about 27% of Japan's exports to the United States. 19 An added feature was the fact that foreign governments could not claim ground for tariff retaliation against voluntary quotas, inasmuch as the reduction of exports to the United States was, after all, voluntary. These upheavals highlighted the link between financial and military power. It had come to light that the United States threatened implicitly to withdraw its troops from West Germany 3 years ago if the German central bank did not renounce its rights to convert surplus dollars into American gold. The link between the troops and gold has always been assumed in international monetary circles. An interview published in Der Spiegel, the West German magazine, has now provided some of the details and the specific circumstances. The interview, with Dr. Karl Blessing, president of the Bundesbank, he died April 25, takes on particular significance because of the crisis over surplus dollars in Europe, most of them in West Germany, and the new moves in the Senate to pull the American forces out of that country. 20. In the wake of the currency crisis, Senator Mike Mansfield proposed, on May 11, 1971, that the United States cut its European troop commitments more than half, from 310,000 to 150,000 men in order to conserve the dollar outflow. 21 This suggestion was in direct opposition to the military strategy outlined by President Nixon in his State of the World message delivered the preceding February. By May 13 the Nixon administration ruled out any compromise in its fight to defeat the Mansfield move. Senator Scott of Pennsylvania told reporters that the administration would not accept any alternative that would have the effect of Congress determining the foreign policy of the United States toward NATO. 22. The Nixon administration was firm in its decision, for affairs were going exactly as it wished. Apparent weakness of the dollar, with corresponding firming of other currencies, was one of its objectives. The Mansfield Amendment, designed to slow the outflow of dollars, was in contradiction of official policy to accelerate the outflow and force the central banks of other countries to pick up the short-term debt of the United States, by including this debt among their reserve banking assets. If this did not occur, the world could not be forced to adopt the US dollar as its central banking currency without regard for the inadequacy of a gold cover. If they did accept the dollar in this role as the world's monetary reserve currency, the $61 billion in overseas debt of the United States would cease to exist for all practical purposes, at least as a debt that was expected to be paid. The Nixon administration was playing one of the most ambitious games in the economic history of mankind, but it was beyond the comprehension of the liberal senators of the United States, and it did not appear in the world's economic textbooks. The simple device of not hindering the outflow of dollar assets had the effect wiping out America's foreign debt even while seeming to increase it. At the same time, the simple utilization of the printing press, that is, new credit creation, widened the opportunities for penetrating foreign markets by taking over foreign companies. August 15 and its aftermath. The policy was formalized on August 15, 1971. Upward adjustment of foreign exchange rates had not gone far enough to suit the administration. Foreign countries had submitted to the U.S. aegis, but their submission needed to be made more absolute. President Nixon therefore suspended all further sale of U.S. gold to foreign central banks. Henceforth, the $61 billion of liquid debt owed to foreigners would be paid only in the form of other paper evidences of debt. Not only were gold payments suspended, the foreign overseas debt of the United States was, in effect, repudiated. There was a devious legal aspect to this maneuver. The articles of the IMF that defined convertibility of currencies did not require their convertibility into gold, but into gold or US dollars at their gold parity of 1944, i.e., $35 an ounce. There was no requirement in the IMF articles that the United States in fact and forever must continue to buy and sell gold at $35 an ounce. Such was obviously understood when the IMF was founded, but it had not been spelled out. Therefore, the convertibility of other currencies could be construed as convertible into paper dollars, and this was how the Nixon administration construed the rule. Inclusion of the U.S. short-term debt among the monetary reserves of foreign central banks thus satisfied all international legal requirements pertaining to gold reserves and the settlement of international payments imbalances. One subtlety of this situation was that speculators could earn a profit by buying foreign currencies for dollars in the firm belief that the U.S. government would force up the value of foreign currencies. This profit was guaranteed because the government of the United States required a massive outpouring of dollars into other currencies in order to further its foreign investment and export policies by forcing upward the exchange rates of other currencies vis-a-vis the dollar. To the U.S. government this was a cost-free exercise, the only effort involved being that of creating dollars faster. Speculation against the dollar in fact had become the official international policy of the United States. It no longer involved an economic risk once gold payments were suspended. Phase 1 of America's imperial monetary design was thus completed. Foreign currencies had been forced upward against the dollar, effectively supporting U.S. exports and minimizing U.S. imports to the extent that relative domestic and import prices were affected. Limitations were imposed on the export policies of certain nations and their official controls over capital movements weakened. Most important, the foreign debt of the United States was effectively repudiated. Even this was not deemed sufficient, however. The revaluations of foreign currencies had not gone as far as the administration desired. That is to say, the competitive ability of foreign countries in U.S. and world markets, on the basis of product prices, still was too high for American comfort. To force these currencies up still further, President Nixon imposed a 10% surcharge on imports to the United States not already limited by trade quotas. This unilateral surcharge, the government announced, would remain in effect until foreign countries, on a selective basis, revalued their currencies to the extent desired by the United States. Other limitations on their ability to export to the United States were spelled out as part of the price they would have to pay for removal of the surcharge. Export bounties in the form of tax rebates were granted to U.S. exporters, while wage and price controls were imposed on the domestic economy. Faced with these aggressive economic policies, the nations of the world capitulated, France again being the sole significant exception. The 10% import surcharge negated all the tariff cuts reciprocally negotiated by the United States since the end of World War II. The combination of the import surcharge and investment tax credit create a 22% price barrier for other nations seeking to sell capital goods to American companies. In addition, prices of foreign-made capital goods have been further increased in some cases by the upward revaluation of national currencies. 23 administration spokesmen spoke of foreign revaluations of from 15 to 20% or a set of quantum leaps that would have raised the total protection of the new program to the 37 to 42% range. GATT declared the United States in violation of its rules and announced that other member countries had the right to retaliate. But this did not save Japan, after 2 weeks of resistance, from finally having to float the yen on August 27, after the Bank of Japan was forced to absorb $4 billion in dollar inflows at existing dollar-yen parities. The yen immediately jumped by 5%. Revaluation of the yen was deemed urgent by U.S. strategists on the ground that European countries will be more amenable to accepting some competitive disadvantage through higher rates for their own currencies now that they know Japan will accept a similar handicap. 24 A week later, on September 6, the common market indeed found itself obliged to follow suit by floating its currencies, although still intervening in an attempt to limit their appreciation against the dollar. At a meeting of the Group of 10 on September 15, Treasury Secretary Connolly said blandly for the television cameras as he left the afternoon meeting, "We had a problem and we are sharing it with the world just like we shared our prosperity. That's what friends are for." 25 He demanded that the rest of the world guarantee an annual $13 billion improvement in the U.S. balance of payments. At this point the dollar had fallen by 2.9% against the pound sterling, 6.4% against the yen, 6% against the Canadian dollar and 5.7% against the Dutch guilder. This was not enough, U.S. monetary representatives insisted. If the United States were to relax its import controls, foreign countries would have to increase their currency values by some 10 to 20%. To help encourage such shifts, U.S. officials leaked an IMF study estimating that, on the average, foreign currencies should appreciate by about 10% relative to the dollar, with the yen rising 15% and the German mark 12%, the Canadian dollar 11% and the pound sterling 7%. 26 The IMF study was based on the assumption that the exchange rate changes would have to be large enough to restore equilibrium to the United States balance of payments at full employment. 27 In other words, foreign countries must accept increased unemployment at home resulting from loss of their export markets to U.S. producers, in order that full employment could be fostered in the United States. The double standard of international diplomacy pursued by the United States thus was laid bare for all to see. What distressed European diplomats more than any other demand was American insistence that the common market weaken its agricultural program by opening its markets to U.S. producers at the expense of Europe's farmers. "We're interested in the whole package," asserted Mr. Connolly, insisting that currency changes, trade liberalization, and sharing of American international aid and defense obligations should all be discussed in connection with lifting the surcharge. 28 American antipathy toward the EEC's agricultural policy had become all the more pressing as it now appeared certain that England would join the common market by January 1, 1973. This would mean a loss of $500 million in U.S. grain exports if England were to shift grain purchases from the United States to Europe as required under EEC rules. American officials also reiterated their long-standing antipathy toward extending associate membership status to non-common market countries. On the eve of the Group of 10 meeting, the U.S. Commission on Trade published its recommendations in a report entitled Strategy for the 70s, authored largely by Peter G. Peterson. The report singled out the adverse effects on U.S. exports of European communities' common agricultural policy and preferential trade arrangements. "We should seek a commitment to the elimination of illegal preferences, assurances that no further impairment of our agricultural trade interests will occur in the enlargement negotiations, and a commitment on liberalization of the common agricultural policy as part of the negotiations on longer-term issues." 29. Simultaneously, the Common Market issued a position paper at Brussels calling for a united front against the United States at the Group of 10 meetings to start the following day. Realizing that if the present monetary difficulties continued too long, they would raise undoubted dangers for the good functioning of the community, particularly the common agricultural policy, the Council asked the Commission to draw up a special report on the consequences of the present situation on the functioning of the agricultural common market and confirmed the mandate given on August 19 to the Monetary Committee and the Committee of Central Bank Governors to seek as soon as possible methods enabling a stabilization of the community's exchange relations. 30. France as usual took the lead in opposing the U.S. demands. On August 18 it had announced that it would neither revalue nor float the French franc relative to the dollar. President Georges Pompidou, at his September 23 press conference, pointed out that to arrive at an immediate solution would entail the risk, I am convinced, of leading the partners of the United States into exorbitant concessions and would finally render impossible a balanced solution. 31 The 10% import surcharge, he said, was just one element in the whole. A big stick that might possibly be transformed into a carrot if only one is disposed to play the role of the donkey, which is not our intention. He demanded an outright devaluation of the dollar in terms of gold. It hardly was surprising when the Group of 10 meeting adjourned without any agreement, and U.S. officials turned to exert pressure on the Far East. First they asked Japan to emulate West Germany in agreeing to buy U.S. arms to offset the approximately $650 million annual U.S. military expenditures in Japan. Japanese officials, and some American officials, argue that Japan is not getting a free ride at all. They note that the American military has rent-free use of thousands of acres of Japanese property. One estimate is that this saves the United States $450 million a year. These officials also argue that much of the American money is being spent more for the strategic defense of the United States than for the defense of Japan. And they point out that a large part of the $650 million, some say half, is spent not on defense, but on Japanese goods to stock American military post exchanges. 32 Furthermore, Japan already was spending $100 to $120 million annually in the United States to buy armaments. U.S. policy was just as rough toward South Korea and other major Asian textile exporters. In mid-September the United States gave South Korea until October 15 to impose mandatory quotas, slowing its export growth of woolens and man-made fiber products to 11% in 1972, 10% in 1973 and 9% in 1974. South Koreans had insisted on an annual increase of 23%, maintaining that anything below that level would seriously hamper their third five-year economic plan, due to start next year. 33 By October 1, however, South Korea gave in to U.S. demands, effective retroactively to July 1971.34. Also on October 15, U.S. trade negotiators threatened Japan with even more restrictive textile curbs if it did not impose controls of its own. 35 The Sato government was accused by the Japan Textile Foundation of suffering a humiliating agreement with the United States, threatening Japan's 2 million textile workers with unemployment. 36. But Japan capitulated, agreeing to limit growth in textile sales to the United States to only 5% annually. Indiana exchange for the United States lifting its import surcharge on wool and synthetics. 37 Taiwan and Hong Kong signed similar agreements. Industrial leaders predicted that the agreement would mean the loss of some 300,000 jobs in Japan. All four opposition parties issued statements attacking the government for initialing the agreement. In part payment, Japan regained control of Okinawa, whose return to Japan the U.S. Senate had held up pending satisfactory outcome of the textile negotiations. World trade thus was becoming more militarized than at any time since the 1930s. Europe's autumn 1971 collapse. By the end of October 1971, Europe seemed to be heading into a recession, in part because of the U.S. tariff policy. Stock market prices on the French bourse had fallen by 15% since August 15. British unemployment stood at a post-war high of 900,000 and was soon to exceed 1 million, while retail prices had risen more than 10% from a year earlier. Industrial production was stagnant or declining throughout Europe, principally as a result of the uncertainties inflicted by the United States. The Nixon administration did not help matters by announcing that it would keep the import surcharge as a bargaining lever until substantial improvement in the U.S. trade balance had been achieved. Denmark retaliated on October 19 by imposing a 10% import surcharge of its own, and the threat of a world tariff war began to appear real. Matters were not helped by the United States negotiating special exemptions from the surcharge for Canada and Mexico, along with proposals by Connolly for a selective lifting of the surcharge for West Germany because it has allowed its mark to float upwards to a realistic new parity with the $38. This was part of the emerging U.S. strategy to make a separate deal with West Germany and use it as a weapon against other common market countries. France's response was to insist that the franc would not be allowed to appreciate against the dollar, so that dollar devaluation would give it a competitive edge against Germany, whose mark had now soared about 9% against the dollar. Balance of payments deficits traditionally have been the setting for increased protectionism, and America's experience proved no exception. On November 4 the Senate Finance Committee voted to give the President authority, if the U.S. international position were found to be threatened, to increase the tariff surcharge to 15% and to extend it to cover all quota and non-tariff items that had been exempted from the August 15 surcharge. The President could also was empowered to impose import quotas. 39. At this point the dollar had declined by only 4% on a weighted average basis. At the GATT meetings in late November, U.S. negotiators used this fact to press for special trade favors quite apart from further devaluation. They were turned down by the common market countries, joined by Britain and Ireland. The United States also pressed once again for increased access to Europe's food markets, and the Common Market Executive Commission once again pointed out that the 10% import surcharge had the effect of doubling effective U.S. tariff rates, to 19.3%, affecting some $5.8 billion worth of common market exports. U.S. delegates to a Group of 10 meeting in Rome on November 29 announced that the United States would rescind the import surcharge and its allied Buy American tax credits if foreign countries appreciated their currencies by an average of 11%. The U.S. monetary negotiator, Paul Volcker of the Treasury Department, brought agricultural and trade specialists to the meeting to press for what he called a big package approach, but met solid European resistance. Finally, President Nixon and U.S. economic strategists met with a French mission headed by President Pompidou in the Azores on December 13-14, and reached a monetary agreement that was announced in Washington at the end of the week at a Group of 10 meeting. First of all, as of Monday, December 20, foreign currencies were appreciated by the 11% figure demanded by the U.S. Treasury. The Japanese yen increased by 14.4%, the German mark 11.9%, the Belgian franc and Dutch guilder by 10.4% each, the British pound and French franc 7.9% each, and the Italian lira by 7%. The Canadian dollar continued to float, and was up 8%. In addition, the IMF rules were changed to permit wider parity banks of 2.25% on either side of parity. This meant that the US dollar could decline by an additional 2.25% and other currencies could appreciate by a similar amount, so that a further 4.5% shift in exchange rates could take place without consultation with the IMF. The U.S. representatives also agreed to ask Congress to authorize an increase in the official price of gold to $38 an ounce. Getting congressional approval for this agreement, the Wall Street Journal observed, might prove difficult inasmuch as some congressman is just bound to come up with a silly amendment, like for instance requiring everybody to pay off all their World War I debts first. Every now and then Congress does take a keen interest in those World War I debts. At least enough interest, anyway, to keep the Treasury totting up the amount. Thanks to accrual of unpaid interest, as of mid-1970 the debts totaled a tempting $17,155,745,768.68. 40. Senators Javits and Hatfield proposed to legalize gold ownership for U.S. citizens. In exchange for this agreement by Congress, President Nixon rescinded his import surcharge and extended his investment tax credit to cover capital goods of foreign manufacture. The common market responded by increasing its agricultural tariffs and price support levels so as to prevent the United States from gaining any special farm export advantages from its devaluation. Yet Europe's and Asia's capitulation had been total. The world henceforth would trade on terms dictated by the United States, whose massive foreign debt had become a bludgeon with which the world was beaten into submission. In so doing, however, the United States was impelling the world down a path that threatened to lead toward a third force, an enlarged common market embracing virtually the whole of Europe, with collective industrial capacity greater than that of the United States, with larger gold reserves and with some $43 billion of accumulated purchasing power for U.S. capital goods and industrial products which, if Europe so determined, could be employed for the acceleration of its own industrial growth at the expense of the United States. True, the United States would be paid for such exports, but such payment could constitute solely a reduction in U.S. liabilities to foreigners. If European central banks cashed in their treasury bill holdings to cover their trade deficits with the United States, these securities would be thrown onto America's own financial markets, threatening to force up interest rates if the Federal Reserve did not simply monetize the bond sales or increase domestic taxes. The possibility thus was raised in principle that it would be the U.S. economy that might end up being squeezed. The rate at which this transformation of U.S. paper liabilities into industrial exports might occur remained to be demonstrated. That it would come about seemed probable as countries set out during the 1970s to create a new international economic order. The world economy was fracturing, threatening the United States with the prospect that for the first time in its history it might have to pay the equivalent of economic tribute abroad for the military activities that had been responsible for its balance of payments deficits in the 1950s and 1960s. In this alternative scenario, American success in forcing other nations to pay the costs of its overseas wars would prove an empty one. The United States would face a future of having to yield up the real products of its industry in exchange for the paper it has printed so assiduously and had forced upon other countries as central banking assets. It was to discourage this prospect that the United States pressed its monetary imperialism to its new and present stage during 1972 and 1973. 14. The monetary offensive of spring 1973. The monetary agreements reached at the Smithsonian Institution in December 1971 prompted U.S. officials to turn what they called benign neglect of the payments deficit into a willful policy. The idea was to oblige other governments either to finance the deficit by lending their surpluses to the U.S. government and, in the process, finance the domestic budget deficit or let the dollar depreciate and thus favor U.S. exporters over European ones. American strategists recognized that the excess dollars being thrown off by the U.S. payments deficit were being converted into marks and yen to force up the price of one currency after another. This financial instability threatened to render trade agreements unworkable, for the only way to defend against U.S. devaluation advantages would have been for foreign governments to compartmentalize their currency and trading systems, arranging barter deals to protect against shifting currency relations, and even to enact floating tariffs and export subsidies. U.S. strategists doubted that Europe and Asia would take these steps, and they were proved right. Foreign economies ended up supporting the dollar rather than risk the monetary anarchy threatened by U.S. actions. The aim of U.S. policy was to continue running deficits for as long as possible. After all, who could tell how long the U.S. ability to bid up foreign goods and even companies on credit could continue, until other countries actually drew the line and stopped absorbing surplus dollars? The Americans saw that only a world monetary crisis could bring the free ride to an end. It was clear that the greater role played by foreign trade and investment in the economic life of foreign countries meant that such a crisis would hurt them more than the United States. The threat of triggering a world monetary breakdown accordingly became the U.S. bludgeon with which to threaten the world as the dollar glut intensified during 1972 and 1973. The impotence of foreign governments to retaliate meaningfully, short of breaking totally with the United States and its dollar standard, was perceived as early as April 1967. Two bank economists, Rudolph Peterson of the Bank of America, subsequently head of the Peterson Commission on Foreign Aid, and John Deaver of the Chase Manhattan Bank, a protege of the Chicago monetarist Milton Friedman, independently suggested that if Europe threatened to cash in its unwanted dollars for U.S. gold, the United States should simply suspend its gold sales, cut the dollar loose from gold and let it sink against the currencies of governments dumping their dollars. He wrote, "If the Treasury began buying and selling only at its discretion, foreign central banks would be faced with a serious dilemma. With their dollars no longer freely convertible into gold, they would have to decide what to do with the dollars they own, and how to deal with the dollars that would be presented to them by their own commercial banks for conversion into local currencies. But this would be a most disagreeable choice. On the one hand, if they permitted the dollar to depreciate, prices of U.S. goods would drop relative to domestically produced goods. Furthermore, it would make U.S. exports more competitive in third markets. This solution would be vigorously opposed by most exporters and businessmen abroad. On the other hand, if foreign central banks continued to support the dollar at its present rate, this would place them more unequivocally than ever on a dollar standard. If it is made unmistakably clear that in the event of a crisis the U.S. would simply terminate the privilege now given to foreign central banks of buying gold freely, then the burden of decision regarding the defense of the dollar would be shifted even more than now from the U.S. to the shoulders of European and other central banks. 1. American officials expressed some embarrassment at the naked offensiveness of these observations, and Deaver soon left Chase and disappeared from the economic scene. But his perceptions obviously were on target, for a year later, in April 1968, the first phase of this strategy was applied when the Treasury obtained voluntary agreement from the largest central banks not to cash in their dollars for U.S. gold. In August 1971, President Nixon made the gold embargo an official pillar of his new economic policy. The suspension of gold convertibility did indeed force Europe to choose between holding dollars, mainly in the form of treasury bills, or dumping them and thereby permitting the dollar to find its own level at a facto U.S. devaluation. This made the U.S. payments deficit, that is, the world's dollar surplus, not a U.S. problem but one for Germany, Japan, and other payments surplus nations. A year after Nixon took the dollar off gold, the well-known free trade economist Gottfried Haberler, a consultant to the U.S. Treasury, urged the government to continue pursuing its objectives without regard to the balance of payments. The first premise of U.S. economic policy, he emphasized, was that U.S. macroeconomic policies, monetary, fiscal policies, demand management, should be guided by domestic policy objectives, employment, price stability, growth, and should not be used to influence the balance of payments. In keeping with his free market views, Haberler urged that the government not try to improve the balance of payments by measures of control, such as import restrictions, export subsidies, capital export controls, buy American policies, and the like. It should ignore the trade deficit and pursue a passive balance of payments policy, a policy of benign neglect. Actually, until August 1971, the Nixon administration had been pursuing substantially a passive policy with respect to the balance of payments, although official statements vigorously denied that this was the case. In fact, Haberler observed, the great sweep of monetary and fiscal policy extending back into the Johnson administration had been independent of the balance of payments too. Curiously, Haberler did not reflect that the absence of monetary self-control within the U.S. economy obliged other governments to impose controls over their own currency and capital markets in order to defend themselves against the dollar glut. His conclusion was simply that the U.S. should not try to devalue the dollar, but leave it to other countries to change the par value of their currency, thereby changing the exchange value of the dollar. If the value of one currency after another could be forced up, the dollar would be left in a uniquely abandoned position at the end of the process, remaining low against the revaluing currencies. This would enable the U.S. government to strike the moral pose that it was not devaluing, other economies were revaluing their currencies. But if the United States itself devalued the dollar, other governments probably would follow, so that the net effect would only be to revalue gold upwards. Haberler echoed Peterson and Deaver in pointing out that the choices for the world's payments surplus nations to cope with the U.S. payments deficit were a. Inflation, b. Appreciation or floating of their currencies, and c. Accumulation of dollar reserves. Any of these responses would be in the U.S. interest, as would be the policies of foreign countries importing more, especially from the United States, and being able to reduce their trade barriers. This array of options would have an intriguing conclusion if countries experiencing dollar inflows let this money work in an inflationary way. In that case, the U.S. payments deficit would inflate their economies until a new monetary equilibrium was reached. It is not impossible that at some future date a foreign dollar holder may engage in excessive inflation, Haberle explained. Then he would see his dollar reserves melt away. If this happened on a large scale in many countries, it would bring back the days of the dollar shortage and imported inflation for the U.S. World prices would increase as foreign countries bought U.S. exports and capital assets at inflated prices, thereby reducing the value of U.S. official foreign debt in terms of current world output. The United States would simply have inflated itself out of debt. If prices doubled after 10 years, the outstanding real value of U.S. borrowings abroad would be halved. This monetary adjustment process would enable the United States to repay its foreign debts in devalued dollars, that is, dollars that had been borrowed at a time when the dollar bought a maximum amount of foreign exchange to finance the U.S. investment takeover of foreign economies. By the time of repayment, the foreign exchange value of these dollars would have shrunk sharply. U.S. investors thus would pay back their debts with cheap dollars. This was essentially the logic that prompted Nixon to escalate the policy of benign neglect. In late 1972 he removed the Phase II wage and price controls and announced that by 1974 he intended to remove all controls limiting U.S. capital outflows. The Federal Reserve System proceeded to inflate the money supply to spur a boom, contributing to the most rapid inflation America had experienced since the Civil War. The strategy was Machiavellian. Inflation in the United States would be conveyed abroad by the persistent and growing dollar glut, and the resulting rise in world prices would erode the value of the dollar overhang. The $75 billion that the U.S. Treasury owed to the world's central banks at 1968-72 prices and exchange rates would be repaid with the equivalent of perhaps less than $40 billion in purchasing power as measured by the original debt. To the extent that gold was revalued and part of this $75 billion repaid in bullion, the gold tonnage price of this dollar borrowing would be written down to less than 1/5 of its original value as measured by the year-end 1974 price of almost $200 an ounce. Gold prices subsequently soared to over $700 an ounce. U.S. monetary self-interest thus spurred a worldwide rise in commodity and gold prices. It was incidental to this strategy that it exerted a deflationary effect on Third World exporters of cereals, coffee, oil, and other raw materials priced in dollars and thus worth less in exchange for European and Japanese products. But to the OPEC economies, the inflation became a major reason prompting them to quadruple oil prices. Whereas foreign countries had been rendered satellites of the U.S. economy in the 1940s and 1950s by virtue of America's world creditor status, they now became satellitized by its debtor position. In fact, the words satellitized and satellization made their entry into the vocabulary of economic journalists as Europe seemed hopelessly fragmented in the face of America's new strategy. As Gordon Tether wrote in his Lombard column of the London Financial Times, the Nixon administration has already provided a working example of the way in which it intends to employ divide-and-conquer techniques to help it discipline the outside world through economic pressure in the same way as it kept it in its place through monetary manipulation for so long. It took the form of a refusal during the recent monetary conference to offer to collaborate in devising arrangements for joint support of the dollar in case of need. The absence of any firm U.S. commitment to support the dollar in a general way means that Washington retains full freedom to allow or even encourage market forces to bring about yet another American devaluation should the rest of the world, for instance, not show a suitable readiness to indulge American wishes and ambitions in other directions. Washington's refusal to discuss how dollar support would actually be apportioned between other currencies strikes an even more sinister note. For what it means is that, to the extent that the U.S. plays a part in the work of preventing dollar weakness from revaluing other countries, it is free to decide which currencies it will help to keep down currencies, and which it will allow to go up. Needless to say, this puts Washington in an excellent position not only to play one country off against another but also to bring pressure to bear on those that display less willingness to cooperate in making the economic satellization plan work than the rest. For by inviting American discrimination against them in the exchange field, they will risk having unilateral revaluations that they do not want inflicted on them with all that this entails. And this, of course, is only the start. The U.S. is equipping itself with the power to operate quota restrictions and tariff barriers on a discriminatory, country-by-country basis. And that will obviously put it in an even more favorable position to penalize any countries that resist. Point 4. The problem, observed Tether, was Europe's inability to form a united front against the United States, especially as Germany had replaced Britain as America's cutting wedge against European unity. The outcome of the recent crisis revealed that the Germans are so vulnerable to the American threat to withdraw troops from Europe that they are apt to see things in very much the American way. It is no secret, Tether wrote in another column, that an overriding purpose of the administration's drive to cheapen the dollar to a sufficient extent to procure a massive excess of U.S. exports over imports is to provide scope for unlimited U.S. capital investment abroad. This might appeal to export-oriented businesses in the United States, he observed, but American consumers would suffer. After all, the perpetual undervaluation of the dollar such a scenario requires will add unnecessarily to their cost of living at home. 5. But American industry would be provided with the foreign exchange to buy up the most profitable and technologically critical sectors of European and Asian industry. This indeed has been the aim that has guided American policy for the past 3 decades, culminating in the purchase of public enterprises being privatized from Chile to Britain and Russia. American strategies to deal with Europe's growing dollar holdings were grounded on the recognition that because of the many U.S. overseas transactions that were not functions of price, or, as economic jargon expresses it, were price inelastic and had to be made regardless of price, the U.S. payments deficit in all likelihood would continue rather than responding positively to devaluation. In view of the major role played by price-insensitive raw materials such as oil, no protracted turnaround in the U.S. trade balance was likely. As the dollar fell in value, the dollar price of many imports from the industrial nations rose, but this did not induce a proportional decline in U.S. demand. Nor were exports helped much. More American goods were exported, but the foreign exchange equivalent of their sales proceeds was reduced by the dollar's devaluation. In the spring of 1972, the International Economic Policy Association published a report on the United States balance of payments, From Crisis to Controversy. Its main author, Dr. Danielian, acknowledged that foreigners had become restive at giving real goods and services in exchange for paper, which depreciated in value as American inflation grew. Meanwhile, the money flows from the United States abroad increased foreign inflationary pressures. 6. But the system's strength lay in the fact that despite this foreign restiveness, there simply was little room to maneuver against the United States. Europeans were caught in an all-or-nothing dilemma. The only way to protect themselves would be to make an outright break with the U.S. economy. It was precisely this threat that had led Britain to knuckle under to U.S. demands in the World War II Lend-Lease negotiations and the 1946 British loan. The 1971 dollar crisis all but precluded further rounds of world tariff cuts, so there was little likelihood of foreign economies lowering their tariffs against U.S. exports. The average 11% devaluation of the dollar in return to major trading currencies effectively negated the average 10% tariff reductions granted by the United States in those negotiations. Understandably, other industrial countries are determined to insist on reciprocal concessions in another round of trade negotiations to regain lost territory. They are also opposed to connecting monetary negotiations with discussions on trade matters. 7. The major prospect for U.S. payments improvement seemed to lie on capital account. Foreign affiliates of U.S. firms might remit more of their earnings to their American head offices, and foreign investors might increase their stake in the United States. Former French Prime Minister Pierre Mendès France suggested that Europe use its surplus dollars to buy back U.S. affiliates in Europe, presumably on a compulsory basis, and thus disenclave the American investment presence. There are some precedents, as he points out, since both Britain and France were forced to requisition private assets abroad to pay the United States for their public external liabilities in connection with the 2 world wars. An official of the United Auto Workers has advanced precisely this suggestion as a solution to the accumulated balance of payments deficit. 8. But the United States did not intend to give any such quid pro quo for Europe's dollar holdings. More in mind was the Danielian report's recommended solution that between $10 and $20 billion of foreign holdings should be converted into long-term, preferably non-marketable, Treasury obligations. This would prevent foreign central banks from converting their dollar holdings from liquid form, by turning them into a nearly sterilized asset. The report found both moral justification and economic logic for other countries to reduce their trade barriers, especially in agriculture. An additional $1 billion worth of food products bought in the United States each year would neutralize the balance of payments cost of U.S. troops in Europe. A more felicitous concept of convertibility could hardly be conceived. 9. Europe thus was to become dependent on the United States for feed grains, to complement and finance its military dependency. American policymakers knew that their European counterparts recognized as clearly as they themselves did that the U.S. payments deficit would continue at a rate of over $6 billion annually, even if the dollar was devalued or foreign currencies were forced up in value, and irrespective even of the likelihood of peace in Southeast Asia. Only a drastic curtailment of military operations and closing of installations abroad, or a reimposition of the ban on dependents accompanying soldiers overseas can reduce the gross military outflow on the balance of payments account to manageable proportions. The latter would severely affect recruitment and re-enlistments, the former has major political and military consequences for the national interest. 10. It also would thwart President Nixon's hopes for an all-volunteer army, at least under circumstances in which a sizable U.S. troop presence would remain in Europe. The report concluded that the government should accept, a priori, the fact that its annual $6 billion payments deficit would continue. How small this appears from today's vantage point. Its hundredfold increase is a measure of the success America has achieved in getting foreigners to fund its payments deficit seemingly ad infinitum. Given the fact that the U.S. payments deficit resulted mainly from military spending, not from a surplus of imports over exports, the Danielian proposals were, in effect, for American labor and capital to displace that of Europe and Japan in order to enable the government to pay for its Cold War programs and other international policies that it decided unilaterally. Foreign earnings remitted to U.S. buyers of overseas firms, and foreign markets promised to U.S. exporters regardless of price, especially for farm exports, would pay for U.S. government policies. The Danielian report's most novel proposal was to finance the dollar overhang by establishing a U.S. public development corporation, which would be established by law to borrow liquid dollar holdings on a long-term basis from foreign central banks, individuals, and institutions, and the IMF, at attractive interest rates, possible with a maintenance of value guarantee. The guarantee could be accomplished by denominating the corporation notes in terms of SDRs, or in foreign currencies with the option of SDR conversion. The proceeds would be loaned to U.S. municipalities, states, and other agencies, for urban development, housing, schools, transportation, sewage treatment plants, and other needed improvements. Interest rates would approximate those on tax-exempt bonds. 11. The proposed financial intermediary would reduce America's need to fund such spending with tax money or domestic borrowing. This would permit taxes to be lowered, incidentally providing American exporters with a competitive advantage as foreign governments would tax their domestic residents to finance the dollar acquisitions that were lent to the U.S. government corporation. In addition to lowering domestic tax needs, congressional restraints over government spending programs abroad and at home would be removed. The proposal would establish a virtual perpetual motion vehicle for the U.S. federal spending. The government would run a domestic budgetary and balance of payments deficit to finance its military and related spending. These dollars would accrue to foreign central banks, which would relend them to finance America's development rather than that of their own economies. The Danielian report's suggestion that the U.S. Treasury offer a maintenance of value clause was to be made conditional on foreign countries agreeing to carry their share of common defense costs and to supply a greater share of foreign aid in terms of absolute amounts. In other words, foreign governments would finance U.S. political, diplomatic, and military aid via the World Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank and other institutions controlled by the U.S. government, instead of through specifically European and Asian instruments serving their own national interests. Another condition was that Europe abandon its common agricultural policy. 12. This report evidently formed the basis for official U.S. demands. In January 1973, the economic report of the president urged that the United States not participate in any international financial reform without obtaining substantial foreign trade and investment concessions, especially in agriculture. This stance was called the single package approach. It aimed at unilaterally increasing U.S. tariffs against payments surplus economies such as Germany or Japan without violating the most favored nation rule that underlies all international trade agreements. Injured economies are bound to retaliate under GATT rules, as had occurred in the 1962 Chicken War between the United States and Europe. Despite such trade sanctions, the government was backed by Congress and national labor unions in a plan to raise tariffs and impose special non-tariff barriers such as voluntary quotas. As Treasury Secretary Schultz had put matters at the 1972 annual meeting of the IMF and World Bank, such basic rules as no competitive devaluation and most favored nation treatment have served U.S. well, but they and others need to be reaffirmed, supplemented, and made applicable to today's conditions. In other words, they no longer suited U.S. economic philosophy, and should be ignored. A second U.S. objective spelled out in the 1973 economic report was to create a financial Procrustean bed by freezing the relative levels of world central bank reserves. Payments surplus nations whose reserves rose beyond a specified proportion of the world total would be obliged to revalue their currencies, presumably on the ground that this would hurt their balance of payments and restore equilibrium to the international economy. Conversely, when countries found their reserves falling below a specified limit, they could devalue, even if their deficit were caused by military spending rather than by private sector trade. Only their reserve levels would serve as objective indicators for adjustment, not discriminating between one set of transactions and another. 13. The onus of adjustment thus was to be placed on the payments surplus nations. If the value of Germany's mark or Japan's yen was pushed up by speculative capital inflows, U.S. troop spending or a U.S. investment takeover of their economies, they would be obliged to penalize their exporters by revaluing their currencies and realigning their economies to adjust to policies determined unilaterally in Washington. Regarding the dollar overhang that had built up, the economic report suggested converting it from a U.S. liability into SDRs, e.g. into the liabilities of the IMF member nations generally rather than of the United States specifically. One problem standing in the way, of course, was the fact that countries were obliged at some point to repay their IMF borrowings. The economic advisers therefore advocated that the $75 billion in official U.S. Treasury debt to foreign central banks should be funded into world reserve assets without any corresponding liability. In line with the trial balloon sent up by the Danielian report, they recommended that foreign central banks set up an investment fund to purchase U.S. common stocks and other securities. The scheme was aimed especially at the oil-producing countries with relatively large external assets. 14. Instead of using their export proceeds to modernize their own economies, payments surplus countries were asked to finance U.S. spending and investment. No such far-reaching proposal was made for Third World countries in deficit. Meeting with President Nixon in Honolulu in September 1972, Japan's Prime Minister Tanaka agreed to increase his nation's imports from the United States by over $1 billion. This sum included a $450 million increase in purchases of U.S. farm products, $320 million of civilian aircraft in an all-cash deal, and $320 million in uranium enrichment services. Japan also agreed to buy a $1 billion gaseous diffusion enrichment facility for peaceful atomic use. But despite these steps, its dollar holdings rose $1.4 billion in October, bringing its international reserves to $23.20 billion. 15. On capital account, the continuation of easy money conditions in the United States spurred some $8.5 billion in private investment outflows during 1972, and America's debt as a whole rose by a then massive $10.3 billion. This substantially exceeded the $6.9 billion trade deficit. The amount may seem small by today's standards, but at the time it was more than 3 times the 1971 trade deficit and would have cut the U.S. gold stock in half had gold convertibility been maintained. Military spending was held at $4.7 billion in 1972, but even though the United States was spending less in Southeast Asia, it was building up its military forces elsewhere in the world. U.S. officials did nothing to stem the deficit. The Federal Reserve System continued to inflate the money supply and hold down interest rates so as to promote domestic expansion. Chairman Arthur Burns objected to Citibank's attempt to increase its prime lending rate, and convinced it to roll it back to 6%. This level spurred capital to flow abroad, where higher interest rates could be obtained. In the first quarter of 1973 alone, the U.S. payments deficit rose to $10.3 billion, an amount equal to the entire 1972 deficit. U.S. officials continued to act as if the U.S. deficit were a foreign problem, and made the usual suggestion that Europe dispose of its dollar surplus by buying more U.S. farm exports, letting American farmers displace European ones. To this demand, President Pompidou of France made it clear that there is not a chance that Europe can redress the American balance of payments through purchases. There is no chance at all. The deficit, he concluded, was above all an American problem. 16. Matters reached crisis proportions in February and March 1973. By this time, U.S. monetary strategy had taken on the contours that would remain through the 1980s. To begin with, U.S. officials complained that the Smithsonian agreements had not permitted the dollar to be adequately devalued. On February 7, Congressman Wilbur Mills announced that the exchange relationship between the dollar and other major currencies will have to be realigned some more, above and beyond the 11% December 1971 devaluation. Private dollar holders and speculators took their cue and began to sell dollar for marks and yen. During the week ending February 9, Germany's central bank found itself obliged to purchase some $6 billion of dollar inflows to save the mark from being forced up, including $2 billion on Friday alone in the wake of Mr. Mills' statements. 17 Tokyo closed its foreign exchange market on Saturday, February 10, in response to rumors of a 25% devaluation of the dollar against the yen and or a special U.S. surcharge against Japanese exports. Over the weekend, the common market countries discussed how they might cope with their dollar inflows. Germany offered to take the lead in financing a joint float by the 9 EEC countries, but was opposed by Italy, whose balance of payments was not as healthy as that of its common market partners. France also opposed a float that would increase the franc's value as much as that of the German mark, but it also opposed a unilateral Deutschmark revaluation on the ground that this would strain the common agricultural policy. France and Italy therefore proposed a two-tier exchange structure. The rate for capital investment transactions would be free to rise to deter dollar investments in the French and other European economies, but the foreign trade rate would be held down so as not to impair French and Italian export opportunities. Germany did not want to revalue the mark, which had risen by more than 25% against the dollar during the preceding 3 years and over 15% against other European currencies. The rising exchange rate had depressed German automotive, shipbuilding and steel industries. Volkswagen, for instance, sold 1/3 of its autos in the United States. The value of German exports to the United States was shrinking in D-mark terms, although it was still rising slightly in terms of the depreciating dollar. Undersecretary of the Treasury Paul Volcker met with central bankers from France and other European countries individually over the weekend, but avoided formal talks with of the common market in Brussels. His discussions with the central bankers sought to play off one country against another. In Rome 15 months earlier, the Wall Street Journal observed, Mr. Volcker and Mr. Connolly had to deal with an institution, and they did not like it very much. The common market ministers caucused as a bloc and never agreed on anything except as a collective personality. The lesson was learned: if you have to deal with the common market, don't. Go instead to Bonn, Paris, and London. Anticipating that this policy might produce better results, the Wall Street Journal concluded, the question being asked this week in several European capitals is whether this divide-and-conquer strategy will be the procedure in future crises and, if so, whether the common market is destined to have any real meaning. 18. America had thrown down its geopolitical gauntlet. Europe refused to abort its agricultural policies, forcing the United States to settle its balance of payments problem on the monetary front alone. In this area Europe was frustrated. It is true that there has been a revolt against American monetary aggression, wrote the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston in its New England Economic Review, but it has been a bloodless revolt, limited in scope and unsure of its goals. 19. The Wall Street Journal enumerated some of the benefits the United States was deriving from the monetary turmoil. In weakness there is strength, one London-based American official says with a smile. The more the mark and the yen are buffeted upward, the more competitive dollar-priced goods become in world markets. 20. Even more important, the payments deficit was helping to finance the government's domestic budget deficit. As foreign central banks acquire dollars through their market intervention, they asked the New York Federal Reserve Bank to purchase U.S. government securities for their accounts, thus gaining some yield on their reserve assets. Such purchases, amounting to $1.66 billion in the week ending last Wednesday, February 7, help finance the U.S. budget deficit and reduce borrowing costs in the U.S. market. During the year ending March 31, 1973, Japan invested $3.4 billion in U.S. Treasury securities, while Europe invested $13.6 billion in other areas, some $0.5 billion more. This freed American residents from having to lend these funds to the Treasury, leaving them available for domestic capital expenditures and foreign investment. The United States indicated that it preferred direct import controls to further devaluation and threatened to reimpose the illegal 15% import surcharge of August 1971, supplemented by special tariffs and quotas against imports from Japan, Germany, and other payments surplus economies. Is this the economic equivalent of the Christmas bombing in Vietnam? Asked one French businessman. 21. Monday, February 12 was Lincoln's birthday and money markets were closed in the United States. They also remained closed in Europe and Japan because of the currency crisis. The next day foreign governments refused to revalue their currencies, obliging the United States to lose face by unilaterally devaluing the dollar by nearly 10%, its second devaluation in 14 months. But what at first seemed to be a victory for the Europeans in making the United States act instead of themselves appeared to be what U.S. officials really had wanted all along. In addition to making foreign products more expensive than U.S. goods, the new devaluation resulted in a 10% foreign exchange loss for central banks holding dollar reserves. The only concession, or mini-concession as it was termed, that U.S. negotiators gave Europe was to revalue gold by 10% to $44.20 per ounce. This enabled foreign central banks to offset their dollar exchange losses with nominal paper gains in the dollar value of their gold stocks, but of course at no increase in their own domestic currency values. President Nixon warned that more U.S. turmoil was to come. Devaluation was at best only a temporary solution. Only by getting trade legislation and changing or reducing the huge deficits can the pressure of the dollar be taken off. He made it clear that his ideas on trade reform hardly foreshadowed another round of lowering trade barriers. We must go up with barriers as well as down. Making use of the Uncle Sucker myth, he reflected that the United States had entered into too many negotiations abroad in which all we have done is negotiate down, whereas others have negotiated up. He gave no examples. The protectionist pressures that had found expression in Wilbur Mill's trade bill now were being exerted at the presidential level. The Wall Street Journal reported that the president is likely to ask for authority to impose an import surcharge on a country-by-country basis, selectively applied against certain nations where large payments surpluses are accumulating. 22. But as the 1973 economic report noted, GATT rules forbade surcharges for balance of payments purposes. 23. A return to international tariff warfare was threatened as other nations were legally bound to retaliate under GATT rules under the most favored nation clause that had governed trade liberalization since World War II. Nonetheless, Representative Mills took this opportunity to announce that he favored new import surcharges of between 10 and 15%. President Nixon threatened to levy special import quotas on French steel for starters, and urged foreign governments to impose voluntary export quotas on all items whose sales to the United States were rising significantly. With all semblance of free trade rhetoric abandoned, the American actions prompted a reaction in Japan, on which Europe had brought unexpected pressure to acquiesce in the American terms. 24 Opposition parties renewed their demands for Prime Minister Tanaka's resignation as the yen jumped 14% against the dollar. Indiana hectic trading. Tanaka denied responsibility for the monetary developments, placing the blame directly on the United States and pleading ignorance of the pre-devaluation conversations between his finance minister and the chief American negotiator. European officials hastened to complete plans for full monetary union, which alone could enable them to become independent from U.S. balance of payments aggression. The free market price of gold, which had closed at $72.30 per troy ounce on Friday, February 9, jumped to $80 an ounce when markets finally were reopened on Wednesday, February 14, and to $92 an ounce the next day. The U.S. stock market meanwhile fell by 5 points on Tuesday, 17 points on Wednesday and 6 more points on Thursday. American Samoa capital funds moved out of the U.S. economy to seek more stable refuge abroad. None of this induced the United States to do anything to stem the crisis. Treasury Secretary George Shultz made an effort to push down the dollar's value even further by announcing that the administration sought yet another devaluation, without specifying how much he wanted. Announcement of a devaluation target, the New York Times explained, could undermine Washington's position, since should the target be achieved, Washington might decide that it would like a little bit more. Shultz underscored the administration's aggressive trade stance by insisting on selective authority to impose selective tariffs or quotas, or combinations of the two, to safeguard American industry. 25 Congress gave Nixon unprecedented personal authority to wage a tariff war against the rest of the world. Europe was forced to choose between permitting the dollar to devalue further or acquiescing voluntarily in the U.S. tariff and quota offensive. U.S. officials were quite open in acknowledging how the crisis situation favored their maneuverability. In an atmosphere of presumed crisis, Shultz explained, one often finds that one can get something done if you know what it is you want to get done. The administration has found a crisis, it took an initiative, and it obtained results. His assistant Paul Volcker echoed these comments, observing that the monetary crisis and dollar devaluation had helped to reinforce the thrust of a constructive reform of the international monetary system. This view was echoed throughout the Wall Street community. Sam Nakagama, chief economist for Kidder Peabody & Co., reflected that the so-called crises of the past 2 months appear to have been almost deliberately induced by the Nixon administration in order to achieve its monetary goals. Treasury Secretary Shultz appears to have almost everything he wanted in the way of creating a more flexible monetary system. 26. The European response was angry, but was not backed up by any meaningful action. Jacques Servin Schreiber, author of The American Challenge, attacked the brutal act of devaluation which would affect every family in Europe. The French socialist opposition leader François Mitterrand warned that the devaluation marks the opening of commercial war. 27 Pierre-Paul Schweitzer, outgoing head of the IMF, sought to ward off further U.S. devaluation by emphasizing that the dollar already had become an undervalued currency. But Europe's fears of continued U.S. dollar inflows for yet more investment takeovers were increased by President Nixon's announcement that he intended to remove all U.S. foreign investment restraints in 1974. The controls indeed were removed in January of that year. Academic U.S. economists were as glib as administration officials in their proposed solutions to the dollar problem. Professor Richard Cooper of Yale, along with Charles Kindleberger of MIT and Lawrence Krauss of the Brookings Institution, suggested that the International Monetary Fund lend SDRs to the United States without limit or, failing that, lend $6 billion which would be repaid over a 40-year period, by which time inflation no doubt would have wiped out most of its capital value. Point 28 This would require the IMF to eliminate its existing holding limits of SDRs for individual countries, which would find themselves stuck with SDRs as they earlier had been stuck with dollars. The New York Times observed that from the end of 1969 to the fall of 1972, the United States covered the $45.5 billion increase in its dollar liabilities to other countries simply by requiring that the other nations add that amount of dollars to their monetary reserves, i.e., invest this amount in U.S. Treasury bills. American officials think this dollar standard works tolerably well, and are in no hurry to change it. Some Europeans complain that the ability of the United States to create international monetary reserves by printing dollars gives it a free ride on foreign policy and, in effect, has forced others to finance such American adventures as the Vietnam War. The Europeans see this ability of the United States to get credit without international constraints as an exorbitant privilege, in the words of the late General de Gaulle. Some still regard an international credit system controlled by a single country as a great obstacle in the way of perpetual peace, as Immanuel Kant wrote in 1795. Professor Robert Triffin of Yale notes that Kant also said, "The other states are justified in allying themselves against such a state and its pretensions." 29. Raw materials exporters were hurt, as well as Europe and Japan. The big Australian mining companies, whose contracts for ore have been written in American dollars largely with Japan, estimate that the 10% cut Indiana the value of the United States currency this week will cost the industry up to $250 million a year in lost profits unless Australia also reduces the price of her money. $30 devaluation, which had already forced a number of Australian coal mines to shut down, threatened cotton growers in New South Wales with losses of more than $6.50 million, and wheat growers with losses of more than $20 million per annum. Oil exporting countries suffered much more. European economists stepped up their planning for the Common Markets Economic and Monetary Union, EMU, scheduled to begin in 1974. Their immediate desire was to replace the dollar with a more stable standard of value, one that did not oblige them to finance the U.S. government's domestic budgetary deficit via the U.S. balance of payments deficits. Professor John Williamson of England and Signor Magnifico of Italy developed a plan that anticipated the euro, which would be introduced 28 years later, in 2002. The plan envisaged a European Reserve Bank issuing Europas to national central banks in return for their reserves and quotas of national currencies. It would act as central bank to commercial banks issuing bonds denominated in Europas. National central banks would manage their individual parities against the Europa, while the European Reserve Bank would manage the rate between the Europa and the dollar. 31 These Europas would supplant Eurodollars in European capital markets, restoring control of the money supply to Europe. Eurodollars would have nowhere to go except back to the United States, inflating the latter's economy instead of Europe's. For a change, good money might chase out bad. Europe's choice lay between being divided and conquered, or proceeding full steam ahead toward economic and monetary integration. Most Europeans wanted the latter option, but the dollar outflow from America rose to such a pace that Germany and other payments surplus economies were unable to defend themselves. On March 5 the world's foreign exchange markets closed once again and remained closed for 2 weeks, an event unprecedented in modern history. During this crisis U.S. negotiators refused to yield to Europe on any point. Treasury Secretary Shultz even rejected suggestions that the United States raise its interest rates to attract more dollars home, on the ground that domestic credit measures will be taken in the context of domestic economic development, not foreign concerns. 32 This inward-centeredness was reminiscent of the abortive London Conference of 1933. As the price of gold pressed toward $100 an ounce, Jacques Rueff of France urged that the official price of gold at least be doubled, to about $80 an ounce. This would increase the value of U.S. monetary gold from $10 billion to $20 billion. Perhaps, he suggested, Europe could loan the gold revaluation profits back to the United States at low interest. But U.S. officials urged just the opposite policy, a reduction in the official price of gold leading to its demonetization, so that Europe and Asia could not use their gold reserves vis-à-vis the United States in the way that it had used its gold reserves itself against Europe in the 1920s, 1930s, 1940s, and 1950s. U.S. economic strategists discussed the prospect of the Treasury suddenly dumping its gold holdings on world markets, perhaps joined by Britain and a few other central banks in client countries. If America was to lose its gold, so its must allies, so the reasoning went. This would remove the last hope for an objective constraint on the ability of nations to run payments deficits at the expense of others. 33. During February and early March 1973, the German central bank was obliged to purchase over $8 billion in dollars to support the latter's value against the Deutschmark. Finally, on March 14, Germany revalued the mark yet again. 2 days later, the finance ministers of 13 countries, plus the United States, met in Paris and announced that all 9 EEC members, except Italy, England, and Ireland, would be joined by Sweden and Norway in maintaining their currencies within a 2.14% margin. The 3 floating currency countries agreed to associate themselves with the new European fixed rate system as soon as practicable. The United States agreed not to remove its controls on capital outflows in 1974 unless its balance of payments had improved, and also promised to remove inhibitions on the inflow of capital into the United States. But as matters turned out, it broke its word and did just the opposite, removing its controls on capital outflows while making OPEC countries and other dollar holders promise not to buy any significant U.S. corporation. 34. A number of European moves helped the dollar strengthen when world foreign exchange markets finally reopened on Monday, March 19. France announced that no interest payments would be permitted on foreign money deposited in French banks, and that 100% reserve requirements would be imposed on these foreign deposits. To add bite, the new regulations were made retroactive to January 4. The Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg announced similar measures, and Germany already had imposed such restrictions. Belgium and Luxembourg imposed negative interest charges of 0.25% per week to be paid by non-residents on all growth in their bank accounts over a fixed base level. These actions left little motive for Eurodollar holdings on the part either of foreign investors, who could earn no interest, or domestic banks, which found their foreign deposits sterilized. Even Spain moved to prevent its currency from becoming a speculative investment medium, forbidding foreigners and non-residents to use their convertible peseta accounts for free currency transactions. They could convert their accounts back into their original currencies and remove them from Spain, but pesetas henceforth could be spent only within Spain. Payment of interest was forbidden on all foreign accounts, and 100% reserve requirements were imposed. American newspapers blamed the dollar's difficulties on multinational firms and Arab oil sheiks. On February 12, the Tariff Commission reported that U.S. multinational firms held some $268 billion in liquid assets. Much of this sum represented inventories, receivables, and short-term credits to affiliates and other companies, and hence not available for currency speculation, but the impression was given that a mere 5% shift in the currency form of these short-term assets could cause a world monetary crisis. It remained true, of course, that financial resources in the hands of these companies were large, and could contribute to international currency instability simply by the practice of prepaying bills to nations that were revaluation candidates, and paying bills late to countries whose currencies seemed ripe for devaluation. International firms could shift deposits from one currency to another, but most did not want their corporate treasurers to act as currency speculators. A number of companies and banks had been badly burned doing this, and most large firms feared that controls might be imposed if they acted like bad monetary citizens. Everyone seemed to have his own favorite villain. Persons with axes to grind against the Arab countries seized on rumors that the Sheikh of Kuwait had turned most of his $2.5 billion dollar holdings into gold and hard currencies. 35 Franz Pick blamed Russia, accusing its foreign banks of profiting from a massive leveraged speculation against the dollar. This kind of movement out of dollars by corporations, Arab sheiks, and perhaps communist countries was depicted as being the primary cause of U.S. balance of payments troubles, as if the U.S. government were just an innocent bystander. Meanwhile, U.S. officials continued to make inflammatory statements about the need for further devaluations, monetary ease, and removal of capital controls. Paul Volcker, addressing an American Bankers Association conference in Paris, stated that the United States was skeptical of putting a very high degree of discretionary authority in the IMF, as this would impair the fundamental principle of national sovereignty for the United States. 36. Europeans replied that their virtual crucifixion on the cross of dollars threatened their economic sovereignty. French officials were rebuffed when they once again urged the United States to support the dollar. During the last 2 weeks of March, the German Bundesbank absorbed $1.5 billion in U.S. currency transfers, largely from Belgium, the Netherlands, and France. By the end of June, dollar inflows into Germany forced yet another revaluation of the mark on June 29, this time by 5.5%. It was the fifth revaluation since 1969, bringing the D-mark's value to 41 cents, compared to 25 cents 4 years earlier. A contributing factor to the German revaluation was the fact that no international gold sales were occurring at the official price of $44.22 per ounce. Demonetization of gold had removed it as a constraint on the ability of countries, or at least of the United States, to run balance of payments deficits. At the end of March, the free price of gold had soared through the $100 an ounce level, and by June was pressing $125 per ounce. Italy was rumored to have sold 300 tons of gold on the free market to obtain dollars with which to settle its payments deficit with other common market central banks. But most countries running payments deficits sought to hold on to their gold, using their unwanted dollars to pay West Germany and other payments surplus nations. 37 The Soviet Union was said to be holding on to its gold until the price reached $200 per ounce. Over the July 6 weekend, U.S. diplomats apparently agreed to share equally with Europe in any exchange risks that might arise from borrowings of European currencies. The lack of such an agreement had been one of the principal obstacles to agreement on central bank intervention. 38 The idea was that if the United States borrowed marks or guilder to support the dollar, and the dollar was devalued before these borrowings were repaid, the United States would suffer only half of the devaluation burden. The other half would be borne by the central banks that had extended foreign currency loans to the United States. In the past, debtor countries such as Britain had been obliged to bear the full devaluation impact of their overseas borrowings, but the rules now were to be changed to accommodate the United States. In exchange for this quasi-concession, the Federal Reserve increased its credit lines with foreign central banks from $12 to $18 billion, that is, by about 50%, including $1 billion increases with the central banks of France, West Germany, Japan, and Canada. This gave promise of official intervention to support the dollar's exchange rate, no such support having occurred from March through June. But a greater ability of the U.S. Federal Reserve to intervene in support of the dollar did not mean that it would in fact do so. Writing in the New York Federal Reserve Bank's monthly review, Charles Coombs, head of U.S. official foreign exchange trading, attributed the dollar's weakness not to the payments deficit throwing increasing sums of dollars onto world markets, but to sporadic bouts of nervous and, at times, heavy trading to levels unjustified and undesirable on any reasonable assessment of the U.S. payments position. He claimed that the problem concerned the price of American goods and services relative to those of foreign countries, not the volume of military spending and capital outflows to buy out foreign industry. Coombs was putting forth what economists called the purchasing power parity theory of exchange rates, sometimes popularized as the McDonald's principle, which defines a country's natural exchange rate as that at which a McDonald's hamburger will sell for a uniform world price. This would be the case were it not for international distortions. Of course, the real world is driven by what academic economists belittle as distortions, headed by government spending and private investment. The U.S. argument had been refuted already in the mid-19th century by John Stuart Mill, and subjected to a more refined critique by Keynes in the 1920s, both of whom pointed to the impact of capital transfers or other non-trade spending on international pricing. The German and French hyperinflations a half-century earlier had shown that exchange rates have more to do with structural factors, capital flows and relative interest rates than with relative product prices. This fact of life was clearly perceived in Europe. Labeling the U.S. devaluation a new form of protectionism, Mitterrand called for France to boycott the world trade liberalization negotiations scheduled for September. At the Bank for International Settlements in Bâle, French officials threatened to press for establishment of a common market gold bloc, which would in effect create a much higher official price for gold. 39 Europe and America prepared themselves for battle at the September IMF meetings. Trade negotiations had become a dead issue. Freer trade was ruled out by the fact that the dollar's devaluation had wiped out most of the tariff concessions America had made during the 1960s. This was underscored on July 14 when Belgium's Sabena Airlines ordered 10 Boeing 737 jets at about $6 million each, instead of the French twin-engine Mercure whose price had been increased in dollar terms to nearly $8 million each. 40 In 1969 the price for these two planes would have been roughly equivalent, throwing the advantage to the French plane inasmuch as its seating capacity was 140 passengers, compared to 115 for the Boeing jet. The result was a setback for Europe's hope to build an all-European aircraft industry as the foundation for military autonomy from the United States. Another blow to free trade was struck when President Nixon obtained from Congress personal authority to impose import surcharges on a country-by-country basis if foreign economies did not acquiesce in U.S. trade plans and impose voluntary export quotas on their own producers. U.S. trade negotiators also asked for compensation for U.S. exports lost as a result of the common market's enlargement to include England, Ireland, and Denmark. They estimated that the Common Agricultural Policy, CAP, would reduce U.S. grain exports to these three countries by some 10 million tons annually, and feared that within 5 years the common market might become a net grain exporter. The United States refused even to enter into global trade negotiations unless there was an advance commitment by other countries to meaningful and realistic negotiations in the agricultural sectors, specifically a breakup of the CAP. This demand was still being made in the 1990s. What the United States wanted from Europe and Japan was made evident by its proposed agreement with South Korea to make it obligatory for South Korean exporters to the American market to import a certain amount of raw materials from the United States. 41 On another front, the United States struck a blow at the common market's proposed associate membership status for its former African colonies by making it clear that it would not grant new U.S. tariff preferences for any third world country that granted reverse preferences to other industrial nations. What had appeared in 1945 as a liberating dissolution of European colonialism was taking the form of a U.S. attempt to lock the world's economies into a new dependency on the United States, above all American agricultural, aircraft and military-related technology. The American plan was for foreign countries to become dependent on the United States for basic food, grains, arms, and technology, and to sell their commanding heights to U.S. investors regardless of the fact that the U.S. economy was not generating the foreign exchange to pay for such control. On May 9, Treasury Secretary Shultz told the House Ways and Means Committee that the forthcoming trade negotiations with other leading nations probably should not be reciprocal, adding that there may have to be more giving than taking as far as other people are concerned. The negotiations won't be all tit for tat. The Nixon administration threatened Europe that if its conditions were not met, Congress might pass the labor-backed Burke-Hartke bill, threatening to cut U.S. imports by $8 billion. France took the lead among its common market partners in seizing upon this statement to insist that failure to reform the monetary system would rule out further trade liberalization. 42. What made the posturing so hypocritical was that the United States was enacting precisely the type of quota restrictions for which it was criticizing Europe. The Nixon administration's Omnibus Farm Bill included a sleeper provision imposing permanent import quotas on dairy products, already limited under Section 22 of the Agricultural Adjustment Act. The bill placed permanent limits on dairy imports, restricting them to only 2% of the previous year's domestic U.S. consumption. The President could increase this amount of quota-free imports only if he determines and proclaims that such increase is required by overriding economic or national security interests of the United States. Such a finding would presumably be difficult to make in normal circumstances. 43. Even more important was the fact that under pressure of a 15% increase Indiana wholesale prices and nearly a 50% increase Indiana food prices, the United States placed embargoes on its exports, abrogating existing sales commitments. So much for the free trade ideology America had sponsored after World War II. As early as March, U.S. officials had asked Japan to impose voluntary import quotas on U.S. timber in order to hold down the demand for U.S. exports. These quotas were to complement the equally coercive export controls on Japan's textile and steel exports to the United States. But if it were not to import U.S. forestry and farm products, how could it be expected to reduce its trade surplus with the United States? Matters were aggravated on June 27, when America imposed export embargoes on soybeans, cottonseed, and their products, save for sales actually in the process of being loaded on board ships. This broke the nation's export commitments, hurting Japan in particular. Further export controls were imposed a week later on scrap metal and on 41 additional farm commodities, including livestock feed, edible oils and animal fats, peanuts, lard and tallow. These unilateral actions made it clear that Europe and Japan no longer could depend on American supplies, but were expected to serve simply as residual markets for American agricultural and industrial surpluses on a commodity-by-commodity basis. And they would increase their consumption of U.S. products as U.S. output increased, but only to that extent. They would obligingly curtail their consumption when U.S. output diminished, so that domestic U.S. consumption and prices could remain stable. American trade strategists urged nations accumulating large trade surpluses to purchase specific types of American exports, particularly those of a military character, as the arms trade was one of the few areas in which the United States retained some competitive advantage. It sought to balance its oil imports from Iran by exporting jet fighters and other military equipment totaling nearly $4 billion, including laser bombs, helicopters, and other items which were to become part of the Shah's 5-year modernization program. 44 In June, the Pentagon announced a $2 billion arms sale to Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, including some $14 million F-14 fighter planes so new they had not even been introduced into the U.S. Armed Forces. Rising U.S. oil exports from the Near East thus were financed by a rising stream of arms exports to the region. It seemed that U.S. payments balance was to be achieved only by arming the rest of the world. The implicit end of this process was military hostility. An ideal scenario to U.S. eyes might have been one in which Iran, Saudi Arabia, and other U.S. arms clients invaded OPEC countries that did not choose to recycle their oil export proceeds to the Defense Department. Instead, the Arabs attacked Israel in October. Even America's foreign aid programs were becoming militarized. On June 5, President Nixon reversed the official ban on aid-financed military exports, citing the fact that the United States was losing foreign arms markets to French and Russian producers. Even Communist Chile was included in the list of candidates for American arms aid in an attempt to induce it not to buy Russian MiG-21s. Secretary of State William Rogers rationalized the change of policy by testifying before the House Foreign Affairs Committee that the United States should no longer attempt to determine for the Latin Americans what their reasonable military needs should be. 45 It should sell them whatever their regimes wanted on credit to be repaid by future generations. U.S. aid strategists had pondered the question of export credit for some time. In February 1972, the National Advisory Council on International Monetary and Financial Policies argued that the U.S. payments deficit prevented the government from promoting exports on a no-cash, pay-later basis. The report urged nations to avoid a credit race in export financing by eliminating credit as a factor of export sales competition. 46 In other words, to prevent other governments from using their balance of payments strength to offer more favorable terms, the Council urged international arrangements to assure that government-supported export credit is developed along rational lines. Other governments should correspondingly curtail their own export financing, despite their evolution into creditor status that was enabling them to emulate traditional U.S. credit policies. Having won the first lap of this credit race during the quarter-century since the ending of World War II, the United States tried to call the race to a halt as it watched other nations threatening to overtake it. U.S. exports were less competitive in world markets as productivity growth trailed that of other industrial nations. Losing the financial as well as commercial strength it had possessed in the early post-war years, America no longer had the means to sell its exports on credit rather than for cash, but other countries now had these means. The U.S. economy was evolving toward what some observers called a post-industrial society, but which seemed simply to be deindustrializing. Seymour Melman blamed matters on a lapse into Pentagon capitalism with its cost-plus pricing contracts which bloated costs for America's leading arms manufacturers. Internationally, the United States was burdened with $6 billion in annual military outlays throughout the world, about to suffer ignominious defeat in Southeast Asia, and unable to withdraw from Europe and other regions without reverting to the status of being just another nation in a world of equals. This it refused to do. America's admittedly immense agricultural powers were constrained by a decaying transport system, and the nation was breaking its export contracts to all areas of the world, prompting them more urgently to seek self-sufficiency in essential foodstuffs. This was just what U.S. economic planners worked so hard to stave off in 1945 and in the intervening years. Almost the only remaining U.S. advantage lay in military goods. Restoration of a favorable U.S. trade balance therefore seemed conditional upon the rest of the world arming itself rather than developing its own capacity to feed itself by promoting farm investment behind an agricultural protectionism similar to that which America had applied so effectively. Prospects seemed dim for an underlying improvement in the U.S. payments balance. Devaluation of the dollar by 10% in 1973, over and above the 11% Smithsonian devaluation of December 1971, was calculated to have increased overall military outlays by a reported $300 million annually. 47 The trade deficit meanwhile was widening as a result of increased payments for energy and other raw materials, while the collapsing stock market was discouraging foreign investment inflows. U.S. Soviet condominium. The United States found itself in a position not unlike that of Germany in the 1920s. Unable to compete successfully with its capitalist allies, it could turn only to the Soviet Union for prospective growth in exports. This about-face helped resolve America's Cold War tensions with the Soviet Union. After all, the US and Soviet economies were largely complementary. Russia needed wheat and was a major producer of gold and oil. Whereas U.S. Soviet trade had seemed more important to war-torn Russia in 1945, it now appeared to offer equal benefits to the United States. Perception of the new state of affairs led to an ironic turn in the U.S. Cold War economic system. The United States agreed to sell surplus grain to the Soviet Union for cash and, perhaps, gold. An important byproduct of the Cold War had been to pump dollars into the central banks of America's allies. Now that this process no longer was desired by either the United States or its allied non-communist nations, U.S. officials sought to draw foreign exchange into the treasury through the most promising avenue, trade with the Soviet Union and China. The Iron Curtain began to lift. Already in the election year of 1960 the United States and Soviet Union had seemed near to establishing somewhat normal commercial relations. The United States asked Russia for $800 million to settle its World War II debts, and the Soviet Union offered $300 million. As the National Advisory Council on International Monetary and Financial Policies later described these negotiations, they were broken off when the United States could not accept the Soviet position that such settlement be accompanied by the simultaneous conclusion of an agreement granting most favored nation treatment to the Soviet Union and the extension of long-term U.S. credits to the Soviet Union. 48 Now, in another election year 12 years later, the United States was willing to accept the Soviet conditions. A joint declaration was issued at the conclusion of President Nixon's visit to Moscow in July 1972 asking Congress to grant Soviet Russia most favored nation tariff treatment, conditional upon satisfactory settlement of the Lend-Lease debts stemming from World War II. As matters turned out, the United States was soon to sell its grain to Soviet Russia, thereby financing its European troop support costs by feeding Soviet troops across the NATO border. The Soviet Union had been making regular payments on that portion of the debt on which it had been able to reach agreement with the U.S. Treasury on October 15, 1945, when it undertook to pay for pipeline deliveries which ultimately totaled $222.5 million, in 22 annual installments, at an interest rate of 2.38% per annum. The Soviet Union has been making annual payments on this account and as of December 31, 1970, had paid a total of $187 million. But it had made deductions not recognized by the United States, including $88 million for damage suffered by Soviet commercial vessels in the port of Haiphong during U.S. raids on North Vietnam. In addition, the United States claimed that the Soviet Union owed some $2.6 billion for civilian goods still in use at the end of World War II. These debts finally were to be negotiated as Soviet diplomats arrived in Washington in summer 1972. The United States began by asking about $1 billion in payment, claiming that some $200 million in interest had accrued since the 1960 discussions. The Soviet Union countered with its 1960 offer to pay $300 million. A midpoint level of $500 million was agreed upon, leaving only the terms of payment to be settled. The Soviet Union asked for the same treatment the British had received after World War II, 2% interest over 30 years. The United States explained that such terms no longer were adequate and suggested 6% interest over the same 30-year period. Final agreement was reached on October 18, with the Soviet Union paying $722 million over the next 29 years. In exchange, President Nixon has authorized the Export-Import Bank to extend most favored nation treatment to the Soviet Union, which would allow it access to the American market at the lowest possible tariffs 49. Russia basically got its way. What it yielded in interest and principal payments in offering to pay $722 million to settle its remaining Lend-Lease debts was gained back indirectly on July 8, when it contracted to buy $750 million worth of U.S. grains over a 3-year period. Of this sum, $500 million was financed by the Export-Import Bank. Having secured Soviet Russia and China as grain markets, the United States might mitigate its objections to Britain joining the European Common Market and adhering to the Common Agricultural Policy. Russia might secure a market for U.S. farmers in the event they were shut out of Europe. A number of U.S. firms announced plans to exploit Siberia's vast natural gas and oil fields. About $10 billion worth of Soviet gas and oil would be exported to the United States in exchange for U.S. development of the Siberian fields and construction of a tanker fleet to transport this output. On November 4, 1972, 3 U.S. firms Tenneco, Texas Eastern Transmission Corp. And a Halliburton Company engineering subsidiary announced that within 60 days they expected to complete a $3.7 billion investment agreement to sell Soviet natural gas in the United States. 50 They would supply and finance $3 billion of American gas transmission equipment, including 1,500 miles of 48-inch steel pipe, plus compressors to liquefy the gas for tanker shipment to the U.S. East Coast. The Soviet Union would sell 2 billion cubic feet of gas per day to the United States for 25 years, using some $8 billion of the total $18.9 billion in export revenues to repay the capital investment loans. Most important of all, it would earmark the $10.8 billion over and above these loan repayments to purchase U.S. goods and service exports. In effect, the United States would pay for its energy imports in blocked dollars, a reversion to similar policies for which its free market diplomats had criticized Germany in the 1930s. Financing of the energy agreement called for the Soviet Union to put up $700 million in cash, with the Exim Bank lending $1.5 billion at 6% interest, and guaranteeing another $1.5 billion in 15-year private sector credits at 7% interest. The United States agreed to build 20 oil tankers costing $130 million each, for a total $2.6 billion, over and above its $3.7 billion investment in developing the Siberian oil fields. The construction related to this project was estimated to generate 242,600 man-years of domestic U.S. employment. 51. On January 12, 1973, the General Electric Company signed a technology exchange pact with the Soviet Union. In April, Occidental Oil announced an $8 billion deal to construct a Soviet fertilizer complex in exchange for deliveries of ammonia, urea, and potash. 52 Associated with this project was the construction of various hotels and a trade center in Moscow. This was a curious turn to the Cold War, which was supposed to guarantee peace within the West and pose the threat of military hostility only vis-a-vis the communist countries. Peace with the latter was being cemented by the new policy of détente. Indeed, the more America began to lose its hold on its non-communist allies, the closer America and the Soviet Union drew together, precisely to threaten Europe and Asia with what Henry Kissinger called a new condominium, that is, joint imperialism of America and Russia against their respective satellites. Largely responsible for this détente was America's balance of payments problem stemming from its overseas Cold War spending, and its grain sale to Russia to gain a long-term export market. The U.S. payments deficit was settled by a combination of militarizing its allies and turning to the Soviet Union as a new major export market. Just as the origin of the U.S. payments deficit was military, so its solution also was becoming increasingly military. Foreign war spending in Southeast Asia and elsewhere was to be balanced by U.S. military sales to America's allies elsewhere in the world. And these sales would only be spurred by growing rapprochement with Russia, potentially at European and Japanese expense. There was no guarantee that the United States in fact would become the favored industrial supplier of the Soviet Union and China. Just as the USSR had shopped around for credit throughout the world, so it used U.S. offers of investment in its raw materials development as a lever to exact better terms from Japan and Europe. In November 1972, it reached tentative agreement with Japan on a $200 million oil and gas project, and negotiations were underway in other areas. 53. The United States thus found itself in danger of being played against other capitalist countries on disadvantageous terms. It was obvious that the Soviet Union desired medium or long-term credits to finance its imports, and nations outside the United States were in a better balance of payments position to extend such credits. The final play came with the oil war in October 1973. When Egypt and Syria attacked Israel, Arab countries embargoed oil exports to the United States, Holland, and Denmark. Oil prices quadrupled, reflecting the pattern of food export prices earlier in 1972-73. The oil embargo changed the pattern of international payments, restoring surplus to the U.S. balance of payments but driving a wedge between America and Europe. OPEC banks rather than those of Europe and Japan became the major accumulators of dollars. Seeing themselves as third world countries, they proposed uniting to support raw materials export prices across the board. U.S. European-Japanese trilateralism was cracking under the balance of payments strains imposed by U.S. Cold War spending at home and abroad. The way the United States chose to resolve these problems was to sell its grain stockpile to the Soviet Union. This tripled or quadrupled world grain and soybean prices, and led to the aforementioned export embargoes which effectively terminated the post-war move toward free trade and investment policies. Led by the United States, the non-communist countries were becoming more statist. The post-war economic order seemed to be giving way to a new international economic order. This phase of the post-war world economy, and how the United States achieved its objectives in thwarting the incipient new international economic order and European integration to tap the wealth of all foreign central banks accumulating dollars, is described in the sequel to this book, Global Fracture, 1977. 15. Monetary Imperialism, the 21st Century. Like most individuals, every nation would love to obtain the proverbial free lunch favoring its own interests while other countries passively refrain from promoting their own economies. But few actually have tried to put this kind of double standard into practice. The 1930s showed that when nations press their own self-interest one-sidedly, the international responses tend to degenerate into the zero-sum games of competitive tariff wars and beggar-my-neighbor currency devaluations. Yet the United States is now able to run trade and payments deficits amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars annually with no audible protest from the rest of the world. Central banks no longer cash in their dollar inflows for gold. Oil exporting countries no longer seek to buy major U.S. companies, nor do European or Japanese political leaders ask that America finance its payments deficit by selling off its investments in Europe, Asia, and other payments surplus economies. Conditions today are not such that foreign diplomats are willing to take the creditor-oriented stance vis-a-vis the U.S. economy that U.S. officials did from the 1920s through the early years of World War II, when they insisted that Britain sell off its international investments as a condition for obtaining credit. The sense of shock at the United States' rising trade and payments deficit has been lost as the deficit has been built into the world economic system. The upshot is that almost without anyone really recognizing what has been happening, America's shift into debtor status turned the post-war economy into an exploitative double standard. Since the nation went off gold in 1971, the Treasury bill standard has enabled the United States to draw on the resources of the rest of the world without reciprocation, governing financially through its debtor position, not through its creditor status. As dollar debts have replaced gold as the backing for central bank reserves, and hence for the world's credit supply, the entire system would be threatened if questions into its intrinsic unfairness were reopened. No nation ever before has been able to invert the classical rules of international finance. Economies that have fallen into deficit have lost not only their world power, but usually also their autonomy to manage their own domestic policies and retain ownership of their public resources and their central bank's financial policy. This is still the financial and political principle they must follow. Yet US diplomats have been able to convince Europe, Asia, and the Third World, and since 1991 even the former Soviet Union, to reorient their economies to facilitate America's evolution from payments surplus to payments deficit status. How has America been able to achieve this quid without the quo, something for nothing, a free subsidy from the world's payments surplus nations? For one thing, the rationale for acquiescence has shifted from an early post-war faith in American moral leadership and the rhetoric of free markets to the fear that the United States will plunge the world into crisis if it does not get its way. This book has described the historical path that has led to America's unique position. Rather from using its creditor status as a lever to obtain general international rules that promoted broader long-term economic objectives between World Wars I and II, the United States demanded payment of debts beyond Europe's ability to pay. It chose to go it alone. But by pursuing essentially autarkic policies it fractured the world economy, and its demand for payments on official credits to foreign governments had helped bring on the Great Depression that engulfed its own economy as much as those of Europe and Asia. The 1940s saw the United States use its creditor position to create a more unified global economy whose free trade rules promote its interests just as earlier free trade had benefited Britain. The terms of Lend-Lease in 1940-41 and the 1946 British loan provided the model by obliging Britain to give up its empire, relinquish its sterling area and unblock the wartime balances that Commonwealth countries had accumulated during the war. British negotiators simply gave in when their interests clashed with those of the United States. Their acquiescence in these loan conditions reflected the historically unique mood that followed World War II. Believing the very idea of national interest to be ultimately militaristic, many Europeans were willing to subordinate it to what promised to be a cosmopolitan system serving the entire world's welfare. Politicians and diplomats accordingly left it to American planners to draw up the blueprints for such a world system on the principled logic of free trade and ostensibly uniform economic treatment of all countries. This was not how international diplomacy was supposed to work, much less classical imperialism. Each side was supposed to advocate its own interest, reaching agreement somewhere in the middle or else breaking off relations and possibly even becoming belligerent. But the world had grown weary of such conflict. Most countries were exhausted by the nationalist rivalries that had contributed to the two world wars. Apart from the moral appeal of a more open world economy, the United States provided Marshall Plan aid to war-torn Europe and offered foreign aid loans to cover the trade deficits anticipated to result from an international economy that everyone recognized would be dominated by U.S. exporters and investors. Such lending was designed to make the post-war system palatable enough for Europe and other regions to adopt relatively free trade and open their doors to U.S. investors as currencies were made freely convertible, and nations agreed not to use devaluation to bolster their international payments at U.S. expense. The United States insisted as a condition for such aid that it be given veto power in the IMF and World Bank. After all, its diplomats pointed out, America was putting up most of the financing for these institutions. In effect, the U.S. proposal was as follows: we have not demanded reparations from our enemies or war debts from our allies, save for the cost of Lend-Lease transfers that still have a residual economic value to them. Let us develop multilateral organizations to move the world economy toward freer trade without currency controls. Some countries will run trade deficits as they begin to modernize, but we will extend foreign aid to bridge them over this transition period to a new international equilibrium. Of course, in order to obtain congressional approval for this funding, certain political realities must be recognized. Although the new multilateral organizations must be internationalist in spirit, Americans would find it intolerable if in practice they infringed on U.S. sovereignty. We cannot abrogate our Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1933, nor can we go along with any scarce currency clause for the IMF that would enable countries running deficits to retaliate against U.S. exporters simply for our being so strong an economy. And we think it only fair that in exchange for funding international organizations, we obtain veto power over any decisions they may make. Otherwise, payments deficit countries might vote to make America a tributary to themselves. The words sounded almost altruistic in comparison to how America had comported itself after World War I. The mood abroad was one of laissez-faire idealism as a general commercial principle, but it was constrained by special concessions demanded by the United States. The economic implications of the emerging world order were not really grasped. It was not simply that America was the richest nation and largest market, or even that its dollar the currency in which most trade was denominated. This had been the position of sterling already in the 19th century, when it was a proxy for gold and Britain's balance of payments normally was in surplus as a result of its industrial and financial leadership. Most important, Britain had sponsored free trade by ending its agricultural protectionism when it repealed its Corn Laws 1846. Opening its food markets was the quid pro quo that led other countries to acquiesce in letting it become the workshop of the world and hence consolidating its role as world banker. By contrast, the U.S.-centered form of interdependence that emerged from World War II was not symmetrical. American diplomats secured as much autonomy as possible for their own domestic and foreign policies, but rejected the idea of foreign influence over the U.S. economy. American agricultural markets and key national security sectors remained protected and heavily subsidized by grandfathering into trade agreements the laws and market controls that Roosevelt's New Deal had placed on the books in the 1930s. Also grandfathered in were Britain's sterling debts at an overvalued exchange rate for sterling. This condition laid down for the British loan helped ensure that India, Egypt, and Latin American countries would spend their balances on U.S. exports. Congressional approval for international agreements was simply a fact of American political life. The reason given by Congress for refusing to ratify the United States joining the League of Nations after World War I was to protect U.S. autonomy and prevent foreign countries from imposing policies that might impair U.S. economic interests, including the local vested interests to which Congress always has been mindful. America agreed to join the United Nations, IMF, and World Bank after World War II only on the condition that it be given veto power. This enabled it to block any policy deemed not to be in American interests. Not clearly perceived at the time was the degree to which this condition would enable U.S. representatives to hold these organizations at ransom until they yielded to American policy demands. Diplomatic initiative in these organizations was held by U.S. representatives answerable to Congress and the special interests of its constituencies. In no other country have local politicians had an equivalent ability to reject international agreements reached to by their executive branch, nor have other countries calculated their self-interest on so narrow-minded a basis in negotiating treaties. The upshot has been that the policies of nominally multilateral institutions such as the IMF and World Bank, as well as the Asian Development Bank and other offshoots, reflect an American nationalism writ large. U.S. food imperialism versus a new international economic order. Structural problems were built into the DNA molecules of the World Bank that made its evolution into development lending dysfunctional from the outset. It could lend only dollars and other foreign exchange, not the domestic currency needed for agricultural modernization. And although land reform initially was needed in many former colonial areas of the world, the bank was not allowed to insist that governments modify their policies along these lines, as that was deemed to be an intrusion into domestic political affairs. By the time the World Bank finally began to insist that governments change their domestic policies in order to qualify for loans, its economic philosophy had become so dysfunctional that instead of promoting policies to make debtor countries more self-reliant, its administrators demanded that loan recipients pursue a policy of economic dependency, above all on the United States as food supplier. The World Bank has become much more interventionist since 1991, most notoriously in the neoliberal mode epitomized by the Russian reforms, that is, on the side of kleptocratic oligarchies. The terms of bank support on which IMF loans have been made conditional in many cases have been such as to cripple the long-term viability of governments seeking to finance the modernization of their economies in the way that the United States itself has done. The net result of World Bank and IMF lending programs thus has been to cripple the planning options of economies, leaving them with dollar debts without having put into place the means to generate the foreign exchange to pay, except by selling off more of their public domain. Dependency has been subsidized rather than self-sufficiency being financed. The World Bank should have advised Russia and other countries to tax natural resource rents in the public domain rather than letting these revenues be taken by insiders and sent abroad as capital flight. Economic rents from public enterprises, and from the land and its mineral wealth, the radio spectrum and other natural monopolies could have saved governments from having to tax labor and capital. But rather than mobilizing resources to enhance national self-sufficiency while funding government policy in this way, the bank insisted on client governments privatizing their public domain under kleptocratic conditions favoring U.S. investors. The effect was to help impose dependency and oligarchic policies as a condition for aid. The revenues that previously were available to the public sector were paid abroad as dividends, interest, insurance, and reinsurance premiums, and management fees by the new private owners of what had been the public domain or had been taken by the government from domestic owners. Within the IMF, its Chicago school monetarists evidently have learned nothing from the failure of their austerity programs in the 1960s and 1970s. The alternative is to conclude that their crippling programs are deliberate. Their standard demand is for the governments of debtor countries to tighten the screws by administering high interest rates and levying onerous taxes on labor and domestic capital, not foreign-owned properties. This austerity stifles the development of domestic market, leaving raw materials to be exported rather than worked up at home. It also keeps domestic wages low, while wrecking government budgets, forcing client regimes to submit to virtual bankruptcy. Solvency is maintained under such conditions only by selling off national endowments to foreigners, e.g. as occurred in the second stage of Russian privatizations in the late 1990s. Such sell-offs mean that natural resource rents and monopoly rents cannot be used as the basis for domestic taxes, nor can infrastructure costs be subsidized to keep down the economy's overall cost structure. Monopoly rents are taken by private owners and largely remitted abroad, while those taken by domestic owners also end up abroad through the capital flight forms the counterpart to most IMF stabilization loans. What is stabilized is the rate at which domestic financial interests are able to convert domestic revenues into dollars or other hard currencies. The result is that the hitherto public revenues of privatized enterprises and related kleptocratic takings are being built into the financial systems of North America, Europe, and Japan. Collateralizing and pledging these economic rents for bank credit in the world's creditor nations threatens to make the existing world specialization of production and fiscal malstructuring irreversible, that is, irreversible without a sharp break occurring, which would involve immediate short-term losses and economic dislocations. However, these losses in the short term pale in comparison with the long-term costs of not breaking with the existing system. For the past half-century, U.S. diplomats have discouraged foreign governments from managing their own economies to achieve self-sufficiency or using foreign aid and loan proceeds to develop the capacity to compete with U.S. exporters. It is mainly America that has been aided, not foreign economies. Especially opposed has been Europe's Common Agricultural Policy, CAP, and Japanese agricultural protectionism to maintain self-sufficiency in food. The United States has opposed foreign agricultural subsidies, price supports and import quotas such as America itself has employed for more than 3/4 of a century. Even foreign quality controls on trade in beef and crops have been denounced and remain a thorn in U.S. trade diplomacy with Europe, Asia, and the Third World. Despite these asymmetries in the benefits of today's international trade and investment patterns, pressures to create a new international economic order collapsed by the end of the 1970s. The world still seemed to belong to America to make or unmake. The question remained one of just how its diplomats wished to restructure the world economy, and how costly their designs seemed likely to be for Europe and Asia. The U.S. objective has been to turn foreign economies into a set of residual functions. Foreign demand is to grow smoothly in keeping with U.S. export capacity on a sector-by-sector basis, while foreign production expands to serve U.S. import needs but does not lead to foreign self-sufficiency or displace American products in global markets. Europe, Asia, and the Third World are to absorb America's farm surplus, but must not protect their own agricultural sectors in the way that the United States itself has done since 1933. While U.S. agricultural protectionism has been built into the post-war global system at its inception, foreign protectionism is to be nipped in the bud. The monetary imperialism implicit in the U.S. Treasury bill standard. The U.S. Treasury bill standard's most exploitative feature was an implicit consequence that hardly was perceived at the time the dollar was adopted as a key currency under seemingly objective IMF sponsorship in the financial conditions that existed at the end of World War II. Apart from buying gold, central banks were able to build up their international reserves only by buying U.S. Treasury securities, that is, by the U.S. government running into debt to foreign governments. Central banks held these interest-bearing dollar ES as key currency reserves on a PAR with gold, readily convertible at a price of $35 an ounce. The system began to unravel as America's balance of payments moved into deficit and its gold began to return to Europe, not to private holders who had sent it as flight capital to the United States as the war loomed, but to central banks and hence to governments in France, Germany, and other nations. The widening U.S. payments deficit resulted from overseas military spending, not from private sector trade and investment. Starting slowly during the Korean War, and gaining momentum with the onset of the Vietnam War, the gold cover shrank at an accelerating pace, approaching the minimum legal cover of 25% of the currency Indiana circulation. This military and political coloration of America's balance of payments deficit was of critical importance, for the government was now running up debt to finance policies with which most of its European creditors and many Asians disagreed. Under pressure of its military deficit, the government intruded increasingly into the realm of international trade and investment, highlighted by the controls it imposed on bank lending abroad and the overseas financing of U.S. companies so as to oblige U.S. companies to buy out foreign firms with foreign-held dollars. But these controls were not enough, given the time pressures at work. In 1968 the United States began to close the gold window, and in 1971 formally cut the link between the dollar and gold. By the spring of 1973 its officials had developed the strategy that the nation would pursue for nearly 2 decades. Instead of adhering to the creditor-oriented rules of international finance that it had endorsed in 1945, America used its debtor position to extort more foreign concessions and wealth than it had been able to obtain as a creditor nation. It told payments surplus economies not to use their dollar holdings to buy into U.S. industry in the way that American investors bought into theirs in the 1950s and 1960s. It obliged European and Asian central banks to extend almost automatic credits via the U.S. Treasury bill standard, while still pursuing a creditor stance vis-a-vis indebted Third World and Comecon countries. Europe, Asia, and other payments surplus regions were stuck on the horns of a dilemma. If they refrained from absorbing surplus dollars and recycling them to the U.S. Treasury, the dollar would depreciate. At first glance, this would provide U.S. producers with a competitive edge while penalizing exporters in hard currency economies. Yet the U.S. payments deficit has widened all the more as America's free ride has not helped it restore balance. Or rather, the United States has little interest in doing so. Why should it? After all, it has consistently refused to raise its own interest rates to obtain foreign funds to finance its deficit on the ground that this would slow economic activity at home, even as it demands that other countries running payments deficits sacrifice their economies to pay their foreign debtors. The Plaza Accords of 1985 obliged Japan to hold down its own interest rates, so that international financial pressures would not lead U.S. rates to rise and deter re-election of the Republican officials who were intent on doing everything they could to destroy Japan's economy. European countries also were pressured in this way. Among the world's debtor economies, they were obliged to submit to austerity programs that U.S. planners refused to adopt for their own economy. Argentina's recent IMF riots, which toppled the government in December 2001, are only the most recent example of this double standard. The result is that even in the face of hundreds of billions of dollars worth of foreign central bank purchases of U.S. Treasury securities since the gold window was closed in 1971, the dollar declined radically against the Deutschmark, the yen, until 1995, and other hard currencies. Third world dollar users have suffered collateral damage as their oil, copper, and other raw materials have remained priced in dollars. Their inability to develop an alternative has helped hold down price levels in Europe and Japan, but much of the value of the U.S. official debt to these creditor economies has been eroded by inflation, which was accelerated by the quantum leaps that occurred from in the 1973 grain and oil shock through the 1979-80 Carter-Volcker inflation. Unable to obtain more than a marginal competitive edge out of its dollar depreciation, the U.S. government sought to lock in its share of world markets by negotiating fixed shares. This threatens to turn world trade into a Procrustean bed of managed markets, as U.S. officials not only demand that foreign economies guarantee fixed market shares to U.S. exporters, but break world trade rules by imposing import quotas unilaterally. Elsewhere on the balance of payments front, U.S. officials insist that foreign military budgets earmark specific sums for American-made components. West Germany and Japan have been told to pay for the U.S. military presence as part of their own national budgets, while offering them no corresponding control over these troops and weapons. These two nations also have been asked to lend an equivalent amount of dollars to the U.S. government, with only a hazy idea of when, or even if, the nominal loans are to be repaid. When central banks are obliged to add dollars to their international reserves, this transfers an equivalent value of resources from their own citizens to finance the U.S. payments deficit, and with it, pari passu, America's own federal budget deficit. From $10 billion a year in the early 1970s, the nation's foreign trade and payments deficits grew to nearly $150 billion a year in the late 1980s, and double that amount by the end of the 20th century. If deficits of this magnitude no longer inspire crises such as those that occurred in the spring of 1973, it is because the central banks of Europe, Japan, OPEC, and other dollar accumulators have acquiesced so thoroughly in what truly may be called a monetary imperialism. The vehicles for this super-imperialism are not private international firms or private finance capital, but central banks. Through these international financial maneuverings, the United States has tapped the resources of its dollar bloc allies. It has not done so in the classic fashion of a creditor extorting debt service, not so much via its international firms and their investment activities, and certainly not any longer through its export competitiveness and free competition. Rather, the technique of exploitation involves an adroit use of central banks, the IMF, World Bank, and its associated regional lending institutions to provide forced loans to the U.S. Treasury. This rigged game has enabled the United States to flood the world with dollars without constraint, as it has appropriated foreign resources and companies, goods, and services for nothing in return except Treasury yields of questionable, and certainly shrinking, value. In sum, the United States is able to rule not through its position as world creditor, but as world debtor. Rather than being the world banker, it makes all other countries the lenders to itself. Thus, rather than its debtor position being an element of weakness, America's seeming weakness has become the foundation of the world's monetary and financial system. To change this system in a way adverse to the United States would bring down the system's creditors to America. Widespread European and Asian fears of such a breakdown has enabled the United States to dominate the world economy through just the reverse process from that by which Britain ruled in the 19th century. Britain governed its empire not only through its position as world banker, but because as world banker it took responsibility for ensuring an international payments mechanism that worked on long understood lines that were deemed to be equitable to its users. As central banker to the world, Britain took responsibility for keeping the international financial system in working order. It would have been against what had become a political economy elevated to the status of a veritable civic religion for Britain to have threatened its fellow Commonwealth members that if you do not let sterling ES be issued simply as paper, with no solid assets or willingness to pay to back up these ES, your economies will collapse. Other countries would have broken away, perhaps even risking war to become independent of so financially aggressive an economy. What a contrast the modus operandi of Britain's empire provides to that of the United States today. Unwilling to relinquish their nation's position as food exporter to the rest of the world, U.S. officials demand food dependency on U.S. exports on the part of Asia, the former Soviet Union and Third World countries, having lost the fight against Europe's common agricultural policy. Military dependency also is demanded, while the sectors of U.S. industrial dominance are based mainly on electronics and military-related technology, which it puts forth as a post-industrial economy, as heavy industry and blue-collar employment is being downsized throughout the U.S. economy. If America is to remain the world banker through the government's Treasury bill standard of international finance, it is as a debtor country, not as a creditor, basing its banking position on tangible collateral as did Britain. What began as an ad hoc system in 1945 has become a one-sided American ability to tap the resources of its dollar bloc allies without their having the ability to stop the process, short of bringing on world financial collapse. Since 1968, the key pressure point has been the readiness of U.S. diplomats to play the role of world wreckers if foreign central banks stop relending their dollar inflows to the U.S. Treasury. This is the monetary equivalent of President Nixon's mad bomber threat, metastasized into the financial sphere. If the United States does not get its way, it will act irascibly and quite likely irrationally, and the world will suffer. In taking this position, the United States enjoys an alternative that other countries have not been able to duplicate. Thanks to the large size of its domestic market, it can go it alone. Its financial claims and the superstructure of dollar debts that now permeate the world economy, taken in conjunction with the high levels of direct investment in America by foreigners, mean that a U.S. move towards autarky would fracture the world financial system. The specter of bringing on such a collapse has given U.S. diplomats an option not available to nations whose economies are more highly dependent on smoothly functioning international commerce and payments. Foreign trade accounts for only about 5% of America's GNP, compared to some 25% for many European economies. Foreign central banks held over $1 trillion in U.S. Treasury securities. Until Europe and Asia are able to replace the dollar standard with a currency system of their own, and until they are willing to run the risk of a trade and investment war as an intermediate step toward achieving their own self-sufficiency, the U.S. economy will have little reason to feel that it needs to live within its means. What prevents steps from being taken to create a more fair and equitable international economy than is provided by the U.S. Treasury bill standard is the fact that its inherently exploitative character is not more generally recognized. This recognition should become the central premise of global financial diplomacy. The United States has managed to rule third world debtor countries through client elites. In the advanced industrial creditor nations, it has found that all it needs to represent U.S. interests are central bankers trained in the Chicago School's monetarism for export doctrines of financial subservience to the United States and IMF. To hold European and Asian politicians and their electorates, American officials loudly and almost incessantly repeat that their economy is the leading practitioner of an objective technocratic wisdom that provides the bulwark for world economic stability. But the academic doctrinal basis of these claims, their economic theory and even their statistical models, rests on the same dysfunctional monetarist policies that the IMF and World Bank have used to cripple the Third World and formerly communist economies for the past few decades. And in Japan, when that nation mounted an industrial challenge, U.S. diplomats easily broke its power by getting it to agree to the Plaza and Louvre Accords. These economically suicidal agreements committed Japan to inflate its bubble economy, leaving it effectively bankrupt after 1990. Japan has let its economic policies be dictated by U.S. advisors, much as Britain succumbed in the aftermath of World War II, as if American proposals really had foreign interests in mind and put world development above their own national self-interest. It should now be obvious to every nation that such trust in U.S. leadership has been misplaced. Yet how many Japanese are reminded that in 1985-86 their country was asked to lower its rates and create a bubble simply to help promote boom conditions in the United States to help the Republican administration be re-elected. The equitable world economy based on free markets promised at the close of World War II under U.S. aegis has led instead to an epoch of unprecedented government control. Outside of the United States, centralized economic planning is promoted via the financial sector, not to increase production or living standards as promised by monetarist economic textbooks, but to squeeze out interest and dividends and transfer them abroad. Free market economics of this sort has degenerated into a mere attack on governments intent on protecting their societies from this corrosive exploitation. It pretends to oppose public taxation merely in order to leave a larger economic surplus to be transferred to the United States, either in the form of interest and dividends from debtor countries, or by central bank loans from creditor nations to the U.S. Treasury. The classical economic world has been turned upside down. It remains for academic economists to incorporate this new reality into their theorizing, and for other nations to incorporate an analysis of the new dynamics into their future foreign policy. However, the role of vast vested interests in the evolution of post-Bretton Woods monetary arrangements suggests that global financial meltdown rather than mutual diplomacy must precede, indeed, pave the way for monetary reform at national and international levels. For it has been the threat of such a meltdown that has deterred alternatives from being put forth, as Europe was deterred in 1933 and 1973. It looks like collapse will have to force Europe's hand rather than it taking the lead in protecting its economic self-determination. Asterisk. Parts I and II of this book have traced how the upsweep of U.S. power from World War I through the Korean War reflected its creditor position, augmented by its annual balance of payments surpluses. There were of course two sides to this international diplomacy. Europe, and later, Asia, acquiesced because for centuries these regions had elevated creditor power to the determining crown of global policy-making, even above the goals of national growth and employment. The crisis came in 1933 at the London Economic Conference, when creditor and debtor philosophies met head-on. What gave the year 1933 a special twist was that while America took a creditor-oriented stance toward Europe, it pursued a debtor-oriented policy at home to help alleviate farm debt, mortgage debt, and business debt. Roosevelt's New Deal transformed the financial framework within market forces worked. A second unprecedented twist was the fact that America's creditor position was an expression of government power, not that of private banking and other investor interests. Through 1929, private lending had found a market in facilitating the triangular flow of funds from the U.S. private sector to German municipalities and private borrowers, from them to the European allies and from these allies to the U.S. government to pay war debts. Government debt was paid off by private lenders providing the money that enabled governments to pay. Hence, growth in private debt was what enabled public debt to be wound down, and the wind down was slow, as most government debt service took the form of interest charges, not amortization credits to work off the balance. In the case of America's S&L collapse, by contrast, governments took over liability for private debt, socializing the losses. That is the essence of public debt stemming from moral hazard, i.e., government bailouts of debtors, which really should be called bailouts of bankers, bondholders, and other savers. When the growing debt superstructure led to economic collapse and Europe's ability to pay was constricted by shrinking production and employment, something had to give. It was at this point that private bankers took a responsible internationalist position and asked that intergovernmental debts be waived. Their intention, Roosevelt and his advisers believed, was simply a euphemistic theoretical wrapping for the policy of freeing up the shrinking available debt-paying powers of Europe to pay private sector lenders, not the government. On this logic, the United States did not relinquish its debt claims on Europe. Instead of negotiating the terms on which the U.S. government would give up its destabilizing claims for interest and amortization by Europe, a sharp break occurred in 1933 at the London Economic Conference. America went its own way, and European countries were forced to go it alone. Their response at that time was to create rival systems of imperial trade preferences, competitive currency depreciation and tariffs, capital controls, and other statist policies along the path leading to World War II. By 1945, U.S. diplomats took a more enlightened stance, incorporating a global strategy. Foreign debts to the United States, they recognized, would find their counterpart in U.S. payments to foreigners to import foreign products, to buy out foreign firms and to finance a world military umbrella. America unilaterally put in place a multilateral political structure to serve U.S. policies, and specifically to serve the United States as the world's major creditor power. The post-war years therefore saw U.S. economic, political, and military power increase to a degree unprecedented in history for any single nation vis-a-vis others. Its government debt became the international money used by central banks throughout the world as their means of settling mutual balances amongst themselves. The United States had come to rule not only by gold credit, but by fiat credit. The final part of this book, Part 3, traces how the international financial system was transformed after the U.S. balance of payments moved into deficit during the Korean War, becoming seriously disrupting of international finance. What is so striking is how differently U.S. diplomats comported themselves in their deepening debtor position from the way in which debtor Europe had negotiated in the 1920s, 1930s, and early 1940s. Whereas America had insisted that Europe sequester its private capital holdings and sell them off to pay the U.S. government, Europe made no such demand on America in the 1960s or even in the 1970s or subsequently, for that matter. In fact, whereas U.S. domination of the world economy stemmed from 1920 through 1960 from its creditor position, its control since the 1960s has stemmed from its debtor position. Not only have the tables been turned, but U.S. diplomats have found that their leverage as the world's major debtor economy is fully as strong as that which formerly had reflected its net creditor position. The years 1972-73 is the counterpart to 1932-33, for it was in the latter 2 years that Europe and the United States, creditor and debtor economies met head-to-head in a clash. In both cases it was Europe that blinked, not the United States. In both cases it was U.S. government officials who chose to go it alone, at the cost of breaking up the international economy. And in both cases, European officials stepped back from shaking up the international structure and entering the institutional no-man's land in which multilateral structures would have to be built anew. Europe, now joined by Asia, OPEC, and the world's raw materials exporting, food deficit economies, euphemized as the developing countries, was willing to sacrifice its idea that international economic institutions should share the gains from international trade and investment equitably, in order to avoid such a restructuring. Gold and the lack of alternatives deemed to be fair and symmetrical. Gold historically has acted as the abstract objective asset, the prize for which national economies have vied. But when it was demonetized in 1971, nothing of equally symmetrical character was developed to put in its place. The absence of such an alternative gave the United States an opportunity to fill the vacuum, and only it sought to fill it, not Europe, Asia or the Third World. Even today, the euro remains little more than a surrogate for dollars, not an international asset providing the services that gold provided for many centuries. Keynes called gold a barbarous relic because it constrained domestic credit creation and hence imposed deflationary conditions that limited markets and employment, and ended by transferring property from debtors to creditors through the foreclosure process. On the international front, gold constrained economies from running balance of payments deficits. As most such deficits were historically military in character, gold served as a constraint against war. By the 1970s, the United States was running deficits by buying out European companies and output. Under these conditions, a gold standard would have deterred the war in Vietnam, the buyout of European industry with its own funds, and the free ride enjoyed by America by importing foreign products in exchange for EIS of the U.S. government. Would this have been a bad thing? Domestic credit has been freed from gold in order to obtain the volume needed to ensure rising employment, production, and transactions levels. In the international sphere, it is not needed to finance production, but rather imbalances in international payments. It is a constraint on imbalances, not on production and employment. The IMF devised SDRs, special drawing rights, as paper gold that really were paper dollars. The purpose was to give countries outside of the United States some kind of freely created IOU that was not a dollar obligation of the U.S. government. One therefore might say that Europe and Japan abandoned gold prematurely, before developing an alternative to the dollar or dollar proxy issued by multilateral institutions acting as arms of the US government. Recent proposals to give new IMF credit to the world's poorer countries are a euphemism for paying the large bankers by giving debtors who otherwise would default an asset that other countries will accept, not their own ES, but those of a superdollar. The objective of this ploy is to enable the volume of international debt to keep growing exponentially rather than being brought back within the ability to pay by the gold standard constraint. The reasoning is much the same as when U.S. international bankers in 1933 urged the U.S. government to forgive the inter-ally debts and the Allies to forgive German reparations. This would leave the available revenue of these countries free to be pledged to bankers for new loans. These probably would have been of a non-military character, but would just as likely have been military in view of the political forces already carrying Europe toward World War II. Would it be a bad thing to wipe out bad debts? Today, in 2002, the euro has not provided the requisite alternative to gold, for it is not a truly political currency as the dollar is. It lacks critical mass, politically speaking. But even more important, there has been no political will for Europe or Asia to take an alternative route. Only America has shown the will to create global international structures and restructure them at will to fit its financial needs as these have evolved from hypercreditor to hyperdebtor status. It is as if European and Asian society lacks some gene for institutional self-programming for their own economic evolution. Like a dancer following the partner's lead, they have acted as the mirror image of America. Perhaps historians looking back on the modern era from their vantage point a century or two in the future will find it remarkable that neither European, Asian, or other countries could devise a new international economic order that would have kept economic gains for the national economies producing them, rather than relinquishing them to the U.S. economy. No doubt this era will be seen as one of remarkable asymmetry between the United States and the rest of the world. America has been receiving a free ride, while Europe, even with the history of America's own creditor-oriented strategy before it, has not learned to play the game of international finance with the astuteness of the Americans. The conclusion most historians will find is a paucity of imagination on the part of Europe and Asia, and of impotence on the part of the Third World economies that made a brief attempt to create a new international economic order in the 1970s. American diplomats were able to derail attempts to break free of what has become a tidal wave, a tsunami of deficit dollars. On the highest plane, one may place the blame on economic theory's failure to develop functional categories that would enable politicians, diplomats, and the public at large to understand the principles guiding American negotiators in 1932-33 and 1972-73. Without such understanding, no post-dollar world can be created.